Hello everyone and welcome to Wolfe Glick's Japan Invitational. My name is Wolfe Glick and I'm joined by my friend Yuki Zininovich. Yuki, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here, just bridging this gap between the West and Japan and just really showcasing the strongest players. I'm so excited.
I'm so excited too, yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Yuki's not only a friend of mine, he is also fluent in both English and Japanese. So not only are we going to bring you super high level matches when it comes to some of the best players Japan has to offer, but we're also going to be able to hear their insights thanks to Yuki's help. So yeah, I mean, I'll just kind of speak about what this means to me personally. I think this is a really cool event because so much of kind of our understanding of Japan is like limited because there's only a couple like major tournaments a year and they aren't always like streamed, especially to a lot of like Western players if you don't know where to look. So being able to showcase like so many of the top players here just is really special and I'm so excited.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Wolf, especially since our circuits are so different. Like the Japanese players just really can't access our big events, even like our international championships. You only see like a couple come sometimes. So just having the opportunity to really showcase them, give them like the spotlight that I think they really deserve outside of the World Championships really means a lot to me as someone, you know, who has ties to both sides. So yeah, I'm really excited to get going here.
Yeah, I think like it's so exciting just because, yeah, everything you said. And also something I want to talk about is I feel like Japan kind of has this reputation for using such creative, cool Pokemon teams. Like, I feel like if you told me, like, oh, a player made, I don't know, like Bruxish or more Pico work, you know? Like, I feel like I'll be like, oh, well, they're probably Japanese, right? And so I'm really excited to see the teams that the players have brought today. And I've got a little spoiler. Some of them are really, really cool. Actually, I mean, all of them are cool, but some of them are quite unusual. But I don't want to, like, talk too much, you know, just me here. You're not here for me. You're here to see the players. So I think we're ready to start meeting our players, Yuki.
Yeah, I think that's great. So let's invite our first player over. It's Kiwamu Endo. お願いします。では軽く自己紹介一つお願いします。
はい、アンブラ所属のアルカナと言います。最高実績は18のスイスラウンド全勝して、その後負けて9位という感じですかね。はい。
So this is Kiwamu Endo. He's part of the group Umbra Japan, and his biggest accomplishment in VGC is getting 9th place at the 2018 World Championships after going undefeated in Swiss. ありがとうございました。
ありがとう。終わり? I think also worth noting is that he's also hailed for his creative team building. I think that's fair to say. Like, so he's a player who I'm very excited to meet and to see some of the whatever cool creative team he's brought.
Yeah, today. He's very well known in the Japanese community as a really strong writer. So he can really articulate his points to other players.
Yes. So also, that reminds me, we should probably acknowledge here before we get any further, Team Umbra. So if you're probably, if you're watching this, you might be like, oh, Wolf's in Japan. Like, maybe you don't really know what to expect. And once you see, I think the longer the stream goes on, the more impressed you're going to be with the production quality. And that is because we've partnered with Team Umbra here. Team Umbra is producing this event, and I gotta say, I am incredibly impressed, and I'm sure you all will be too. They've just been like knocking it out of the park, 10 out of 10 for every single category. So a massive thank you to Team Umbra. We're gonna, you know, thank them throughout this broadcast because they've been super generous with their time and with their location and just with everything, helping us get this event set up. And I think it's fair to say that without Team Umbra, this entire event would not be possible. So yeah, really huge thank you to them. But yeah, I think we're going to meet another one of our players.
Absolutely. Okay, let's invite Tomoyuki Yoshimura. お願いします。
お願いします。
では軽く自己紹介お願いします。
はい、吉村智之です。最高実績は2017の世界4位で、今日はもうね自分よりも上の実績の強いプレイヤーがたくさんいるということで、全力で勝ちに行きたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
So this is Tomoyuki Yoshimura. His biggest VGC accomplishment is getting 4th at the 2017 World Championships. He acknowledges that there's a lot of strong Japanese players here, and he's still going to give it his all to take it home. ありがとうございました。ありがとう。One thing I wanted to add from Wolf earlier is that this setup is already very cool, but I think the surprise on top of the teams we have here is the area where the players will actually be playing. I think the stream setup is very, very cool. So we have a lot of surprises here, so definitely don't go anywhere.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Yuki. I think that we are... Yeah, let's just keep it rolling at this
keep
point.
It rolling.
Yeah, we got a ton of great players to meet.
So next we have Yusei Matsuno. お願いします。
はい、こんにちは。 ベテこと、松野雄生です。最高実績は、2018年の世界大会で、ベスト4になったことがあります。はい。まあ今日はまず今年のチャンピオンのジーンさん、あれこれ発表されてると戦うということで、まあこんな絶好のチャンスめったにないだろうということで全力で潰しに行きたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
So this is Yusei Matsuno. He notably got top 4 in the 2018 World Championships. And this is a bit of a spoiler alert, but his first round opponent is Shohei Kimura, who happened to win the World Championships just this past weekend. And he acknowledges this is not an opportunity that comes up too much, so he's going to give it his all to beat him. So we're looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。
He actually was very generous and helped us prepare a little bit for the World Championships this year as well. And another bit of a little spoiler, I'm very excited to showcase his team because let's just say there's an item on Amoonguss that I've never seen before and I don't ever expect to see again. So it's a very, very creative team and I'm really excited to showcase that first match.
Absolutely, yep. A lot of good stuff today. So let's get rolling. I think next we have Shohei Kimura himself. では軽く自己紹介お願いします。
翔平木村です。最高実績は今年の世界大会優勝です。ウォルフ2016僕が初めて出た世界大会で見たウォルフの優勝を見た試合で、あの試合を感動したウォルフとなんかこういう場に誘っていただいてとても光栄に思ってます。
So this is Shohei Kimura. As we just kind of mentioned earlier, he won the World Championships just this past weekend in Yokohama. And he mentioned that his first World Championship was actually in 2016, which I think many of us know is the year that Wolf won. And that really inspired him. So he really finds it an honor to be part of this project with Wolf, who he's looked up to for a long time. So yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you very much. If I'm not much mistaken, I think that we actually played on a team tournament called NPA. I think back in like 2016, I was a manager and I got to draft players. And I might be wrong about this because my memory isn't always the best. I think I drafted him, and that roster, like the team that I had that season, was full of like, I guess at least 3 players would go on to win world championships. So it's just kind of funny to see. I wonder who's next, but yeah, I mean, I'm so grateful to Shohei for being a part of this as well. I mean, he's had a very busy weekend, let's just say. So, you know, 2 days after, you know, a huge emotional weekend to come and be a part of, you know, something just, you know, to showcase like so many great players. I feel very fortunate to have him.
I think back then in 2016, that was like around the first time he really competed in Pokemon, so he probably didn't have that many accomplishments. So the fact that you drafted him, I think, speaks to your taste and potential.
I had a good sense back then, but this isn't about me or my, you know, my great taste in players. It's about our next player, who we're ready to introduce.
Yep, we have Kenji Miura next. お願いします。
よろしくお願いします。三浦健二と言います。全国大会と世界大会は去年と今年の2年出場していて、今年はトップ16に残ることができました。よろしくお願いします。
So this is Kenji Miura. He has participated in the World Championships both last year and this year, so 2 years in a row, which is actually not very common when the Japanese circuit is very competitive. And he became top 16 in this year's World Championships.
Thank you very much. Awesome. It's kind of wild. Like, if you told me that our 8 players today were the top 8 of the World Championships, I wouldn't even bat an eye. Like, no, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Like, I mean, a quarter of our roster has won the World Championship, and I wouldn't be surprised if any of the other players here would win a future one. So it's just so exciting seeing so much talent in one place, at least for me as, you know, a VGC geek.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Hawaii being next year, it's a lot more accessible. Not accessible to Yokohama for Japanese players, of course, but it's still a lot better than some other places we've had. So yeah, we're looking forward to even more Japanese representation next year.
Absolutely. And I think we're speaking of Japanese representation, we can introduce our next player.
Yep, very big favorite here. So we have Hirofumi Kimura next. お願いします。
お願いします。はい、カエルでございます。最高実績が2019年の、世界2位でございまして、今年もなんとかトップ32に残れたぐらいにはポケモンうまいです。はい。
This is Hirofumi Kimura, often known as Kaeru online. Notably, he has gotten second at the 2019 World Championships and also got top 32 at this year's as well. So you can say he can play some Pokemon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Hirofumi is a big fan favorite, at least in the West. For those of you who might need a refresher, he used Umbreon to nearly win the World Championships, losing to Naoto in the finals of 2019 World. So, yeah, like I think like that. Umbreon was not a common Pokemon that year, so I'm really excited to see which team he's brought this time.
Right, and I like his consistency is insane because he's competing at so many World Championships, and he also got first place at the Japan Nationals, which, like you were talking about earlier with all the surprises, like that is the epitome of a surprise tournament because everything is best of one, and you have these close team sheets. And he got first place 2 years in a row. Like, that's incredible.
I think that's a player we could absolutely see win the world championships at some point, maybe not even too far away. So I'm really excited. That's like, Hirofumi is a personal favorite of mine. So I'm really, really grateful that we've got him here.
But speaking of winning the world championships,
speaking of,
we have Shoma Honami next.
Yeah.
ハロー
お願いします。
お願いします。もう喋っていいんかなこれ。
はい、軽く自己紹介を。
はい、600歳ということでビエラと申します。はい、ポケモン2015年、世界優勝です。はい、あとは未だにね、競技プレイヤーとして活動し続けつつも YouTuber としてもね頑張ってます。
So his slogan is Dopyase. Don't forget to do that when he's winning on stream. But yeah, this is Shoma Honami. He is the 2015 world champion, and he has continued to play Pokemon since then, while also being a content creator on YouTube. So definitely watch out for his videos.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. もう一回。
Bye bye.
Bye.
I'm a huge Shoma fanboy. I think I've watched every single one of his matches that I can find online. I think the way that he plays the game, the way he thinks about the game, like it just feels so distinct and so different. Like to me personally, I think I could identify Shoma, like a game of Shomas, just by watching it because it's the way he thinks about the game is just fascinating. Host of accomplishments, and also, as Yuki mentioned, big Japanese VGC content creator. So if you happen to be bilingual or you're trying to like learn more Japanese, I definitely recommend watching Shoma, along with some of our other players as well.
Even if you don't understand the Japanese, I find him so entertaining to watch. Like just his expressions of when things get frozen or something, it's amazing. Like just the amount of memes you see about him on Twitter is awesome. So check him out regardless.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we have another player to introduce.
Yes, we have Yosuke Takayanagi. お願いします。
皆さんこんにちは、柳と申します。自分の実績といたしましては、去年今年と世界大会に出場いたしまして、去年が33位、今年が、トップ16という結果を残させていただきました。去年出場させていただいた時に、ウォルフさんともちょっと対戦させていただいて、それはすごいいい経験になったんですけども、そのウォルフさんに今回招待いただいたということですごい光栄に思っています。今回自分より実績の高い選手がもう軒並みいるんですけれども、下克上を起こして優勝できるように頑張りたいと思います。
So this is Yosuke Takayanagi. He has qualified for the World Championships both last year and this year, and into day 2. Last year top cut, and this year in top 16. And he really finds it an honor to be part of this initiative because he really was inspired by the first round match that Wolf played with him at Worlds last year. And he acknowledges that he is facing a lot of players who have more accomplishments than him in this tournament. So as the underdog, he would definitely love to rise to the top.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we played round 1 of Worlds last year, and I got smoked. It was not close, let me tell you. I mean, yeah, it was a rough way to start the World Championship. So I'm really excited to see, like, yeah, he might be the underdog based in terms of accomplishments, but I gotta say, like, I would not be rooting against him after having played him last year.
Absolutely not. And I remember I saw like all like the cards that you had prepared for like the calculations and things like that, and you're like, oh, like I have all my matches prepared, and then you play against someone you've like just never seen before.
Kyogre, it was rough. Yeah, but I mean that's the kind of creative team building that can get you wins. You know what I mean? So. Absolutely. So that's all of our players. I would love to see in the chat who you all are rooting for, who you think is like the favorite, who you think is the underdog. Just I mean it's so great also just to like have these players introduce themselves, at least for me, because like it's so hard to like actually like let alone like watch matches, let alone like talk to the players, just because there's a language barrier, right? So I'm especially grateful to Yuki for kind of helping break that down, because it really is something that we should not take for granted, in my opinion.
No, I really, I want to thank you for having me on board as well, because this is a big passion of mine, just bridging the gap between the West and Japan. I kind of talked about it earlier, but like, you know, the language barrier is really big, and just even like the kind of resources that we use are very different. So the information just kind of tends to stay separate. So I think any opportunity we can have to kind of show the greatness of both communities, I think, is what makes Pokemon so special. So yeah, I think it's great that you thought to do this, and yeah, I just can't wait to see the great battles. That's what we're all here for.
The matches are going to be super, super good. I gotta ask, is there any player who you are like especially rooting for? Or is there anyone who's like, I guess we haven't like I've glanced through the teams, but I haven't taken a real look. But if you've looked more than I have, is there anybody whose team stands out to you?
Yeah, well, I think we talked a little bit earlier, but like Yusei Matsuno is definitely someone I'm looking out for. I mean, he's playing against Shohei Kimura, who also happens to be our first stream match, which so I'm excited to showcase that. But he told me earlier that he's like, you know, the first person he thought of, like, how do I beat them, is Shohei Kimura himself.
Oh, wow.
Like, he knew that he was going to be part of this invitational. Wanted to make sure that he can, you know, definitely put up a fight if he plays against the world champion this year. So, on top of having a really creative team, like, he has definitely, like, zoned in on him, right? So,
yeah.
I want to see, like, if he already has, like, a, you know, like a flow chart in mind almost.
Yeah, and if Shohei will have the world champ difference and be able to play anyway. But you can see the bracket here on screen. I mean, this is kind of wild because all of the matches are just so exciting, right? I mean, I think like any one of these could be an official stream match, let alone an official top cut stream match
or
at the
World Championship Finals.
Or a World Championship Finals. So it's just so special to have them all here. We're going to be showcasing, like Yuki said, Yusei versus Shohei in our first round. And I think we're going to be featuring Kiwamu versus Tomoyuki, if I'm not much mistaken, after that. So we'll be showing those from the winners bracket. We are not able to stream every single match, but we'll do our best to showcase as much as we can. Just, you know, we want to be respectful of the players and the staff's time here, so we're not keeping them here all day. But yeah, I mean, all of these matches are super exciting. It's kind of hard to talk about any in particular. Yeah, but I am really curious about seeing how Yusei's team matches up against Shohei's, because Yusei's team is just, it's not like anything else I've really seen this format. You know?
Yeah, I mean? Yeah, no, me neither. And yeah, I'm also excited about the Kiwamu versus Tomoyuki as well, as we kind of saw earlier. Kiwamu, we were hanging out yesterday, and it was mentioning like how confident he feels in the best of 3 format, and like that's a lot to say from coming from like a Japanese player. Like, right, you're not like used to doing that. Like, they do a lot of like ranked battles, but that's also closed team sheet best of 1. All their qualifications closed team sheet best of 1, and I know how much he loves just like following the foreign meta. So I think that it kind of comes into his playing as well. So yeah, just a lot to look out for.
We were actually chatting yesterday during our dress rehearsal for this, and I was really surprised because he was like, I was shocked at how much he knew about like Western events. You know what I mean?
Yes,
like he was like, oh, in 2017 you used Shadow Ball, Ghost DMZ, Destiny Bond, Mimikyu, and I was like, yes, to beat, and he was like, to beat Kartana and Metagross, and I was like, you know that's like, that was 6 years ago, and that was like, yeah, like very specific tech. So yeah, so I'm really excited to see kind of how maybe he's able to blend some, you know, Japanese and the rest of the world influence, or how that influences his play. I do think it's worth. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think he also recalled some matches that you had that I don't think you even kind of remembered sometimes, which I thought was so funny. So yeah, I mean, he's really keeping an eye out.
Absolutely, and we see here where it looks like we're getting ready to get close to our first game. I don't think we're jumping in just yet, but
we appreciate all those beautiful plushies in the background. Like, I love how the Mimikyu is like, just went off screen, but just the head is so big, it's so cute.
Absolutely. I mean, the setup is just beautiful here. You can see, like, I think those tablecloths look like very high quality. Like, I don't know too much about tablecloths. These look very, very nice. Like, to me, like, these look like, I don't know, maybe silk or something. But yeah, here we can see the teams on screen of Yusei and Shohei. Shohei's team we're going to be a little bit more familiar with, I feel like I see this like on the official stream, looks kind of familiar. Couple things to call out here that I think are really interesting is the safety goggles Landorus with Terra Blast and the Choice Specs Terragrass Fluttermane. I think those are both really interesting choices. But Yusei, here's the team we were talking about. So Leftovers, Quivered Ends, Volcarona paired with Grimmsnarl. We see an interesting Cresselia set with no Trick Room, but instead Helping Hand, Ally Switch, and Lunar Blessing as supportive moves. Assault Vest, Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, Excalibur, not a Pokemon I've seen very often. A supportive Gyarados, a little more standard. And my personal favorite Pokemon on this team, Life Orb Amoonguss with Leaf Storm, Hex, Spore, and Protect without Rage Powder and without a Poison move as well. So, yeah, Yuki, what do you make of this team? What do you make of this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much stuff on here that like we just don't see in the West too much. Like even like the Alice switch on Cresselia, like I think Japanese are kind of known for really liking that move. So I'm excited about that. And yeah, like this Amoonguss, like as crazy as it seems, like there's clearly a purpose behind it. So yeah, I'm excited to see it face off. But yeah, in terms of the matchup, I think the Gyarados looks pretty strong. Like I think both of us kind of like Gyarados this format and its ability to slow down games. And yeah, I think Shohei's team isn't necessarily hyper offense, so Gyarados might have multiple opportunities to click Thunder Wave, which will be good for not just the speed control, but also the opportunity to stop the opponent from moving, and also coupling well with the Hex on the Amoonguss.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think something that like jumps out to me is the Terra type on the Volcarona. Occasionally they'll run Grass to allow them to like really beat Amoonguss. And on this team, there's only one immunity to Amoonguss, even including Terra types. It's just that Life Orb Amoonguss. I guess I'm sorry, I missed that it was Terra Grass Gyarados. There are two here, and Gyarados naturally matches up pretty well into Amoonguss thanks to Taunt. But I do think that like part of this battle might be whether or not Shohei is able to get his Amoonguss into a position where it can Spore without cost here. And on the other side, if Yusei is able to like do anything to mitigate that. So the battle is starting off here, and we have Iron Hands and Urshifu against Gyarados and Volcarona. This is a very interesting lead.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the things I like about using Urshifu is that it combos very well with Fake Out. You can't really protect in front of it because of the ability to hit through Protect. So I think Shohei has a pretty safe Fake Out into the Gyarados and then a Surging Strikes into the Volcarona. You definitely risk the Flame Body, which has the opportunity to burn opponents that make contact with it. But you would still sort of force Yusei to either switch out or use a Terrestrialization, which can come in handy later for Shohei. So yeah, I'm excited to see how Yusei kind of has to react. I think he's in more of the reactive position.
I totally agree. I think it's also worth noting this Volcarona is Terra Water, so the combination of Wild Charge and Surging Strikes would result in a KO in the Volcarona regardless. So I'm interested to see here. We are switching out Gyarados. Intimidated is great when it's not on the field. Into Cresselia here. It looks like Yusei is hoping that the Iron Hands goes for a Wild Charge maybe into the Cresselia slot or to the Gyarados slot here, but I think that if it's a double up, it could get risky. It is worth noting though that, like Yuki mentioned, this Volcarona does have Flame Body, and Surging Strikes hitting 3 times means 3 chances to get burned. So I'm curious if Shohei goes in the offensive or if instead he just takes his foot off the gas a little bit here.
But we go ahead and see Yusei kicking off the Terrestrialization and a Quiver Dance.
And no Fake Out here.
No Fake Out, so it's getting a little bit spooky. Are we going to see the Wild Charge and Surging Strikes go in? But no, we see a Taunt over to the Cresselia. Pretty safe move because Gyarados probably didn't want to click Waterfall here. But we see the Volt switch over into the Volcarona from the Iron Hands, wanting to reposition a little bit.
Yeah, so I like that play from Shohei, and I think Yusei took a bit of a risk, but it ended up paying off there. You figure like, okay, well Surging Strikes doesn't do much to Gyarados, and if Volcarona Terras to Water, then I mean like you'd actually rather not click Surging Strikes there because of the Flame Body like we mentioned. And Iron Hands using Wild Charge can just be a little committal. It also, I believe, can activate the Flame Body. I'm fairly certain that's a contact move. So going for a Volt Switch here, I think that Wild Charge like could have been higher reward, but also was higher risk there, especially if you're not using Surging Strikes, excuse me. But Volcarona now suddenly is in my opinion, a pretty good position here.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't have as strong of attack into the Urshifu because it doesn't have the Giga Drain that a lot of Volcaronas seem to have these days, and it has Bug Buzz. That's still a lot of damage onto an Urshifu that's not really well known for being bulky on the special side. So I would definitely say that Yusei really turned things around. Like he was kind of on the back foot from the lead, but with this Volcarona being able to potentially outspeed this Flutter Mane over on Shohei's side, I think he can go for a pretty strong attack without risking too much damage in return.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the interesting thing is what he's going to do with Cresselia here, because it is under pressure here because it's been taunted, which means it can only click Moonblast. So we are going to see a switch out of the Cresselia to get rid of that taunt into the Assault Vest Excalibur. This feels pretty safe. I mean, like the Volcarona is threatening so much, you figure it's probably an Energy Ball that's going to come out here just because like you really don't want to let the Volcarona get going. But a second Quiver Dance, this is often considered a little bit risky. Looks like energy
but we see
ball.
energy ball into the Volcarona.
Oh.
Are we gonna see a surging strikes go into it? Oh, we do.
Is it
Is
gonna
it gonna
burn?
burn?
Oh, the first attempt. So that's huge because unlike most other contact moves, like the burn will apply immediately because it hits 3 times. And so now this Volcarona, who might have been in range of an Aqua Jet, maybe if it didn't burn until the last one, is certainly not in range now. So I think that was a risky quiver dance, to be honest. Like, I mean, yeah, like you take a lot of damage with Volcarona and the energy ball does so much damage. However, pays off in a major way here. Not only is your Volcarona alive, not only is it threatening a ton of damage into this Flutter Mane now with +2, you got the burn on the Urshifu. So Volcarona, a Pokemon that we haven't seen that much of this series, is kind of dominating this battle right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe from Shohei's perspective, since Yusei was, from Yusei's perspective, it was quite obvious that he was going to switch out the Cresselia because of the taunt. Shohei might try to punch that and attack the switch in, so he thought he could do a quiver dance. But at the same time, with the flame body, I think he had 2 levels of insurance maybe of getting this quiver dance off, and I think it pays off for him because, like you said, he's definitely out of the Aqua Jet range. Flutter Mane can't protect, so he has a free attack into that slot. So I would really like to see how Yusei kind of advances his board position from this advantage.
Absolutely. Flutter Mane switching out, it's locked into Energy Ball. That is not a good move to be locked into in front of Assault Vest Excalibur. And actually, Landorus coming in. So I think this is an interesting switch because I thought Ice Shard and Heat Wave was the obvious play here into the Landorus, or into the Flutter Mane slot. But instead, stepping off the gas a little bit, using Protective Volcarona. I mean, Urshifu can hit through Protect, which we are going to see here, but I mean, it doesn't do that much damage at the end of the day, thanks to the burn here. Although Volcarona looks like it's taking about 13 damage per hit here. Is going to go to 20, yes. So Volcarona's getting low. And the thing about Quiver Dance is, like, yeah, it's awesome to get some boost. Like, it feels great, but you have to attack for those boosts to really matter. You know what I mean? Glaive Rush doing a lot of damage here.
Big damage. I think it was pretty risky switch from Shohei's perspective because, again, I think it was a little bit obvious that the Flutter Mane could switch out. So an Ice Wheel Crash, which probably does the most damage to Flutter Mane out of all of Excalibur's attacks, could have been super effective and just knocked out Landorus right there. But Yusei ends up attacking the Urshifu, which is already burned. So now I think it might be in the range of Heat Wave. And in combination with Ice Shard, he's definitely threatening a double KO, so Shohei needs to react.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, like, the interesting thing is this Landorus' Terra flying, which, like, will reduce the damage from Ice Shard, but I don't know if it'll reduce it enough to justify using it here. And we are going to see Yusei going the offensive here. The question is, this Volcarona is so low, but can Shohei get rid of it? But this is probably switched into, what do you think, Iron Hands maybe?
Maybe a Chimp, how to increase the Aqua Jet damage? Oh, sorry, we already saw the 4, but it's Iron Hands. Maybe trying to reposition with a Fake Out for next turn.
Oh, this is a great play because, like we mentioned, because Urshifu can hit through Protect, you're able to actually position such that you can go for Fake Out and Surging Strikes into the Volcarona and say, hey, I might be burnt, but, you know, I'm still here. I'm still doing stuff. So, Heat Wave coming out. It will burn! Oh, that is massive. Iron Hands is a really difficult Pokemon to remove, and to be honest, like, this Urshifu doesn't have a fighting move and it's already burnt, so how is Shohei going to get rid of this Excalibur? I mean, it does so much damage to Landorus, and with the Assault Vest and Terra Fairy, it probably beats Flutter Mane as well. So that's a massive burn, doing enormous damage to one of Shohei's best tools at getting rid of this Excalibur.
This moth is on fire, Wolf.
Actually, it's on water.
But yeah, I mean, so I think your point still stands from earlier, though, that regardless of the burn, like the Fake Out damage and the Surging Strikes can probably still knock out the Volcarona. So I think Yusei still is under a bit of threat. So at the same time, Shohei is the world champion here. Like, he might not necessarily go for the obvious play, right? So I think that interaction is interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, personally, I would have just Fake Out Surging Strikes and you know, like, I would have expected them at the very least. But no, Shohei's showcasing that he's not going to play the game in an obvious way here. He's going switch out his Urshifu, bring in Flutter Mane, and try and reposition here. And I think it makes some sense.
Wow, he protects in front of the obvious Fake Out Surging Strikes. I think that is incredible. But Shohei also reads that.
Wow. That's really interesting. I mean, it might have been a case where, like, I don't know if Surging Strikes would have KO'd through Protect, and if it doesn't KO, then this switch makes a ton of sense here. It's also worth noting this Cresselia is helping hand, this Volcarona is +2, but Flutter Mane is so specially bulky. I don't know if +2 helping hand Heat Wave will pick up the KO because it's still at full HP.
This could just come down to one of those things where it depends on how the trainers train their Pokemon, right? The Flutter Mane is just really all about the speed, all about the attack. It could knock it out. It doesn't really have that much HP, even though it's especially bulky. So yeah, I think it's also going to really affect the players, right? Because they know how they train their own Pokemon. So we might be able to find out through how they play, how they're being trained.
Another switch here might be Urshifu getting sacrificed. Like, it's not that valuable, and Fake Out actually has some use here. Urshifu does come in here. The thing is that, okay, here's the helping
I think
hand.
we're seeing it happen.
Will it connect? Heat Wave is only 90% accurate, so will it connect here? Heat Wave coming out. It does hit both. Will it KO the Flutter Mane? Oh! A one-hit knockout. You know, honestly, I wasn't expecting that because we can see this Volcarona has max HP and it's faster than Urshifu, which means it probably has some speed as well.
Yes.
And it outsped Flutter Mane after only one quiver dance, which clearly trained its speed as well. So, I mean, Volcarona just really dominating this battle. Like, I mean, it got that second quiver dance up, and like, despite falling to low HP, it just hasn't been able to be removed. Also seeing a lot of value from leftovers. I mean, Volcarona has ate some of its leftovers every single turn.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the leftovers because leftovers is typically on an item on Pokemon that are a little bit more bulky. Like you would see it on like on Dozo, sometimes like on Ting Lu, that can really take a lot of hits. And I don't think Volcarona is really known for that too much, but yeah, you can just see like it's really paying off dividends for Yusei here. Like he would have been in Aqua Jet range like decades ago if it weren't for that item.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what's interesting here is that Volcarona just dominated this whole battle, and what's so interesting to me here, we are going to see a terrestrialization. What's so interesting to me here was that turn one where Iron Hands went for Volt Switch. I wonder what would have happened if it had been Wild Charge instead, you know what I mean? So Landorus terrestrializing, not a bad move. I mean, Landorus, it's going to be hard for it to bring it back here, but I think if you're going to bring it back, you've got to make a play with your Landorus here going for damage. Volcarona is going to protect, though. There's no reason to risk a Fake Out in front of this Iron Hands, especially given, like, Cresselia has the Rocky Helmet, which so strongly discourages Fake Out. So
So we see the Fake Out going into the Volcarona, being blocked by the Protect. We see the Terra Blast going into the Cresselia. This Landorus not holding any power moves, so he's definitely going to survive. Let's see what it retaliates with.
Oh my goodness. A Lunar Blessing healing the damage to Cresselia as well as a lot of health back on this Volcarona. And let's not forget that even if Volcarona went down, there is still the Gyarados in the back. There's still this super, effective Intimidate against these two physical attackers. So, yeah, I mean, this is, there it is. Yeah, no need for Cresselia to stay on the field. Just bring in Volcarona. I like this play, and it's really high level because it's saying, okay, Heat Wave's not 100% accurate. If it misses, like, this way, I still get better positioning, I think.
Yes, I think the only way Shohei could even potentially come back is to read this switch in, Wild Charge the Cresselia slot, have the Heat Wave double miss probably, and then KO the Volcarona turn, but that's a lot of odds you're asking for in your favor.
Now, let's see, though. Gyarados switching in here. I mean, like we said, Heat Wave's not 100% accurate, and Landorus is still quite strong. You might need a critical hit, though, to be honest. Here, the Heat Wave does miss on the...
Oh, it's a miss on the Landorus. Okay.
I think that's probably fine. I mean, Landorus is not going to win a 1 against 4 is my impression at -1 attack.
Definitely not. But we see the Terra Blast coming out anyways. It's being intimidated, so it's probably not going to do too much unless critical hit. But yes, that Volcarona not having its bug typing anymore just tanks it big time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Volcarona has taken so many powerful attacks, right? It took a super effective Choice Specs Energy Ball. It took a Terra Blast. It took multiple Surging Strikes from Urshifu, and yet it still is standing here. It will not go down as the little bug that could. So, I mean, Volcarona, not a Pokemon that's gotten a lot of use at all in this format, it feels like. But Yusei showing, hey, maybe this Pokemon was overlooked like when it shouldn't have been.
Yeah, and I think the high-level play we can kind of put our eyes on here is Shohei Kimura is taking a bit more time to click the forfeit button there. We saw Yusei lock in a lot earlier, so I think as a top player, he's already thinking about the next game after already knowing that this one is a bit over. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what the adjustment for his end might be. We saw that the Volcarona really just carried Yusei through that entire match. Other than the first turn, I'd say he was in a commanding position the entire time. So yeah, do you have any guesses on what Shohei could do to adjust?
Yeah, I think that maybe I actually really liked the lead, to be honest. Like, I thought that Urshifu and Iron Hands applied a ton of pressure, especially with that Surging Strikes Wild Charge double up that I mentioned, threatening pretty much everything on the team. Keyword there is pretty much, though, because if Cresselia switches into two physical attackers, especially if Gyarados is in the lead again, it can, the recoil damage from the Rocky Helmet will be significant, to say the least. So, I think also what's worth noting here is that Yusei didn't even bring the Grimmsnarl, who's a very threatening Pokemon if you try to play at a slower pace. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Shohei adjusts. I don't think that this matchup is very intuitive to play against. I also don't think it helps that, this is likely something that he's never seen before, right? Like this is a weird composition that he doesn't have experience against, and so maybe it's possible that like Shohei has a matchup advantage in the long run, but how do you figure that out when you're already down a game, you know?
Yeah, he really has to think a lot on the fly, and kind of going back to what you mentioned about this team not being super common, I think we talked a bit with some Japanese players, and they were not very optimistic about Grimmsnarl being able to survive in this format, especially with the addition of Urshifu, which is guaranteed critical hits, being able to attack through those screens while kind of nullifying their effects. Really kind of puts it on the back foot, but we saw Yusei really use it convincingly when it had to face down Urshifu, and he doesn't even have a Gastrodon on his team to take up those surging strikes. So yeah, I think this is a really innovative team, and I like to see if he will come up with a different game plan or kind of stick to what worked.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see a Mungus, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get it here. Like, I mean, it does hit with Hex and Leaf Storm. It hits Urshifu, it hits Fluttermane. It's really good into Iron Hands that don't have Heavy Slam, and actually,
it doesn't have the Grass Terra either.
That's correct. Yeah. So I would have loved to see a Mungus here, but it looks like, I mean, Baxcalibur is also really good. I think I incorrectly mentioned that it could Terra Teferi after Volcarona had already terrestrialized. So that's my bad. What's it called? Like when the news article's wrong and you have to put out like a little correction.
Oh yeah. I don't know what you're talking. I'm not enough of a journalist.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, I think that it makes sense to bring Baxcalibur. So we'll have to hope to see a Mungus later. And this is another adjustment that you can make in front of the Volcarona, where you could actually just go for something like an Energy Ball Surging Strikes if you want to make a hard read, or a safer move like Shadow Ball, which is always going to do a ton of damage here. Urshifu just applies so much pressure to Volcarona, so if you're able to supplement that offense with a Pokemon that can punish the terrestrialization, I think that it can work out really well. Main question here is, unlike last game where Gyarados was forced off the field because of the Iron Hands, this game there's nothing that really discourages it. So like, is Gyarados going to be able to just sit here and start Thunder Waving everything? Because like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely has pressure to Thunder Wave. The only thing is that I think on Shohei's end, Iron Hands is a pretty nice switch in, since the Thunder Wave doesn't affect its electric typing. But he would also have to call it correctly. But we see the switch of Volcarona into the Baxcalibur, taking a Shadow Ball, a lot of damage. If it's being doubled into, it might not be good news for Yusei.
Yeah, and you know what? I think part of the reason Gyarados didn't Thunder Wave, this is another correction, is that Urshifu does carry Taunt, unlike close combat. So I like this play a lot from Yusei. I mean, you do give up a lot of health on your Baxcalibur, which isn't great, but also when you think about the last game, the Pokemon that did the most damage to Volcarona was that Energy Ball. So just doing a lot of damage with Waterfall here, easily a 2-hit KO. That honestly might be in range of an Ice Shard from the Baxcalibur, maybe? It might be close. I would say I think it actually is here, if I had to guess. So an interesting trade here where you're still in like a more reactionary position, it feels like, with Yusei, but making use of Gyarados' incredible bulk and great matchup into these two Pokemon allows it to kind of not really be threatened and just be a nuisance on the whole.
Yeah, I also want to give a heads up to the big play by Shohei just now. I guess not big play, but it's a really nuanced play where I think he anticipated Cresselia potentially coming in to take the Surging Strikes. Since it has a Rocky Helmet, it will do a lot of recoil to the Urshifu. So covering out with the Shadow Ball and Surging Strikes, I thought was very clever.
Yeah, we are going to see a switch out of the Fluttermane here. I like that Yusei covered this, because if you don't go for Ice Shard here, you can just end up in a really bad spot really quickly. It is going to be the Iron Hands, and unlike last game where Iron Hands came in and took a ton of damage, this time, I mean, that's not so bad.
Yep. And we see the Surging Strikes. This is a Urshifu that we saw earlier. Doesn't have the close combat.
Ooh, it's gonna be close.
Actually might survive.
No! So close. But yeah, Baxcalibur going down here, I think it's actually a pretty big deal, because this Iron Hands, it's like, how is Yusei gonna get rid of it? And it looks like a Thunder Wave actually connects.
Oh, yep, it's into Urshifu, yes.
I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, if it was double into Iron Hand slot, I think Yusei could definitely be in a lot of trouble. Now he can at least, if all things don't go super well, could rely on the Waterfall and the paralysis chance to work out in his favor. But yeah, like you said, I don't think he has too many ways to hit the Iron Hands very strongly. With this Cresselia, I don't think it has the Psychic move, just Moonblast. So I think, Shohei can definitely leverage this Iron Hands position well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that an adjustment that I really like here is using this Iron Hands, getting it in safely. I mean, it took so much damage last game, and we're seeing just the value in preserving your Iron Hands. It's such a bulky Pokemon that still manages to hit so hard that, bringing it in at the wrong time for your opponent can just be devastating. And here, I mean, Yusei is kind of not forced to give up a Pokemon, but like there's nothing that wants to switch in for Wild Charge like and Surging Strikes. So, oh, interesting. Well, you don't have to switch in if you can just switch where your Pokemon are standing on the field. I forgot about the ally switch here. Here comes Cresselia switching sides. Might be saying, all right, you know how many rid of this Iron Hands is actually Rocky Helmet from Cresselia. Waterfall doing actually a decent chunk. I mean, with
a lot more than
recoil.
expected. But we see the Wild Charge, so not respecting the ally switch for this turn specifically. So we see the recoil from both the Wild Charge and the Rocky Helmet. If the Surging Strikes is going into that slot, but we see the taunt. So maybe that's more like a middle play that Shohei decided to change, where he said, okay, you might ally switch, you might not, but either way, I'm gonna do an attack that kind of respects any remove that you do there, because the taunt is actually pretty nice on the Cresselia there. Now we can only use the Moonblast move, although it is pretty nice into both of Shohei's Pokemon here.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Like Iron Hands, it felt like it had infinite HP when it switched in, and then like, and in front of Cresselia and Gyarados, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, it's not gonna take that much damage, right? I mean, it's an Iron Hands, right? And all of a sudden, it's in KO range from a double up here. So a really, really great ally switch. We're seeing some value there, and I feel like Yusei's just calling when the Voltage and when the Waterfall will happen, but no Protect here from the Iron Hands. Will it survive a Waterfall? I think it might.
Oh, in the red, just enough for more. Oh, it just Volt Switch.
Interesting. Not going for a KO here on the Gyarados, maybe covering for a Protect. It is going to switch out, but I mean, Iron Hands has kind of been neutralized here. I mean, it's lost a lot of its health.
Right. Yeah, I find it interesting that he decided to preserve it. But we see the Flutter Mane come in. Can it take an attack? Yes, from Cresselia, but oh man. Yeah, I think it was pretty smart for Shohei to go for the Surging Strikes there. Like there's way more risk to ally switching in this generation, where it has a chance to fail when using Succession. So it could also cover for a switch in of the Volcarona that's in the back. So yeah, I think Yusei's just biting for a good end game to have with the Volcarona. But yeah, with this Flutter Mane now safely in play, it might be pretty hard to get into that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's also worth noting that neither player has used the Terrestrialization yet, and Gyarados' only damaging move here is Waterfall. I almost wonder, like, Cresselia's been taunted, so Shadow Ball into that safe feels very safe. I almost wonder, is it worth ever Terrestrializing to Grass to potentially live this Waterfall? I can't quite tell if it will be enough. It might be close. I feel like it might allow you to survive. But yeah, I think, like, if you want to anticipate that, do you ever Terrestrialize Cresselia too? And it is Fairy here, so thinking about it here, also that Urshifu is so bulky, not getting 2-hit KO'd by a super effective special Moonblast. Oh, we are going to see a Terra here.
Oh, wow.
Will we see the attack go off, though? Just barely gets it in time. Oh, Urshifu switching out here. I wonder what's coming in. Maybe the Iron Hands, maybe sacrificing it?
Maybe to reposition. Oh,
Landorus.
Oh, so that's another way to live the Waterfall, is to intimidate the Gyarados.
It's going to be close whether or not it survives. We are seeing Terrestrialization come out this turn. I can't tell which player that is.
Yep,
it is Cresselia, so the Terrestrial, that makes sense with Landorus, because you do really want to preserve it for Landorus' Terra Blast here. That also means that Volcarona, who was such a powerful Pokemon last game.
Oh, but he goes for a Shadow Ball
into the Gyarados.
Is this going to be enough?
Oh! A big KO. Gyarados is so especially bulky. I would imagine that was pretty close. And an amazing play from Shohei. It felt like, honestly, Shohei was kind of like behind once the Iron Hands took so much damage. And even with the Fairy Terrestrialization, we're seeing the weakness of Cresselia, which is that it's just not a very offensive Pokemon. It doesn't do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the taunt was really crucial in that Cresselia, kind of limiting its options of not being able to heal, not being able to ally switch again, and I think it made the Shohei's decision making a lot easier. I think the Shadow Ball into that slot was pretty safe in my opinion, especially even if the Volcarona switched, it would take a lot of damage. So yeah, I think Shohei's totally switched the game on its head, and the Volcarona is now forced in, not in a great position, especially since that Landorus can still Terrestrialize into the Flying type to do Terra Blast, while the Volcarona can't necessarily do that. I'm not sure if the taunt has worn off already.
I think there's one more turn left, but I could be wrong. I do think it's worth noting that even though Yusei's down 2 against 4, both of the Pokemon on the back get one shot by Terra Fairy Moonblast. So if he can just find a way through these front Pokemon, like if Volcarona outspeeds these two and like Heatwave picks, oh, we're running out of time.
Oh no.
Moonblast and Protect goes through, I think. We are going to see the Terrestrialization.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, if I had to guess, it would definitely be the Terrestrialization on the Landorus. So potentially Shohei going for the double up into the Cresselia, getting rid of it before it has any more opportunities to ally switch or helping hand. But Yusei might respect that and still attack with the Volcarona.
Oh, it didn't go through. He timed out.
Oh no.
Oh, and a critical hit. Volcarona going for Heat Wave though. Oh, it doesn't pick up the KO. Will it get a burn? No burn.
And the Terror Blast goes into
the
Cresselia.
timeout. Wait. Oh my goodness. It's possible. It's possible for, with the paralysis, Volcarona to win this match because it outspeeds Landorus. So if another Heat Wave goes off, like, it's totally possible for Volcarona to pick up some KOs here.
Yes, and especially if, like, you can't really go for the fake out a Surging Strikes play. Oh, but you can because
there's no Terastallization, but with a paralysis, like, it might be possible here.
That's true.
Volcarona's speed being... this Volcarona feels like it has max special attack, max speed, and max HP.
Yep, so Shohei just goes for the attack, seeing that he can definitely still go for the 75% chance to win.
Oh,
but he misses.
That's going to seal it up, I think. Who does it connect on? Fluttermane, yeah. To be honest, it was going to be really difficult here. You would have needed probably... It might have been 3 paralyses thanks to Urshifu's ability to hit through protect. So what an exciting match. I mean, the timeout there almost saving Yusei, or at least giving them a chance back into the game. Not a super high probability chance, but a chance, and that's what counts. So I don't know about you, Yuki, but it feels like to me the pivotal term was that Terastallization to Fairy on the Cresselia. I feel like if Volcarona had been able to come Water type, get a Quiver Dance up, this might have been a different story. But yeah, also really well disciplined by Shohei to save the Terastallization. Like, I mentioned there, maybe you want to Terastallize Fluttermane, but recognizing I have Landorus in the back and I need this damage for later feels very important.
Yeah, I think one of the parts of Landorus that makes it really hard to use is the fact that your damage output gets significantly affected by whether you can Terastallize it or not. So I think that like lack of flexibility makes it a little bit hard for me to use, but I think Shohei, just like, excellent player that we already know, world champion this year, knows how to preserve the Terastallization, form his game plans without having to use Terastallization in the early game. So I thought that was really impressive. And yeah, I think both players can definitely be adjusting here. We might see the Amoonguss that you're biting.
I hope so. We're hovering Grimmsnarl at the moment, which would be interesting as well. I mean, Baxcalibur didn't feel that strong to me personally. Like, yeah, I understand the hesitance with Grimmsnarl though, because like, I mean, one of the main damaging Pokemon here is that Urshifu, and if you look at the team, there actually aren't that many options to get rid of the Urshifu quickly, because Volcarona doesn't have Giga Drain. I mean, we saw that Moonblast wasn't even a 2-hit KO on the Urshifu as well from Cresselia. Baxcalibur's Glaive Rush at -1 was doing like maybe 50%. I feel like it did like 50-60%, but it's not a one-shot. Gyarados can't damage it very much. So, I mean, if you want to beat the Urshifu, you say there's only one option. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, I think... Oh, no.
Amogus. Sussy.
Left behind. Suspects. Yeah, I think I think it makes sense to me that Yusei's not bringing the Volcarona in the front. I think like you're kind of forced into a pretty difficult 50-50 of, like you said earlier, like is it going to get doubled into through the Terastallization being knocked out? I think Shohei has multiple options to do that, or is it going to stick on? And I think, yeah, in this game 3 when the stakes are very high, he might not want to go for that gamble.
I wonder if Yusei is doing a different type of gamble though, because like the two Pokemon I probably want to fight the least as Grimmsnarl are Fluttermane and Urshifu. And that was the lead from Shohei last game. Like both Pokemon, especially with Choice Specs, threatening a ton. So I'm curious whether or not Yusei intends to Parting Shot or... or like I'm curious what the counterplay is if the lead is the same, but it's not the same. It's actually Landorus and Fluttermane this time.
Yeah, so we see the Landorus come out in the front this time, so threatening the big damage already. I think I can definitely see him using it as a pivot, especially since it got intimidated through this Gyarados here. And yeah, the Fluttermane's really exerting a lot of pressure. The only thing is that there is no taunt potential on Shohei's side for turn 1, so Grimmsnarl can definitely get off a screen if it wanted to, and the Gyarados can definitely get off a Thunder Wave since the Fluttermane doesn't have Protect. So I'm curious to see if an Iron Hands could switch in. That's a pretty safe switch in here. At the expense of not being able to damage.
Yeah, I think that's a great switch. It's so tempting to go for an offensive attack here with with your Fluttermane in front of the Grimmsnarl, but yeah, the Iron Hand switch in, amazing stuff here. Parting Shot's gonna come out here and lower the attack of the Iron Hands, which is good, but you it's not as valuable, it feels like, as the going after the Fluttermane there. So Grimmsnarl switching out. We know it's Cresselia and Volcarona in the back. Volcarona's not a terrible idea here. You're not going to take a Terra Blast, and if it's U-turn into that slot,
the burn chance.
I mean, getting a burn would be massive. I mean, you also could do the safer thing and do Rocky Helmet, with Cresselia here, but it is going to be Volcarona.
Going for it.
I feel like this has got to be U-turn, right?
Yes, yeah. I think there's no reason for Landros to want to stay in here.
Oh, will it burn?
Is he going
This
for
could
it?
be
He's
game
praying.
changing.
Go for it.
No! Okay. Shohei smiling there. He goes, ooh, that was kind of close, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, I think that was right from Yusei. I mean, you get like if you get the burn there, the game becomes significantly easier. We saw Landers clean up last time, and yeah, because like basically there's only a couple physical attackers. Oh, I guess actually Shohei's been bringing 3 physical attackers here, but getting a burn on one of them when the Urshifu with you Terrestrialize isn't as threatening is just really nice. And here we see the Thunder Wave failing against the Iron Hand, so a great switch here. And, you know, funnily enough, this is kind of
Exact same position as the game 1.
Exactly, including like, okay, like yes, Iron Hands hasn't been intimidated, or like yes, Urshifu hasn't been intimidated, but Iron Hands is -1, and that's interesting because Urshifu was critting through anyway. So this is pretty much the exact same position as game 1. So will we see that Surging Strikes Wild Charge double up?
Yeah, and I think the Iron Hands even isn't intimidated either, so they're both...
it took the parting shot, I believe.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
You're
Yes,
totally
it didn't,
fine.
yeah, it
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
get intimidated. So, yeah, like you said, I think the double up seems kind of obvious and hard to punish, I think. So, yeah, but at the same time, I think Shohei can definitely anticipate the Cresselia being the 4th Pokemon here. So, Yusei could take that safer route, or he could just say that Shohei's going to respect this.
Yeah, I think that, like, it makes sense. Like, it does seem obvious to switch Cresselia in here, but because you brought Grimmsnarl, maybe you might expect Shohei to think that the last is Baxcalibur, because you also have been using that. Oh, and we see a little bit of a pop-off here. Let's see here. Here comes Grimmsnarl.
He knows it's the Grimmsnarl, so maybe he...
Oh.
Surging Strike. Oh, that's so smart.
Incredible play. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because you figure, okay, either, like, no way Volcar is going to let you Surging Strikes here, right?
Yep.
So either you think that you're going to get the, like they're going to Terrestrialize, in which case it doesn't really matter. Oh, and a Volt Switch again, the exact, actually a better play compared to game 1, right? Like, where it was Surging Strikes. Wow, that was a very, very aggressive read, but it pays off in spades for Shohei.
Definitely, like he knew the pressure he was exerting, knew that Yusei just couldn't Terrestrialize and go for the Quiver Dance again, so just pivots with the Volt Switch. He even commented to me earlier that he felt he was carried so much by that move on Iron Hands, so I just love seeing how it helps in position like this. And now I assume he brings in the Flutter Mane, which pressures so much damage on both of these Pokemon.
It's starting to look pretty rough, to be honest. Like, Cresselia is a great Pokemon, but in front of Taunt Urshifu and potentially Dazzling Gleam or even Shadow Ball from the Flutter Mane, like, and the Iron Hand still hasn't taken damage. We mentioned this in the last game, and like Grimmsnarl does not help you get damage on Iron Hands, or like not meaningful damage at the very least. So I mean, it kind of feels like Shohei's in a super dominant position, but this game is certainly not over by any means. Like, I feel like one thing that we've been noting is how much things swing throughout the course of the set. So yeah, but I think Shohei is just positioned masterfully, and we're seeing kind of Yusei struggle to keep up here.
Yeah, I think he has a pretty safe like Dazzling Gleam and Taunt. I think it's pretty hard to punish that, especially with Yusei not having the ability to protect with either of these Pokemon. But we see even more repositioning from Shohei, so just racking up the advantage potentially. Switching into the Landorus.
Oh, interesting. Huh, I'm a little surprised to not see Iron Hands come in here. I figured that you were trying to punish the Gyarados next. Here we go. Yuki, which screen is this?
So this is Light Screen.
Okay, interesting. Oh, and it's actually a Shadow Ball coming out, not a Dazzling Gleam like I expected. And even through the light screen, doing so much damage. Moonblast, not doing very much damage.
Yeah, so I guess that was Shohei just reading the fact that Yusei would read getting taunted, so you go for a Moonblast. And I think both these Pokemon could take that attack really well. And now there's 2 Pokemon that have taken a lot of damage. They're both slower than what Shohei has. Just really great positioning to rack up the advantage.
Absolutely, and the thing is that every time this Landorus hits the field, Yusei's forced to cover for it Terrestrializing, but I suspect that Shohei is just going to U-turn. We're actually seeing the power of Volt Switch and U-turn, switching moves that allow you to, make a decision in the middle of the turn while still doing some damage. So Gyarados coming in here, I mean, if this is a Terra Blast, I think it's a great position. Like, Shohei is threatening a KO on both Pokemon here, though I don't think you need to Terrestrialize for that. But yeah, no Terrestrialization, Reflect coming out. Flutterman going to go for a Shadow Ball here into the Gyarados. Not going to read into the Ally Switch here. I think that makes sense. How much will this do? Fair bit of damage. Oh, huge special defense drop.
Oh, and then he's stopping Tantrums into the Gyarados. So we get the double damage next turn. Probably not super relevant, but Yeah, I think it's pretty important for Yusei to make sure this Gyarados stays healthy so that I can at least get 1 or 2 Thunder Waves off and set up for the Volcarona. I think that's really just the last bet he has. I'm quite surprised that he didn't end up sacrificing the Cresselia earlier and maybe parting shotting so that he can get the Volcarona going ASAP.
Yeah, I think it makes sense though, just when you think about like this Iron Hands, because like Grimmsnarl and Gyarados can't beat the Iron Hands, whereas Cresselia can in a 1 versus 1. So we are going to see a parting shot coming out here, and like once again we're under the threat of Thunder Wave, and once again Shohei says, I'm not going to let you Thunder Wave my Fluttermane. Like, I don't care if I'm threatening a KO, like I'm not going to let you do it. Iron Hand switching in again here, parting shot coming out, lowering it to -1 attack, but I mean with the Reflect this is meaningful, but the question is who's coming in here? Is it Cresselia, who like taking a U-turn would be kind of bad, would put in range of like a reposition from this Fluttermane, or is it going to be Volcarona, who could take a double damage Stomping Tantrum? It is going to be Cresselia. I think that's safer. Volcarona is pretty much your only way back into this match.
If we see the U-turn here, nope, we see the Stomping Tantrum again into the Cresselia, which looked safe at first, but yeah.
Oh, it's a waterfall. I'm sorry. I definitely. Oh, critical
big
hit!
Critical hit.
That actually is huge.
I think he's potentially back in the game. Like, Cresselia has a lot of options. Yes, I think Shohei has the fake out pressure here, so he can definitely reposition. But yeah, I think, Yusei has opportunities to read any switches or any U-turns and go for a Thunder Wave. Cresselia could go for any Lunar Blessings to raise the stamina of Gyarados. Yeah, it's difficult for me to know how. There's a lot of options that both players have this turn.
Absolutely, and I think the thing is that a lot of this game is revolving around Volcarona, and Iron Hands is kind of the safest bet to dealing with that, thanks to the Terra Water, which is, this time is being preserved. So we are going to see a fake out into the Cresselia here, actually allowing Iron Hands to take even more damage from the Rocky Helmet here. As U-turn also, this chip is non-trivial, honestly.
Yes.
Like, this chip actually matters a lot. Cresselia doesn't take that much damage. It does about as much to Landorus. Landorus switching out here. The question is, who's coming in? Is it going to be that Urshifu, or is it going to be the Fluttermane?
So with Landorus not being able to do any big damage move other than U-turn or Terra Blast in front of these two like floating Pokemon, I think he could Thunder Wave that slot. Does he go for it?
Yeah! Oh my goodness, what an aggressive prediction using Thunder Wave in front of a Landorus Therian, but it pays off in a massive way in Fluttermane, which thus far has been honestly a real pain in the butt because it's been outspeeding everything, is now stuck in front of this Gyarados who, the Helping Hand Waterfall, that could... That'll do a lot of damage if Yusei decides to go for it. And yeah, like this match was feeling honestly kind of doomed, and all of a sudden it's brought back around.
This is just great positioning prediction over on Yusei's end. Now that there's paralysis on that Fluttermane, I believe all of Yusei's Pokemon Volcarona is faster than all of Shohei's Pokemon, so
yeah, you're right.
A lot easier to position the Volcarona now. The Iron Hands is a very low HP, so I think a terrestrialization of water on the Volcarona could end up being pretty safe in the long term. So let's see, we see Lunar Blessing coming out from the Cresselia, being able to attack first, so that's a pretty fast Cresselia, and we see Yusei spraying, maybe he's going for that waterfall. Can it do it?
It's a lot of damage. Here's the Moonblast though. Unfortunate, but Gyarados actually will take that pretty well. Honestly, eats the Citrus Berry, and the Lunar Blessing here, even if Gyarados ends up going down, this is still relevant because Wild Charge is a recoil move.
Yes, and it goes for the Volt Switch again.
Oh, and that does very little. And in part, Yuki, it's not only the Light Screen, but that Iron Hands took a parting shot, so the special attack drop actually being relevant here, which is funny. That's not often you see Iron Hands special attack coming into play, but...
Yep. So now we see a pivot maybe into the Landorus to lower Gyarados' damage output so that it can't knock out the Fluttermane next turn. But with the help of Helping Hand, that could change things. And I think Shohei still hasn't terrestrialized, so it could terrestrialize into Terra Grass, which we don't see too often to also survive, but not something you want to do on a Pokemon that's paralyzed. So yeah, this is another tough turn. I think we've seen that the Landorus is faster than the Gyarados.
Yes, I believe so. And I think also the Cresselia as well. So this is interesting. I mean, you still have this Grimmsnarl on the back who could be sacrificed. I don't think it's a terrible idea to let it go down. The other thing worth noting here is that the damage is starting to add up, and Urshifu, I don't think Urshifu can beat Volcarona on a 1 versus 1. So once, yes, Quiver Dance is like tempting to go for a sweep, but like at a certain point, Heat Wave's gonna do it. You know what I mean? So I think Shohei has to be very careful in terms of when he actually takes knockouts and which Pokemon he KOs in going for these knockouts.
And I think Volcarona can come in at any point this time, right? Like it can Heat Wave and probably knock out the Flutter Mane even if it terrestrializes. So I think you just want a little bit more damage on the Landorus.
Yeah.
And I think Terra Water Volcarona is in great shape. But we see the switch out maybe to an Iron Hand so that has a little bit more leeway next turn. But no, we see the Urshifu.
Oh, and a U-turn. That's not going to pick up the KO here. And actually, more Rocky Helmet damage. Yuki, this is getting very close to being in Heat Wave range. A little more chip.
I don't see how Shohei can beat the Terra Water Volcarona anymore, right? Like, I mean, the Urshifu is the only Pokemon at full health, but we know that it matches up very poorly into Volcarona as terrestrialized.
Here comes Iron Hands, and what happens? Another Lunar Blessing. So, like, yes, the damage is you know, adding up, but it's also subtracting down. I'm so sorry. Waterfall into Iron Hands. I mean, that's
also non-trivial.
Non-trivial damage. Like, okay, Waterfall on its own, like, Gyarados on its own certainly doesn't beat Iron Hands, but when you start hitting it, like, with over and over and over again, and the Iron Hands never wants to go for Wild Charge.
That could have pushed the Iron Hands into Bug Buzz range. Its Assault Vest has a lot of HP, so it might have been able to take it early before the Waterfall, but now I think Ryusei might position the Volcarona to be its one enemy in terrestrial form.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like, it's just so hard to break this Cresselia, and kind of the unsung hero here is this Grimmsnarl. I mean, the screens that it set up, when it set up those screens, it was like looking kind of bad, and we're actually seeing like the dividends that you know, kind of happened here by going for it. Urshifu gonna protect here. So question is what is Iron Hands going for, and what is Yusei going for?
Right, we see the Moonblast going into the Urshifu. Probably not going to, unless it wants a Thunder Wave, but it waterfalls into the Iron Hands. If this flinches, I think this is very bad.
Oh! A huge flinch there. Iron Hands, like, it looked so threatening. It did so much damage to so many of Yusei's Pokemon, but I mean, the Volt Switch actually kind of, I feel like maybe just taking trades here would have been better at a certain point. I mean, you know, hindsight's 2020, me on the analyst desk, but yeah. I mean, like, we've talked, it's so funny how much pressure Volcarona is exerting here, because
it's not even on the board. It has barely even showed up.
Yeah, it showed up, it switched out, it took a little damage. Here comes the Surging Strikes here, afraid to attack the Cresselia. We see the deterrent that is Rocky Helmet here.
Yes.
And Gyarados is so tanky. We see the value of that Citrus Berry. Without it, it would have gone down, but with it, it's still alive. This Gyarados has been on the field for so long. It got special defense dropped, and it's still here. Moonblast coming out, again, under 50%. But, I mean, this damage is adding up, and while Yusei is healing thanks to Lunar Blessing, all damage on Shohei is permanent, especially now that there's no Drain Punch healing.
Yeah, I think I respect Yusei's decision to not go for any more Lunar Blessings that turn. I think it's come to the point where Yusei just wants to get the Volcarona in ASAP, and especially while the Urshifu is still on the board, right? And now that we have a Flutter Mane that's paralyzed, yeah, I think he just wants one of these Pokemon to faint so he can get that free switch in.
By the way, something worth noting is you can see the top right.
I just noticed that too.
Your time has fallen to below 1 minute. For those of you who don't know, players have a total of 7 minutes to make all of their moves to the game. That time doesn't run once they've selected a move, but Shohei has used 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Thanks, math. Of his time already. So, oh yeah, this Cresselia has Ally Switch as well. Ally Switching, if Urshifu Ally Switches or attacks Surging Strikes into Cresselia with the Rocky Helmet, I mean, that's going to put almost everything in Heat Wave range, if not already in Heat Wave range.
Yeah, at first we're thinking like, oh, like Volcarona needs to get some clear dances up, but no, it can just sweep with just
Here it comes. Oh, he celebrates. He called it.
So he probably
Surging
Strikes, so attacks first. And he had the Cresselia already moved, so I think if this is a Shadow Ball, this could be a double knockout. But is Yusei even unhappy about that?
I feel like, I mean, we've been talking about a Volcarona, but like, doesn't have enough to take down all 3 Pokemon.
And I think Light Screen just expired the previous turn, so that's a big knockout.
Wow, wait, so this is swung again. All of a sudden, Shohei in the Pokemon lead, though their time is running pretty low here, and I think, was that a screen ending, Yuki?
That's a Reflect ending, so yeah, Yusei no longer has any screens. So yeah, it's really just Volcarona versus the world. I think any Pokemon touching Grimmsnarl will faint it. So yeah, Grimmsnarl has one more party attack left, I think. So
44 seconds. They only used 4 seconds the last turn. That's
to
great.
Make that big prediction too.
That's right. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, they made a very aggressive read there. Here we go, taking advantage of the time they have left, thinking about whether or not they want to set up a screen, whether they want to go for a Spirit Break. It does look like a Reflect is going to get set up here. We are going to see the Terrestrialization. The question is it Quiver Dance? It is.
Wow.
Here we go, Quiver Dance, and here we see the value of this Volcarona outspeeding Urshifu. If not for it, you know, maybe Taunt could do something. Oh, Urshifu actually terrestrializing here. Oh, maybe they're going for the no burn, like hoping that the Flame Body doesn't activate. I mean, the damage will be significant. Shadow Ball's a powerful move.
Yeah, so I guess it's a double up into
Volcarona. Yeah, makes sense. Urshifu is not paralyzed either, so I mean, could this be the damage that Shohei needs? It's gonna be really close here. First up, Reflect, although it's not. Oh, first up, Aqua Jet. Picking up the KO on the Grimmsnarl, not letting it set up Reflect.
Yeah, I didn't even consider that. Wow. So yeah, Grimmsnarl couldn't get any screens up, and now we can see a Shadow Ball.
No, first the Quiver Dance.
The Quiver Dance.
Yeah, Light Screen I believe is still up, or am I incorrect about that? No, Light Screen was up
both
first. There's
screens are
no
gone.
screens.
So can this Flutter Mane attack? Oh, gets a
Shadow Ball. A critical hit would end this.
Absolutely.
No. Wait,
no
that
special
didn't
defense
do.
prop.
Oh, but Yuki, the Urshifu is no longer fighting type, which means Bug Buzz is now effective against it.
Oh.
So the question is, do you want to go for the Heat Wave 2-hit KO and risk maybe going down, or do you want to go for Bug Buzz?
That's true.
Oh, the read!
Protect.
What an aggressive prediction! Was the Terra Water in part a bait to get the Bug Buzz to lock into that
Oh
slot?
my goodness.
Will Flutter Mane be able to attack here?
Oh! Shadow Ball. Is it in Aqua Jet range?
No.
No way.
But it's in Surging Strike's range for sure.
Yes. I think he definitely still wants to Bug Buzz that slot.
3 minutes left. This battle's so close. The question is, oh man, I feel like you have to
You
Bug
have to
Buzz.
read whether the Urshifu will switch out or not. And he goes for the
Aqua Jet! Oh, wait, this could be
Do it.
70 down to 7!
7.
Is there a burn? Critical hit!
Crit.
Oh,
He wave hits both. We get a crit here. No.
no crit. Is there a burn?
No burn.
Oh my goodness.
What a match.
What a match. Oh my goodness. I mean, without the crit, I think Volcarona is still getting two-shot. It needed the burn there. It had two opportunities with Flame Body and Heat Wave, but oh man, what a great call to terrestrialize Urshifu. They saved Landorus the whole game. It felt like, oh yeah,
Yes.
Landorus gonna take the Terra, of course. Saw an opportunity and went for it. And with only a couple seconds left on the clock here, Aqua Jet gonna come out here, and we see the power of Urshifu. Shohei is celebrating a little bit.
Yeah.
So well played from Yusei, and there's the Flame Body. A little insult to injury. 2 minutes left on the clock overall, and wow, what a phenomenal set. I mean, that was so back and forth. Like the whole game, I was like, oh, like Yusei's winning, Shohei's winning. Like it felt like duck season, rabbit season to me. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's just like it felt like Shohei was really turned on the Jets in the first 1 or 2 turns, and then became a little bit too passive, and then kind of let Yusei get back into the game. And then all of a sudden, I think towards the end, there was definitely a turning point. I mean, can you think of what it was?
I feel like it was the turn where I think it was the double KO turn.
Yeah, the
And
double KO
I'll tell
was
you
big.
why, because there, Yusei went for Ally Switch and Moonblast and lost Gyarados and Cresselia in the same turn.
Yes.
And if that had just been a Moonblast into the Urshifu, the damage would have been enough that Heat Wave could have just won on its own. So I think that was, to me, that was the pivotal turn.
Sure.
But we are very fortunate in that we can actually invite our players in to talk about the match. So come on in, guys. Yeah, we'd love to talk to you.
Okay. Please sit
Yeah.
down. Wow, what an incredible match. I mean, maybe Wolf, you can ask the questions, I can go ahead and translate.
Sure. So I think, first of all, amazing set. You both played very, very well. I guess, Yusei, what Pokemon were you most worried about from Shohei?
素晴らしい試合でした。ユセイ選手はジン選手のチームで何を警戒してましたか？
そうですね、やっぱり一番はウーラオスの挑発があるということで、こちら、クレセリアだったりオーロンゲだったり、挑発を食らうと機能停止してしまうポケモンが多いので、その対処に一番気を使いました。
So, seeing that due to the open team sheet, he saw that there was taunt on the Urshifu on Shohei's side. So, because of that, he has a lot of Pokemon like Grimmsnarl and Cresselia that really get neutered with the taunt. So, he really respected the Urshifu.
Yeah, thank you. Shohei, what was your thought about the Volcarona? What Pokemon did you think was important to preserve to make sure you could beat it?
ジン選手の目線から相手の、ウルガモスが脅威だったと思うんですけど、どう立ち回りを意識して最後に倒せるようにしようとしましたか？
鉄のカイナと、ウーラオスをうまく使って水テラス切られても、電気技を通すか、ウーラオスかランドロスでテラスタイプを誘導するつもりで立ち回ってました。
Yeah, so he knows that even with Terrastellation or not, Urshifu and the Iron Hands both had good offensive and defensive options. Mm-hmm. So he also wanted to utilize his own Urshifu and Landorus to force the Terrastellation on the Volcarona and then probably finish with the Iron Hands.
I see. That makes sense. Yusei, were you considering bringing Amoongus at all? And if not, like why Grims? Like what made you switch to Grimsnarl in the third game?
ユーセイ選手としてはモロバレルを連れていく考えありましたか？もしくはなぜそのオーロンゲを代わりに出すことを考えましたか？
モロバレルはまあ確かにあったんですけれども、まず第一でウルガモスを通すゲームだっていうのはあって、そのサポートしてギャラドス、あと3ゲーム目に予約出したんですよ、オーロンゲが必要、あとクレセリアもウーラオスの対処に必要っていうところをもろもろ考えると、最終的にモロバレルがどうしても入れられないなっていうところに落ち着きました。
Yeah, I think it's mostly due to like a process of elimination. Like he needed the Cresselia to, take the hits from the Urshifu. Definitely need the Gyarados to do a similar role, and definitely made an adjustment with the Grimmsnarl. So with those other three Pokemon, didn't really think he could bring the Amoonguss.
I see. That makes sense. Shohei, did you think about bringing your own Amoonguss at all? I noticed there weren't that many spore immunities, so I was curious if it was something you thought about or if you thought you needed your damaging Pokemon more.
翔平選手としてはモロバレルを出すことは検討しましたか？相手の構築にはあまりキノコの胞子を防げるポケモンがあまりないので。
なんか三日月の祈りがあるからちょっと出しにくかったかなっていうのと、雄星選手がセグレイブを2戦とも出してきたので、ちょっとモロバレルを出すって考えにはならなかったかなと思います。
Yeah, so I think he really respected Lunar Blessing a lot. Didn't really have opportunities to get rid of the Cresselia very fast, so the Lunar Blessing was bound to go off. And then also, Yusei brought the Baxcalibur first two games, so that also just felt like it was a bad position for his Amoonguss.
Okay, that makes sense. Awesome. I think those are all my questions. It was an incredible set. It was so exciting. Felt back and forth. So thank you very much for kicking off our day with such a strong performance.
とても交互にアドバンテージが移る試合だったので、とても面白い第一試合だったのでありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Good luck in the rest. Thank you.
健闘になります。
はい、ありがとうございます。
はい。OK。ではこれで選手には戻っていただきます。はい。
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Awesome. I mean, we really couldn't ask for a better match to kick off today. I can't even imagine what the players are feeling. I feel like I'm sweating just watching this. Wow, yeah, that was so exciting. And yeah, I mean, it was so interesting seeing how the players adjusted. It was so funny to see. Sometimes I'd be like, oh, Grimmsnarl, they brought Grimmsnarl to this match, it's not doing anything, seems to be really bad. And then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, wasn't Grimmsnarl really good here? And then later in the set I was like, oh yeah, Cresselia took so much damage, it switched in, it's it didn't do anything, it's gonna get KO'd next attack, and then it sticks around and it's like, wait, Cresselia actually did a lot here. So it was really interesting seeing how the players adjusted. And our next players are getting set up as well. I'm gonna try and pull up the team sheets here. This is, or maybe you should do this.
I
do. Our next match here is going to be between Alcana and Snow. Who I think my guess is that for people who follow, for the VGC, really deep in the weeds people, this is going to be one of our more anticipated matches, because these are two players who I don't know, they're probably not the single most well-known players in Japan, but they're both incredibly strong trainers here. Is this the correct team sheet?
Yes, so that's for Snow. And
yes,
I think this might be what we have.
Interesting. So we'll give you guys a little bit of a preview here. We have Terra Water Heatran from Snow, which is unusual. It's almost always grass, and occasionally it's fairy. Terra Water Heatran with Heavy Slam, Protect, Magma Storm, and Iron Defense. So this is an extraordinarily unusual Heatran set, we've got Terragrass, Pixie Plate, Fluttermane. Oh, you can see them on your screen here.
There we go.
Thank you so much, production. Yeah, so talking about the team on the bottom right, we've got this Terragrass, Pixie Plate, Fluttermane. I'm a big fan of Pixie Plate myself personally. Another Cresselia, but this one with both Icy Wind and Trick Room. This is actually a combination that my friend Aaron Trailer was really interested in, this Icy Wind, Trick Room, Cresselia. I'm really interested to see how this works. We do have an Amoonguss, but for some reason it's not holding the Life Orb. It's actually holding the Citrus Berry, and once again, Taunt Urshifu. And if you want to break down Kiwamu's team, Yuki, that'd be great.
Sure, yeah. So we see the Rillaboom, Heatran, Urshifu, Fluttermane, Chien-Pao, and Tornadus. I think the Rillaboom is relatively standard. I think there's a bit of debate between the Terra Fire or the Terra Poison. And yeah, I think that's a pretty standard Rillaboom that is supporting the team pretty well, especially the Heatran that has a substitute with the Fake Out. And I think the Tornadus having Sunny Day, maybe it's because I don't have too much experience with Tornadus teams, but I always find it interesting when there's a Tornadus with Sunny Day, but there's also an Urshifu next to it.
Yeah.
It seems like it kind of limits your options like a little bit, since they're both really strong Pokemon that you want to bring to a lot of the matches. But it seems like it really wants to support the Fluttermane a lot, and maybe you can take the plan to drastically reduce the damage output from opposing Urshifus.
Absolutely. There's actually a lot of similarities between these teams. They both have Fluttermane with Pixie Plate and the same 4 moves. They both have the same 4 moves on Chien-Pao, though one of them is Terra Ghost, one of them is Terra Grass. I would say that probably Terra Ghost is slightly better here, though it's not a Pokemon that loves to Terrasilize. The speed control mon is going to be different, as is the Heatran. It's interesting that neither Heatran can do anything to the other Heatran. Like, they have, I guess, imagine you Terrasilize to water and then Terra Blast just annihilate you.
Oh, true. So that could be actually something that Kiwama goes for, right? Like, try to force the Terrasalization on the Heatran, pressuring with the Urshifu maybe, and then go for the Terra Blast to make kind of a one-sided mirror matchup.
I feel like if you're Tomoyuki, you might not want to bring the Heatran, to be honest, just because, they have Heatran, my best option is Heavy Slam.
Yeah.
I guess with Citrus Berry, you might win eventually.
Ooh, we see a big lock-in already over from Kiwamu's end.
Oh, wow. I wasn't even looking. Yeah.
Sorry, it was like less than 30 seconds, so pretty confident in his game plan, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm also interested to see how this Cresselia can do. Like you talked about earlier, I think that's something that our group has talked about a lot, thanks to our friend Aaron Trailer. And unlike the previous match, there's no taunt users on at least on Kiwamu's side. So I think the Cresselia able to use its bulk, get off a pretty pivotal Trick Room or Icy Wind at certain times.
Absolutely, yeah. We see a difference in grass types as well with the Rillaboom versus the Amoonguss. At least for us going into Worlds, we felt pretty strongly we wanted a grass type, and both of them had a lot of success. So it'll be interesting kind of seeing how they match up against one another. Yeah, I think really for me the question is one of these Chien-Pao's faster than the other one, and if not, how do the Fluttermane stack up against one another? We do see both players locking in now. Sorry, I think you all probably can't see that. We have multiple monitors, so we get multiple vision. We are starting the match
luxury of the Umbra setup.
Yes,
Umbra
thank you,
difference.
Team Umbra. Yeah, hashtag Umbra diff.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, because I honestly feel like Snow cannot bring their Heatran.
You're right.
So I feel like which 4 Pokemon they bring are a little bit more limited. We are going to see
Snow's bringing out the Chien-Pao and the Urshifu Water, whereas Kiwamu's bringing out the Fluttermane and Tornadus.
That is certainly Kiwama leaning back in their chair here. I mean, this is 2 offensive leads, but I mean, the Fluttermane's sitting kind of pretty here.
But at the same time, I think Tomoyuki's Urshifu is actually positioned pretty poorly now, right? If the Sunny Day goes up, Fluttermane gets powered up, and then the Urshifu has very little ways to hit the Fluttermane.
Yeah.
So they just need to worry about the Chien-Pao.
The interesting thing here is, what is the boost on the Fluttermane? What type is it getting? Is it speed or is it special attack? Because this Fluttermane has a ton of HP investment, a ton.
That's true. Wow, that's almost as the most HP investment you can give.
Yeah, very near max there. And that's relevant because if it's not a speed boosting Fluttermane, then the combination of Sunny Day and Dazzling Gleam is very different. But actually, switching out here, Chien-Pao's going to switch most likely, I would say Amoonguss, but let's see what comes in here.
The Cresselia, so definitely able to take those Dazzling Gleams a lot better. And we see a Terrasalization happen.
I believe this is the Fairy one first, yeah. The question is Urshifu going to Terrasilize here? And if not, is it going to Protect? Because I think Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam will certainly pick up a KO here.
Yes, and with the Tornadus not having Taunt, I believe that Cresselia can definitely get an attack up next turn. Oh, but we do see a Terrasalization.
Great Terrasalization here, yeah. I think the Tornadus actually does have Taunt, but will it make it through the turn with this? Because this Terra Water Surging Strike, Sunny Day was not chosen, so something is going to take a big hit here, and something is most likely going to faint.
So we see the Tailwind going up. Probably not going to affect the speed tiers too much for this turn. And we see the Dazzling Gleam come out. Urshifu able to survive thanks to the terrestrialization, but still going to take a lot of damage.
Critical hit would have been pretty big there.
It's probably going to retaliate into which slot?
Fluttermane. That's bulky, but it's not surviving Terra Water. Mystic Water. Only has 2 hits.
Just 2 hits.
Wow, there's the end of Fluttermane. So, I mean, I would say that probably wasn't the most effective use of terrestrialization. It's certainly, the damage is nice and it could add up, but like, because you weren't one-shotting the Urshifu anyway, even with terrestrialization, it's a little bit spooky. And this Chen Pao, I feel like in the West especially, Crunch Chen Pao picked up a lot. I think maybe in Japan as well, but both these players do not have Crunch on their Chen Pao, which means Chen Pao's best move to Cresselia is Sucker Punch, which is not super likely to work in this position, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. And I guess I'm wondering like what the risk would have been for going for Sunny Day instead. Like, I'm not sure if you would have gone too much out of outspeeding the opposing Chen Pao because it has the Focus Sash item, so it would be guaranteed to survive.
Yeah. I think that like maybe the fear was Icicle Crash picking up a KO. I don't. It depends on how. Like with that much HP, I would hope you would survive. But like I also don't know. It is worth noting that this Cresselia is actually holding the Rocky Helmet item, and so it's not like a Citrus Barrier or something. So it's possible that like a. I don't think Bleak Windstorm plus Icicle Crash would KO, but I also don't know that for a fact.
Though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean you also have to hit your Bleak Windstorms, which is always a tough ask.
So this could be a pretty variance-filled turns. It seems like both of the optimal attacking moves on Kiwamu's end are relatively inaccurate. So yeah, so Tomoyuki is going to go for that detect. Doesn't want to take damage here. Probably think that Cresselia can take all the attacks, but the Icicle Crash goes in, does... Oh, definitely not in Bleak Windstorm range, but is it going to hit? I think it missed.
Oh. And Cresselia?
Oh, it flinches.
Oh, a huge flinch there. I think that play makes a lot of sense from Tomoyuki because of the Terra Water, your Urshifu is actually in Sucker Punch range. So
yes,
like it's kind of risky to go for like I think ideally like if it let's say didn't have Sucker Punch, you actually maybe want to just go for an Aqua Jet and just say, all right, like you're gonna take out my Urshifu, but I've broken your Focus Sash. Now my Chen Pao went the 1v1, but we're seeing the power of Icicle Crash over Ice Spinner there. By the way, like not only do you not take Rocky Helmet damage, but you also flinch. So. A pretty massive swing there.
And I would argue that actually Tomoyuki is in a worse spot now because that Cresselia is still there, and the fact that it flinched. Now I think Kiwami has the opportunity to go for a double KO. And I don't know if Tomoyuki has great defensive pivoting options into these two types. And we see the Sucker Punch, and we see this is going to be a single target Bleak Windstorm.
I don't think this gets it. What do you think?
I think it might survive on a sliver of health. It depends on how the Cresselia is trained.
I think it's going to live on 7%.
Oh, but there's another miss!
Oh, a huge miss. And this time there's no Icicle Crash to no flinch and Icy Wind. Oh my goodness, that's really unfortunate because the whole point of using Sucker Punch there is to avoid losing your Focus Sash. At least that's my opinion on it.
Yep.
And now the Focus Sash is gone anyway. Actually, we do see, by the way, the Covert Cloak preventing the speed drop from Icy Wind. So.
I was wondering, like, wait, I thought I had one more animation to see before moving, but yeah, that's a great call out. So I guess the Chen Pao is the only Pokemon that had his speed lowered, and it's still in Tailwind, so it's probably inconsequential, but the important part was definitely getting rid of that Focus Sash.
Yeah, absolutely. It is worth noting that Icy Wind did 10 damage, and if my math is my math correct, Yuki, how much is it going to heal from Grassy Terrain? It'll heal 9, right?
I think it'll heal 9.
So actually, it needs 2 turns of Grassy Terrain to get back to that that Focus Sash. Though it is worth noting that even though the Chen Pao is Terra Ghost on on Snow's team, the Terra's already been used, so the possibility of like fake out is still very much real. We are going to see Rillaboom potentially switching in here. Kiwamu making a very aggressive prediction here. Cresselia like cannot predict itself, and Chen Pao is in range of a Sacred Sword plus Bleak Windstorm double up. So the question is, will Tomoyuki predict that? Will they predict the ignoring of the Chen Pao? Because I think if Sacred Sword goes off here, Yuki, I think this game is over.
I totally agree. And at the same time, I think the game could be over for Tomoyuki as well if he doesn't protect the Chen Pao and you get a free Bleak Windstorm and a Sacred Sword. So I think both players understand the risks, and now it's about how do they read their opponent.
I like how quickly Kiwamu locked in, by the way. Like, there was like no hesitation.
That's
it was
true.
Just immediate, like, I'm going for this play.
Event team preview too.
Yeah.
So. We see the Icicle Crash.
Icicle Crash will. Oh my goodness! What an aggressive prediction there. taking out the Rillaboom in one
Oh, it's a critical hit.
hit. I don't think the critical hit mattered. Maybe it might have mattered.
It could have mattered. Wow. And do we see the flinch? Oh, no flinch.
Oh, icy wind. So yeah. Oh man. I mean, it was a great. I think it was what Kiwamo needed to get back into the game, and what an aggressive play from Tomoyuki. I think if you lose Chen Pao there, game is over. So I mean, yeah, really, really, especially without knowing the last slot, like it feels really risky to make a play like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess it makes some sense. I don't know. Yeah, that was. I'm really impressed with the guts to go for a play like that. The only thing is that this actually isn't over, because something like Icicle Crash miss here, like into the Tornadus, Bleakwind takes both, and then maybe Tailwind Sacred Sword can give you the KO.
Sure, yeah. I guess the thing I want to point out earlier too is also that like Tomoyuki was in a very bad position if Kiwamo had read him and just doubled into the Chen Pao, because the Icy Wind doesn't really do too much, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have a Covert Cloak, you're not losing any speed on there, and the Chen Pao already lost its speed and its Focus Sash, so yeah, I think that was very aggressive from Tomoyuki, and it pays off dividends.
There's a mind game going on here, which is that Tornadus can't protect itself, so that I almost wonder if like, do you read the protect, or do you do you predict that, oh, like it's so obvious to go for Icicle Crash? What's going on here?
Oh, it's an Icicle Crash that missed
Oh
the
my
Tornadus.
goodness.
So
Wait, but Bleakwind misses?
Oh, and the Cresselia.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, I did a lot. Wait, if there's a speed
Did a
drop.
lot.
Oh my
Oh!
goodness! Now, because of the Covert Cloak, both Pokemon are in range of Bleakwind Storm. This is swung around
Oh my
again.
goodness.
You know,
Oh.
I don't like using inaccurate moves. I never wanted to use Tornadus. I never wanted to use Icicle Crash Chen Pao. This is why. This is 100% why. And actually, the grassy terrain means that Focus Sash is on the table.
It's coming back.
Yeah.
It's coming back if this Chen Pao can survive this turn. Yeah, I mean, I guess you would.
Tailwind and Sacred Sword feels safe, right? Like,
Yes.
But the thing is that it also means you're only getting one KO this turn, and you're opening yourself up to protect. So
And you can also Trick Room.
yes,
with the
that's
Cresselia.
true.
And you would imagine the Tortoise would never taunt it, right?
Yes.
So
No way. No way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way you ignore Chen Pao again, right? Okay, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Man.
they're so human.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Good call there. Yeah, super good call there. Okay, Tailwind going up because of the speed drop. Sacred Sword is now going to outspeed the Chen Pao. That's a massive speed drop here.
But also, it got Icy Wind twice, so it could
Yes.
have still been a speed time.
No, because of the speed drop on the Bleakwind Storm. That's the difference maker.
yes, that's right.
Otherwise, it might not even have been a speed tie, because sometimes when you like lower speed and then double it because of rounding errors or like rounding.
Oh, sure, that's
like,
right.
It's possible to not exactly be the same. But anyway, yeah, it doesn't matter here. The speed drop, Bleakwind Storm speed drop plus Icicle Crash miss allows Kiwamo to outspeed Tomoyuki's.
But this is,
Wait, hang on. We're back in this. Wait.
yes, we are absolutely back.
Wait, a Sucker Punch not going for the protect here to get back up to
to regain his focus.
Sash. Yeah, thank you so much. My brain turned off a little bit there.
No.
Oh, but wait, hang on. The speed order here is because of the Covert Cloak. It's Tornadus, then Fluttermane, then Chen Pao, I think, because it's -3 speed. In the
It's my.
I
I think the Sucker Punch had to happen, but also my brain also might be working. Either did the Focus Sash come back last turn because of the extra grassy terrain recovery?
No, it was like just barely below because
Was
of
it
the
just
icy wind.
below? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sucker Punch coming
Sucker
out here.
Comes out.
Oh, barely survived. Will Bleakwind hit? It does. There we go. A double KO thanks to Bleakwind Storm. Bleakwind giveth, Bleakwind taketh away. Wow. What a volatile match we had there, Yuki.
When the winds had to rise, it finally came.
Yeah.
And both Pokemon, the one turn it needed to.
Tornadus was really, I mean, it's a volatile Pokemon, and yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting kind of seeing the psychology there, where like Chen Pao has an 100% accurate ice move, and actually for Kiwamo there, hitting that, like if that was Ice Spinner instead of Icicle Crash in this match specifically, it would have been better because you would have taken out the Tornadus. I guess maybe you might not have KO'd the Urshifu to be fair, the Rillaboom switch in, but you also got the crit there, so if you were going to crit anyway, then maybe it, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to say, but missing Icicle Crash there is really the difference maker, in my opinion. Taking out the Tornadus, game's immediately over.
Absolutely, and I think the position of the Cresselia is actually kind of bad because it has the move Psychic over Moonblast, so it can't really touch the Qian Pao. Yes, I guess I could have psyched the Tornadus, but I think it was really just hard for it to go for Trick Room because of the taunt access on the Tornadus. So I think, yeah, Kiwama just did a really good job of making sure that Cresselia just really couldn't do that much other than click Icy Wind, and if it wanted to switch out, it was risking taking a lot of damage. So yeah, I think in the early game, Kiwama got maybe a little bit unlucky in some of the weak wind misses, but really just pulled it back by positioning well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was like that was a match that definitely could have gone either way. We've had some tight matches. There's not really been any blowouts, and
no.
Something interesting that you're seeing on your screen here from Kiwama is that they're gonna lock in the Heatran actually, which is very interesting because, like I mentioned, this Magma Storm, Heavy Slam, Iron Defense Heatran cannot do anything, like nothing at all, under pretty much any circumstances if Kiwama decides to bring their Heatran, and actually it just ends up in a worse position. However, the Pokemon that Kiwama brought game 1, Chien-Pao, Fluttermane, Cresselia, and Urshifu, none of them
very poorly
into the Terra Water Heatran. That's correct. Yeah, this isn't the Energy Ball Fluttermane either. And you know, it's interesting because I guess I see the value in Terra Water. It probably has to do with the interaction with Chien-Pao, where yes, you're weaker to Amoonguss. However, you by terastallizing, you no longer become weak to Sacred Sword, and you're not weak to the ice move of choice. So I think that this is a trap. Like, this to me feels like Kiwama has laid an extremely dangerous trap, and they're saying, okay, Tomoyuki, you have to read that I'm going to bring Heatran, and if you don't read that Heatran's coming, things are going to be very difficult. For anyone curious, by the way, the reasoning for Heavy Slam Heatran instead of Flash Cannon specifically is for Fluttermane. Fluttermane is much more bulky on the special side. Magma Storm's a great move to use against most things, and oh my goodness, what they called it?
How did you call it? That's what I want to ask.
I'm honestly in disbelief here. This is I don't even know what to say. Like, that is an incredibly aggressive prediction that pays off in spades immediately. Like,
it's a free substitute.
It's a free substitute.
How do you break that? You can't. And you don't even have to Terra.
Well, you might want to, based on what I'm seeing on the screen in front of me here.
Oh, sorry, I was talking from Kiwama's perspective.
Oh,
like,
yes,
he can
yes.
he has the he's the one who has the Terra Blast Heat Wave Heatran. So
am I confused here? Wait,
you might be.
Oh,
Magma Storm is over on Tomoyuki's side.
I'm so sorry. Okay, never mind. Kiwama who's called that the I got it flipped. I'm so sorry. No. So the bottom player Kiwama has. You know, I'm actually gonna switch these around.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, is this? Yes. Okay, hang on. I've got the wrong team sheets in front of me. Ha! There's no protect.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry for yelling. Oh my god! Wait, it lives Surging Strikes? Huh? I didn't know that was possible.
And it's Mystic Water or Splash Plate as well.
Oh, Substitute coming out here. What is the Heatran gonna do here?
It must be Magma Storm into the Urshifu,
my
which
goodness,
connects.
it connects. And is there gonna be a Spore follow-up? Nappy.
Nap time, but it's still not looking that good for Tomoyuki. I mean, how does he hit this Heatran?
How does he? Well, do you think Terra Blast gets rid of Heatran? Like,
substitute?
No. Wait, hang on. The top player is Magma Storm, Iron Defense, Heavy Slam. The bottom player is so the top player only has like a little bit of percent left.
Yes.
Tomoyuki only has a little health left on Heatran, but is that enough for like the only damaging move is Terra Blast? So will it pick up the KO?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that.
Like, I think it will, but I don't know.
40 damage. You can think of it as like quick attack, I guess.
Quick, but it's special. And does Amoonguss read this and go for... the Amoonguss has Pollen Puff. So if this is a Heat Wave, you could actually get all your health back on the Heatran. So Kiwama has to make this call correct.
Yes. And yeah, I don't think you want to switch either way. I guess... Oh, yeah, and Kiwama doesn't have the option to switch either.
Magma Storm actually has a trapping
So I think Tomoyuki doesn't really want to switch either. So... but I guess if you know that a fire... it's hard to know, yeah. So we see the sleep being used.
Rage Powder. Will Terra Blast pick up? Terra Blast normally only used after terastallizing, but will it do enough?
Oh!
Yeah! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what an incredible play from Kiwama, using, like, in front of Amoonguss, using both Surging Strikes and Terra Blast is very risky, and I assume that's Pollen Puff?
Yes, that's a
Looks
failed
like it's
Pollen
gonna fail.
Puff.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go for it there, but yeah, I mean, Heatran is an extraordinarily commanding position now from Kiwama. This is Citrus Berry Heatran, by the way, for anyone confused as to why it's not healing up with leftovers.
Yeah, so I guess from Tomoyuki's end, it's really tough to bring in anything here because you still have to deal with the substitute and you risk the Heat Wave connecting on both Pokemon. I guess the saving grace is that the Urshifu is asleep and can still continue to sleep, so maybe this could be an opportunity to... but if the terastallization happens on Kiwamu's end, you're guaranteed for the Amoonguss to basically not be able to do anything this next turn.
Yeah. I mean, this is the advantage of Terra Grass Heatran, where it just completely walls Amoonguss. Urshifu is going to come in here, though, so this is a nice play, I think. Oh. Huh?
I was going to say, the Terra Blast seems very safe.
Yeah. I mean, this basically says you are not protecting in front of me, right? That's how I interpret this.
So yeah, I think Tomoyuki's only way is to probably bait the Terra Blast, going to that slot, protecting, and then positioning the Amoonguss out. But what do you even position into here?
It is worth noting that both players still have Terrestrialization as well here. Like,
yes.
I don't think it helps too much here. But yeah, an interesting play here. We actually might see one of the advantages of Citrus Berry Heatran, which is that you are able to kind of take a Surging Strikes here safely.
Yep.
You're not forced to Terra defensively, so you can make a predict. This is a prediction. They're saying, okay, I think Urshifu is going to detect, and they get it correct.
Yeah,
they say, okay, I'm
done.
not going to let you Terra here. Heatwave or sleeping. Nappy.
Yes, this is Nappy.
Nappy.
Urshifu. And yeah, we see the Heat Wave come out. Going to be not hitting the Urshifu on Tomoyuki's end, but
does connect
to the Amoonguss, and
whoa! Is that a critical hit? I didn't think it would do that much damage.
No,
that's
a crit.
That is a crit. Yeah. Citrus Berry coming in here, which is nice, but I mean, Amoonguss is
maybe it's palm puffing into the Heatran,
predicting the Terra Grass. Yeah. Wow. Another great play from Kiwamu,
Yeah.
celebrating a little bit there.
Well done. Yeah,
Really
because
nice.
it was so obvious for him to Terra Blast and Terrestrialize that turn, right? So I think Tomoyuki respected that, tried to go for his one out, and yeah, you can just see why Kiwamu's so well versed in the best of three, right? Just like understanding the reads after seeing how Tomoyuki played game one.
I think it's really interesting you called that out because yeah, the Heatran adjustment here was a big one, right? Like calling that they needed to bring Heatran in order to stop the Iron Defense Heatran from taking off here, and so far managing it. I think the question here is the Terra Blast is now so safe, the Terrestrialization Terra Blast, but Kiwama actually hasn't gone for it. So will Tomoyuki call the bluff here, right? Like will they Surging Strikes into that slot with a 3-turn sleep, maybe find a way back into this?
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, like, what would be the downside of doing that? Because you could have gone not knocked out, I guess, because of Citrus Berry. But, okay, so we see the Surging Strikes go into the Urshifu, maybe protecting a switch.
No protect from the Amoonguss as well.
And I guess we're going to see a Heat Wave come out again.
Let's see if the Urshifu wakes up here.
So I guess a
3-turn sleep is unfortunate, but I mean, like, honestly, as long as Heatran connects Heat Wave, which it does, like, I mean, of course, waking up is nice, but you're now up 4 against 2, and your Urshifu is guaranteed to wake up on the next turn. Will Heat Wave burn, by the way? That would be pretty massive.
Game ending.
Yeah, okay, no burn. What do you think the last Pokemon is here? My guess is Chen Pao.
My guess was also Chen Pao. Yeah, I think Tomoyuki just really wanted to bait the water terrestrialization so that the Icicle Crash could go in, but yeah, I think it's a tough position no matter what because the Chen Pao will definitely move before the Heatran, so the Heatran can very safely terrestrialize and take Surging Strikes.
We're seeing one of the downsides of not running close combat, by the way, because if you have close combat, then maybe you can do something where you like Sacred Sword close combat into the Heatran and just like take it out. But I mean, we were assuming it's Chen Pao. It is Chen Pao. So I mean, the other thing worth noting here is that the Heatran. Never mind. I was gonna say Heat Wave is not 100% accurate, but yeah, this is I think the right time to. I think this is the right time to terrestrialize personally.
Right.
Although I mean, okay, like if you terrestrialize, you risk like Chen Pao taking out your Urshifu and Urshifu protecting, right? And then maybe it gets a little spookier.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that he decides to go for terrestrialization now because I think it could be obvious for Tomoyuki to protect the Urshifu, but yeah, if he doubles into the Chen Pao, I think that also makes sense to me. It's definitely not over. Like both Pokemon Tomoyuki side having access to protect means that he has one more read of leeway that he can get right over on Kiwamu. So
yeah, here comes the Terra from the Urshifu as well. We're going to see the Heatran terrestrialize as well here. I mean, it's interesting to see Terra Water here, to be honest, like because
maybe he's reading that Kiwamu wouldn't terrestrialize the Heatran. Yeah, based on his reaction, it makes me think that he was reading
Aquajet, maybe Aquajet. Wait, this Heatran sub took a Pollen Puff. Imagine Aquajet plus Icicle Crash into the Heatran here. I don't think they went for it.
Oh, and they're sort of ruined too.
Yeah, like,
but yeah, based on his reaction,
probably not. But man, that would have been incredible. Heatran's disappearing behind the sub after showing off its shiny
and we
gem.
see the wake up happen, so it's the Aquajet
breaking the Focus Sash here.
Sash.
It is just the Sacred Sword. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you know what? The play here was to try and KO the Heatran through the Citrus Berry, through the sub.
Yes.
Hoping for no terrestrialization.
Yes.
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? I mean, going for Terra Water, Aqua Jet plus Icicle Crash, you don't know that Kiwamu was going to Aqua Jet there as well. Like, if it's just a, oh my god, it needs multiple hits to break.
Wait, what?
That's gotta be... Even with Sword of Ruin and the Terra and the Mystic Water as well, I'm actually shocked it took, because that also was taking a Pollen Puff, which probably did about 3 damage.
Right.
Wow. Yeah, that is... This Heatran just, I mean, it's kind of wild when a Pokemon doesn't come to the first game and then just, like, dominates the second game, right?
I guess, yeah, Kiwamu's team is just so versatile that I can go for those, like, different game plans very easily. And, yeah, it's a clean knockout. And with the Pokemon difference, I don't see a way Tomoyuki can come back.
Yeah, I think that this is probably... This would be tough, to be honest. I think that even, like, going into Rillaboom and clicking 100% accurate moves here is okay. Though, of course, oh, yeah, Sash Shenpao is... one of the best Pokemon to bring in here, if not the single best. So, the only thing worth noting here is that they can find out whose Shenpao is faster, which might be relevant if they rematch and winners are like later on in the bracket. But yeah, Kiwamu either wins the speed tire, is just naturally faster. Tomoyuki, unfortunately, does not win there. But yeah, I mean, I think honestly, when your opponent plays as well as Kiwamu does, there's just not that much you can do. Yeah, like, I mean, it was a very well played set, and something I think is so interesting about Pokemon is that because it's only you only get to bring 4 Pokemon each game. Like, you can see game ones and game 2s that look wildly different from one another because like of the Pokemon brought. Like, I think it's so interesting that neither player bought Heatran, and then Heatran was so pivotal in the second game, right?
Absolutely. And yeah, I just really want to call out like how well Alcana played, especially the second game. Like, Kiwamu just like had such a great lead in the first game, and it's from turn 1. And instead of like kind of going for the obvious move and just going for the obvious play that seemed pretty safe, he just didn't do that, and that just led to like really incremental advantage that just worked out to such a dominant end game.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it would have been interesting if game 1 had gone the other way, like if Icicle Crash hadn't missed as well, like how game 3 would have played out. Like, that's something I personally would have really liked. To see. But it was an incredible set, and we're very lucky in that we can actually talk to our players, and hear their thoughts on the set. So if you both would like to come on in, that'd be great.
お二人ともこちら座ってください。
That was an excellent set. We were both very, very impressed. My first question is, do you like Bleak Wind Storm?
素晴らしい試合でした。ありがとうございます。木枯らし足を使い勝手はどうですか？
最悪の気分です。
It's the worst feeling.
I'm curious about your feeling on Icicle Crash versus Ice Spinner, because in game 1, the miss was very impactful. So yes, like if you think Icicle Crash is like still worth it, even though it can miss sometimes.
友之選手はスラロトシを使われていると思うんで、その1ゲーム目の外しが結構大きかったと思うんですけど、それでもやはりアイススピナーよりは使った方がいいと思いますか？
そうですね。外しを考慮しても、その当てた時のアドバンテージ、ひるみの可能性まで考えると、相手に与える圧力が段違いだと思うんで、アイスクラッシュ派。
Yeah, so he feels like he's more on Team Icicle Crash, because even if you have the risk, the return on like when you hit and the flinch chance is really great, and just the pressure that you apply to your opponent that they have to even think about the flinch chance is really big.
That makes sense. My next question is for both of them. Heatran was so important. Like, it didn't come in game 1, and then in game 2 they both brought it. Like, I would love to hear their thought process as to why each of them brought it.
これはお二人の質問なんですけど、お互い1ゲーム目にはヒードランを持ってこなかったんですけど、2ゲーム目お互い選出して初手に出していただいたと思うんですけど、お互いのなんか選出2ゲーム目に自分のヒードランを出す理由を聞きたいです。極め選手でしょう。
まあそもそも通りは悪くないと思ってて、1ゲーム目に出すかも迷ったんですけど、やっぱモロバレルに対して当てたいから、1ゲーム目でモロバレルに負けたら出そうかなとも思ってたんですけど、2ゲーム目明らかにモロバレル相手出したいような試合展開だと、その羽ばたく神がこっちから展開したので、それに合わせてくるかなっていうところで、結局ヒーターの2試合目にその相手に合わせる対応を合わせる形でこっちも上から合わせる
So from Kiwamu's perspective, he was even tempted to bring it in game one because it seems really favorable to the opposing team. But he wanted to see like how Tomoyuki uses Amoonguss, because if hypothetically Kiwamu would lose to the Amoonguss, like it would be very tempting for him to bring the Heatran. So he wanted to kind of adjust based on how Tomoyuki played in game one. And yeah, I think it really paid off well for him.
Awesome.
智之選手は
そうですね、お互いのヒードランがお互いのヒードランに立てのない方で、お互い刺さってるけど出すと相手のヒードランで積んでしまうという可能性もあって、1試合目はお互い出せなかったんですけれども、2試合目はやはりその1試合目の展開を踏まえて、相手のヒードランのこちらとしては相手のヒードランの横、お互いヒードランを選出したときに相手のヒードランの横にこちらのヒードランを通していこうという考えで、ヒードランモロバルの並びでゲームを作っていこうと考えました。
Yeah, so I think Tomoyuki acknowledged that both Heatrans didn't really have a way to touch each other. So I think he anticipates, or that was the reason why both players didn't really bring in game one. But in game two, his game plan was to bring it next to Amoonguss, so that even if Kiwamu brought in his own Heatran, he could kind of attack or focus down the other slot, the other non-Heatran Pokemon.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cool.
ありがとうございました。
Awesome. Good luck in the rest of your games.
ゲットお願いします。
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Bye bye. That was a great set. That was a great set. That was a really good set. I think we probably have to figure out which of our. We have to see who's won and then figure out which match we have next. Is my impression.
That's right.
Or maybe we already have one selected. I haven't been able to check as much.
So yeah, maybe I can go ahead and confirm on that front.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think like it's really interesting seeing kind of the balance between standard Pokemon and like more creative choices. Like for example, for the most part, I would say that Snow's team was pretty straightforward. Like we do see the Taunt Urshifu, which isn't super common, but at the same time, and the Icy Wind, I'm kind of bummed that Cresselia didn't do more. Like Icy Wind was good, but it's interesting seeing the threat of Taunt, because I feel like part of the reason Cresselia only clicked Icy Wind was because of Tornadus threatening to taunt it at any point. Yeah, so the Cresselia and the Heatran are more unusual, but especially the Heatran with Magnet Sword and Iron Defense and Heavy Slam. But yeah, it's interesting seeing kind of how these more unusual Pokemon are woven through the standard teams. And then also this Tornado set from Kiwamu. Yeah, like I thought it was really interesting. We do have the bracket here though. So I think probably our next match is going to be Hirofumi versus Shoma. Wow, so Shoma defeat. Wow, both of them 2-1. So it's I wish one day we'll be able to do this where we can show every single set.
That's so true. Yeah.
Oh, and Tomoyuki versus Yusei in the losers bracket. That is brutal. This is a double elimination tournament, so losing twice means you're out. So the losers bracket means, yeah, like these players are already kind of on their last lives. For time constraints, we're going to be only able to really focus on the winners bracket side. But yeah, man, that is a brutal matchup. Yeah, wow.
Absolutely. And I think Tomoyuki and Yusei have been playing Pokemon together for a really long time.
Yeah.
So I think they have a history of playing, and they know kind of how each other plays. So it's unfortunate to see the two friends play each other and have to knock one of them out.
Absolutely, yeah. But man, I'm excited for Shoma versus Hirofumi. Those are like
Absolutely.
two of the players that I'm especially big fans of. I'm just trying to pull up their team sheets here. Let's see if I can figure this out. Turns out I can't read Japanese. Maybe I'll leave this to you, Yuki.
Let's see. So we have Shoma versus Hirofumi. So I think, let's see. We have.
I like just like the thought process of people sitting at home just hearing us like rustle pages like we're in an office. I think that's really funny.
We might be missing.
Oh yeah, it looks like we only have 7 here, so there's a
so
secret.
we might be missing Shoma. So I'll let you give a quick preview on Hirofumi's team.
This looks
and
very.
I'll be right back with them.
Yeah, sure, sounds good. This.
I also have this one right here.
Oh, okay, maybe this is.
Yeah, this is Shoma's.
Okay, excellent. So for Shoma, we have Life Orb Heatran with Heat Wave, Earth Power, Terra Blast, and Protect. Helping Hand, Trick Room, Lunar Blessing, Moonblast, Cresselia, but there's no Ursaluna. Instead, it's Sylveon with Choice Specs, Hyper Voice, Terra Blast, Hyper Beam, Sleep Talk, Grass Knot, Amoonguss with no Protect, Volt Switch, Iron Hands with the Assault Vest, and actually Choice Band Landorus, which is not a set we've seen very often thanks to Rillaboom. And there is a Rillaboom on the other side. So this is Urshifu Water, standard set, Choice Band Arcanine Hisuian, Assault Vest, Rillaboom with Stomping Tantrum as the 4th move. Huh? Okay, there are 2 very unusual sets here. There is Life Orb Chen Pao, so that's going to be doing damage. And there's Booster Energy, Calm Mind, Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Ball Protect, Terra Grass, Fluttermane. So these are both very unusual sets, and I'm really curious to see how they're used together. We also have Tornadus as the final Pokemon. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup. The Terra Grass actually looks pretty decent here because it resists Iron Hands, it resists Landorus, really good into Amoonguss. And it's interesting to see Sylveon. We saw Sylveon in the finals of the Senior Division actually win the Senior Division World Championships this year, and it looked really strong. I mean, I think that like a lot of players, myself included, kind of figured that if you wanted offensive fairy type damage, your option was Fluttermane, and that's kind of it. And Shoma's team actually does not have a Fluttermane. So I'm really curious to see how these teams match up against one another. I mean, they're obviously both strong. They both won their first round of the day. So yeah, I'm really curious to kind of see how they do against one another.
Right, and I think the sleep talk on Sylveon's pretty interesting because it feels to me like Shoma's team already has a lot of immunities to Amoonguss. It has the Iron Hands, that's Grass Terra, Heatran also Grass Terra, and then his own Amoonguss with the Lunar Blessing, but it seems like you just can't respect Amoonguss enough, huh?
Yeah, I think that like you're never going to get set to have more Pokemon that can become immune to Amoonguss is kind of how I feel. It's also Safety Goggles on Cresselia, which I missed at first. Interestingly enough, though, is that Shoma actually, despite having Choice Band Landorus and Landorus being one of the premier sources of flying type damage, it's actually Terra Water without Terra Blast. The moveset is Stomping Tantrum, Earthquake, Rock Slide, and U-Turn. So that's quite unusual. I feel like for me, one of the big reasons to use Landorus is the Terra Flying, Terra Blast, right? Being able to have such a powerful flying move. And when you add Choice Band on top of that, there's even more reason. But it seems like Shoma's interested in the ground type damage from Landorus and the Intimidate and the U-Turn rather than the flying type damage. So really interested to see how that plays out. I'm also curious about the role of Cresselia on this team because, frankly, Yuki, this team is really slow. Like, really, really slow. The fastest Pokemon is Landorus, which is, like, not faster than, like, even base 100. So I always feel nervous when I use slow teams, like teams without... And there's not a ton of speed control here either. It's like... Trick Room Cresselia is the only way of influencing the speeds of the battle at all. Yeah. So there's not even any priority outside of Fake Out. So I'm really curious. Like, this team... I think I would have a lot of trouble using this team, but like I mentioned earlier, Shoma plays the game in a way that's like very unlike other players, so I'm really kind of curious to see how it works for him here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the matchup of like Trick Room versus Torrendus is always an interesting one because I think Torrendus usually has the upper hand by having access to Taunt, and the Cresselia doesn't have that much damage output, so it feels kind of favored to me there. But at the same time, if you get rid of the Torrendus or you kind of position correctly so that the Cresselia is not sitting in front of a Torrendus, you can get the Trick Room off, and because your team isn't usually that bulky or has slow Pokemon to slow down the Trick Room, you can just take a lot of damage. So I think, yeah, positioning is going to be very important here, and I'm excited to see two of the best players like in Japan and the world duke it out.
Yeah, this is another team with Taunt, by the way. We've actually seen a fair bit of Taunt Pokemon. I love Taunt personally. I think it's like when we were building for Worlds, I was insufferable. Yuki and I worked together for Worlds, and I like if Taunt wasn't on the team, I would just complain nonstop until we put it back on the team. Like we had Taunt Fluttermane, we had Taunt I was putting Taunt in everything. We had Taunt Landorus, like. Yeah, I really want Taunt. So it's very validating to see all these players who I have immense respect for. Yes. Putting Taunt on Urshifu, Tornadus, Taunt is very present. Though Shoma doesn't have it, so there is one player.
Every matchup we've played has at least one Taunt.
At least one Taunt.
First match had two.
Yeah,
on both teams, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's interesting. We are getting really close to starting here, by the way. So if you're excited for this next match, which I am, you won't have to wait long. What do you think about this Calm Mind Fluttermane and this Life Orb Chen Pao, by the way?
Yeah, I think Calm Mind Fluttermane actually, ironically, was kind of being talked about more by like the Western Twitter.
With Draining Kiss, actually, over Dazzling Gleam.
Right, so it's interesting to me to be in this Japanese tournament and we see it really, I think for the first time on stream, even since like the World Championships. I don't really remember seeing it on stream there. So yeah, I'm really excited to see that. And yeah, you guys can all see the teams right up here. Just as we talked about, it's Torrendus versus Trick Room.
Yeah, I guess there's not that much speed control. Well, I think Hirofumi, I think has a lot more ways of moving first, right? We actually see a ton. We have Aqua Jet on Urshifu, Extreme Speed on Arcanine, presumably speed boosting Fluttermane, unless it's the forbidden special defense boosting Fluttermane, but presumably speed boosting Fluttermane, Tailwind on Torn, Sucker Punch on Shinpao. Actually, every Pokemon on this team is a way of moving before. Like they all either have natural speed or a priority move, including, I mean, I'm given, Rillaboom is Fake Out, which isn't really that legitimate, but it is still a way of moving first. Comparing that to Shoma, whose only option is Fake Out and Trick Room, I would typically say, I mean, like, we haven't really been doing predictions, but in terms of, like, not even thinking about the matchup, but in terms of philosophy, I think that my philosophy aligns more with Hirofumi's team, so I'm curious.
Checks all your boxes.
It really does. It has taunt, it has intimidate. You get me. Somebody gets me here. So I'm really curious to see how Shoma, because like one of the cool things about Pokemon is there is not one right way to play, right? Like there's so many different ways you can approach this. So I'm really curious to see kind of how Shoma proves my philosophy wrong, right? Saying, hey, like, maybe what you do works, but there's other ways of playing that also work here. Because Shoma, honestly, his team is like kind of it works against a lot of what I believe to be true about the game. And so I'm so excited to see him kind of use his team and showcase what makes it, like, why it works and what makes it work, I'd
also argue that it kind of goes against, like, even his philosophy that has worked for him in the past, at least. Like, I mean, 2015 is the team that I think people probably know most about that he has used. And, he had, Prankster Thundurus. He had a lot of ways to move first in that team as well.
Yeah,
so.
Kangaskhan, I believe, had Sucker Punch. Or
yeah, I think you might be right. I think it was Sucker Punch. So, yeah, like, I'd say that team was a lot more balanced in terms of, like, the speeds, like you said.
Yeah.
And I certainly haven't seen Shoma use a hard Trick Room team, but this is probably the closest as it gets. So.
It's kind of Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus.
Oh?
Kangaskhan hands.
And then the Sylveon would be Thundurus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one, I'm not sure the parallel works there.
It's Chol.
That's right.
But it is Fake Out physically. It's like Fake Out physical offensive Pokemon, So it is somewhat with fighting coverage, right? Like, so it's not the worst analogy. Like, it is reminiscent, if nothing else, of Shoma's Worlds winning team. For those of you who don't know, Shoma won in 2015, which is the year where the infamous Chalk, which is Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus, Kangaskhan, normally Thundurus is the last.
Tongue twister so fast. I don't think I could have done it.
I've been doing it for years.
Yes.
Something I think is interesting, by the way, this is slightly tangential, but I'm going to talk about it because it's, it's my stream. I feel like Japanese players in general take a lot longer than American players, like, to select their moves and stuff. Like, a lot of the players are, like, in most matchups, there's been a player who's, like, taken the full time almost every turn. Like, so that's really interesting to me. And
I've also noticed the same, and also in terms of, like, forfeiting as well. Like, even if the game is over, like, I've seen Japanese players tend to use the downtime a little bit more to think about their next move, especially if they're about to lose.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and see Shoma open us up with Iron Hands Cresselia versus Hirofumi with Shenpao Urshifu. These are pretty well-known duels to take the stage here. How do you think the matchup is?
So I feel like it favors Shoma here, right? Because we have the threat of Fake Out and Trick Room, and very importantly, this is non-Terra Ghost Shenpao. Maybe you all can guess in the chat what type it is. You're not going to guess it?
Yeah, you're not going to guess it.
It's Poison. It's Terra Poison Life Orb Shenpao, which is something I missed initially. So, yeah, I mean, I think that, like, this is interesting because I feel like with Iron Hands, it's such an important Pokemon that sometimes, like, giving up some positioning in exchange for damage on it can be favorable. So I'm really curious to see kind of what happens here. It also is worth noting that Shoma, his Cresselia is not really under pressure here for Trick Room, so maybe we'll just see a Volt Switch come out and try and get something like Sylveon, who would be very powerful. But no, it is going to be the Fake Out into the Shenpao. I like that move. I think it makes sense. We are going to see the Flinch and then the Surging Strikes, which does a fair bit of damage, though even with the Sword of Ruin, Iron Hands isn't going to be in range of... I don't think it'll be in range of, like, Aqua Jet Sucker Punch, although... Yeah, maybe.
The Sword of Ruin.
Yeah, Sword of Ruin actually ends up being a big difference here as Trick Room goes up. So, ton of damage on Shoma's Pokemon, but he did get the speed control that he wanted for the next couple turns.
Yeah, I think this is also where your philosophy kind of shines, because Hirofumi has, like, multiple ways to pressure down the Iron Hands before it can even move. And it just took a lot of damage. So I think even though Shoma was able to get the Trick Room up, I think he feels the pressure more than Hirofumi does.
Absolutely. We're seeing exactly. Like, this is the advantage of priority, right? Where, like, technically your Pokemon are slower currently than your opponents, but you have priority moves, whereas your opponent does not. And importantly, this Cresselia does not have Ally Switch. It's Moonblast, Lunar Blessing, Helping Hand, and Trick Room. So I think that actually plays a pretty big role here in terms of the current game state. If with ally switch, this could be a different story.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for Shoma to attack with the Iron Hands, but he ends up doing
a huge survival, but sucker punch. I mean, that's the advantage, right? You have priority in all your Pokemon. Like, you're able to take out the Iron Hands. Moonblast will do a fair bit of damage here, but I mean, that's still a pretty positive trait in my opinion. Getting rid of Iron Hands always feels like impossible. Moonblast in the Urshifu, it's less bulky. Either it's less bulky or it's Cresselia is more offensive than the last time we saw Moonblast into Urshifu because it does over half of the health.
Right. I still am mind blown that Hero for me would double into that slot, especially with I guess the Sucker Punch would get redirected into Cresselia, so I guess that felt safe to him. But if Shoma had just switched out that slot, the Aqua Jet presumably wouldn't do too much damage to, I don't know, a Sylveon or an Amoonguss or something.
Yeah.
So that could have been a dead turn. And yeah, the fact that Shoma's not instantly locking in makes me think it's not Sylveon in the back because it seems like a pretty free Pokemon to bring in here.
Yeah. The thing is that you actually have 3 good options in terms of spread moves, right? Because you have Heat Wave, Life Orb, Heatran. You have Earthquake, Choice Band, Landorus. Oh, Amogus. Huh. Now, if you want to talk about Pokemon that are strong against Pokemon with priority, it's got to be Amoonguss, right? At least like Aqua Jet, Sucker Punch, like... Yeah, this is pretty effective in my opinion. At like not taking damage. But the thing is, you only have a couple turns of Trick Room here, right? Like, and you kind of need to make them count, in my opinion. Like, you can't just like basically you gave up your Iron Hands in exchange pretty much for Trick Room. So bringing in Amoonguss here feels a little like antithetical to the pace that Shoma that I would be wanting to play at. But Shoma's often a player who has a plan. It just isn't always obvious. So. Yeah, but I do think, Yuki, that you have a good point that maybe Sylveon isn't in the back, because I do think if Sylveon is here, like, it should be on the field.
Yeah, like, bring in Sylveon, going for the Hyper Voice, and whatever they do, you can even bring in your own Amoonguss for the Cresselia slot.
Interesting switch out of Cresselia here, actually.
Oh, and it looks like it's the Heatran.
Ah.
So, I guess, yeah, I would anticipate this would be a Rillaboom switch and a Protect over from the Chien-Pao. Pretty safe given the board state, but... I guess Shoma might have read that and brought the Heatran in there, kind of baiting out the Rillaboom in a way.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It is going to be Protect from the Chien-Pao, so basically it's unlikely anything happens this turn unless this is a very aggressive Pollen Puff prediction.
Nope, it looks like it's a Spore, and it's going into the Chien-Pao slot.
Feels a little risky, right? Imagine you just Surging Strikes into the Cresselia and the game ends immediately. But yeah, I mean, Shoma's positioned himself in a way that both of his Pokemon are now threatened by Heatran. It is worth noting that there is something a little awkward here, which is the Heatran is under pressure actually from Rillaboom because of the Stomping Tantrum, which isn't like the most common interaction, but it's the current interaction. So Heatran might be actually pressured to Terrasilize to Grass, in which case that this Chien-Pao could beat it later because it doesn't have Substitute.
I think both players are really feeling pressure to Terrasilize as well, since the Rillaboom can take a lot of damage from the Heat Wave. But at the same time, if it Terrasilizes, then you no longer are immune to the Spore.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, it's kind of a weird position. Also, Hirofumi has a Fake Out pressure that we haven't really talked about, and that can kind of help in his decision making, but I think he's still taking a risk no matter what. The Heat Wave and Spore combination is very powerful.
Yeah, 100%. So we are going to see Chien-Pao switch out here. I think this makes sense. You're pressuring the Heatran to Terrasilize, but there's no Terrasilization. In my opinion, that's pretty risky. Shoma crossing his hands. Heat Wave misses the... Oh, sorry. That was a flinch. That was a flinch. Both
That's
survive.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, the Life Orb actually paying off in a pretty big way there, and a burn. Oh my goodness.
If I had to guess, that was the side he wanted the burn on, right? Because,
probably.
I mean, now the Urshifu's still susceptible to Spore, and wow.
Yeah, that's a pretty massive deal in my opinion. Like, especially because he wasn't forced to Terrasilize the Heatran, and I get the play there because you really don't want Urshifu to fall asleep, and I believe this is probably the last turn of Trick Room.
I think there might be one more.
Okay, I wasn't really counting. I was going off, I was going off pure vibes.
Your voice sounded so confident.
I was like, yeah, it feels like it's been up for too long. I think it's the last turn. I'm going to say it. I'm pretty sure. Okay. But yeah, like I think like you don't want Urshifu to fall asleep there, but I don't know if this is better. I mean, you are going to have speed advantage after this, and like one of the advantages is that Shoma did preserve Cresselia, which means that like with like a fair bit of health left, so if not all of its health left, yeah, I think it actually has almost.
I think it has all its health.
I don't think it's like an attack yet. Yeah, so like with that, you can set up another Trick Room, or like you have the ability to set up another Trick Room. So yeah, like even though Shoma's down in Pokemon, it's not so bad. But actually switching out the Heatran here into Cresselia, Shoma's got such an interesting way of playing.
Yes, I think it's hard to comment because I'm not confident on the last turns a Trick Room, but yeah, I think this Rillaboom is... Oh, went for a Grass Knot into the Urshifu. And I guess the Rillaboom is going to, go for a U-turn.
Well, Rocky Helmet take that out.
I
It
think
will,
it
actually.
will, yes.
Wow, yeah. So I guess that was an intentional sacrifice there, saying, I understand the U-turn. That might seem weird to let your Pokemon go down, but your Rillaboom has been burnt. So, like, you really don't want to let Cresselia get up a second Trick Room for free. Like, if it's going to go up, which, like, currently it kind of looks like it... Oh.
And the Trick Room is up, so you were correct.
Okay. So Trick Room does end there. So, yeah, basically, interesting that Arcanine comes in here. I almost wonder if... This is not Taunt Urshifu for Hirofumi, yeah. So I almost wonder if, like... Oh my god, are we going to see a Head Smash here?
I mean, Rock Slide looks really tempting, right? Because you can go through a direction, you can flinch.
Oh my goodness, this could be very interesting. The Terra type on the Arcanine is actually normal, so... You know, Shoma's actually played this so well. Like, Iron Hands went down, but the fact that Cresselia can kind of get a second Trick Room up, not for free, but for cheap. Like, you can sacrifice a Moongus, but the bulk on Hirofumi's Pokemon is just going to kind of... It feels like it's kind of lacking into this Heatran with Urshifu getting so low.
Yeah, and I really like the sacrifice from Rillaboom earlier because now you actually have two Pokemon that pressure down Cresselia a lot. Like, you don't have a free Spore into the Urshifu slot. As you can get a Trick Room safely. So I thought that was really good.
Oh, I almost wonder if Hirofumi's trying to bait in the Heatran here to take the Head Smash. It's worth noting, though, that Head Smash is not 100% accurate. It is just Rage Powder.
Okay.
I think that's the safest move. I agree with that very much so. Like, let's see if Head Smash even connects. It does.
Yes.
So this is likely to KO.
Down.
Yeah.
It is Omega
This
down.
is Choice Band with the Sword of Ruin. So, like, the thing is that Moongus goes down here, yes. However, like, it's Arcanine that can't protect the Heatran. Oh my god. That did a lot of recoil damage. Wait, it lost 75% of its health and it didn't even take an attack. That is pure recoil damage alone.
Yes. Is Head Smash? It's not half. No, it's not half. It's just.
I think it's a third, but Amoongus's HP is pretty high.
And the Rocky Helmet.
And the Rocky
I guess,
Helmet, yeah.
yes.
So.
Interesting. So the Heatran on Shoma's end has access to Earth Power, so it definitely has a way to hit this Arcanine.
Yeah, which would also KO the Urshifu in the back.
So. Yeah, I mean, he could go for like a Heat Wave Moonblast into... Oh, I guess you don't even need to attack.
No, I think you definitely need to go... This is actually tricky because the Terra's still on the board for both players, right? If I haven't forgotten.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's Terrestrialization hasn't happened for either player.
This is really tricky because, like... And by the way, here's an advanced thing we're seeing. Shoma only has one Pokemon in the back, but he's taking his time to think about his next move because it's tricky. You want to Earth Power the Arcanine, but if you get the turn wrong here, like if Heatran goes down to a Sacred Sword, which I guess even if it doesn't go down, it'll be in range of Aqua Jet Sucker Punch, right? So, like, this is actually pretty tricky in my opinion because, like, you want a Heat Wave to take out the Chen Pao, but, like, then Head Smash will take you out. So, yeah, I actually don't know what the best move here is. Do you read the Terra? Do you... Oh, yeah, you could Terra to Poison to reduce damage from Moonblast, actually.
And from Heat Wave will no longer be a one-hit KO.
Yeah.
So... Yeah, it seemed at first that, like, a Heat Wave plus Moonblast combination was safe, but... Yeah, I mean, Hirofumi definitely has the tools to outmaneuver that. Oh. This is hard. I could definitely see a double up into the Chin Pao.
Oh, right. I forgot Heatran can protect. That is an option here.
Yeah, because I guess the Cresselia probably won't get... It could get doubled into, I guess.
Do you think it lives? I mean, Cresselia probably lives Choice Band Head Smash, right? Oh, no Terrestrialization
Not with
the
Sword
Heatran.
of Ruin, I don't think so.
Oh, man. This is really, really tricky. And we actually, the value in Terra Poison, it's not a common choice, but with Life Orb, getting the resistance to Fairy is kind of big.
Yes.
Heatran protects.
Just as you read. Oh, what does a Cresselia do? It definitely can't do that much damage.
Moonblast, but the Terra Poison means it actually did more than I expected.
Oh, now he's praying. Hirofumi's praying.
That's a critical hit. Not even 25%.
He doesn't care if this
Head
hits.
Smash. Does it KO? Oh, critical hit. Cresselia, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the entire game, gets one hit KO'd. Wait, but Yuki, this isn't over because of the recoil. Over. Oh my goodness, because Life Orb Heat Wave might do enough damage to both of the remaining Pokemon.
Yes. And we have, I think, an Urshifu with reduced health in the back.
I feel like that was like around 40 HP.
Yeah, so it's kind of tricky if a Heat Wave could pick it up.
The grass is ending. That's actually huge because that is in Heat Wave range. I'm pretty confident. So, but now you have a call of the... I guess there's no reason not to Terra Heatran here, never mind.
Yes, yeah, there's no reason not to, so...
Shoma's only down to less than a minute as well. Oh, are they going for...
So he goes for the Terrestrialization, which I think we agreed was pretty
safe.
free.
Yeah, you don't want to take the Aqua Jet. Yeah, Aqua Jet plus Sucker Punch. could actually be pretty threatening. So Heatran's going to Terrestrialize to Grass here. I didn't see what Hirofumi went for, though.
I think he went for a double protect. I guess, yeah, there's no reason not to get an extra Trick Room.
Oh, Chen Pao didn't protect last turn. I'm so sorry. I got confused. Yeah,
no,
okay.
no.
So stalling out a turn of Trick Room here, baiting out the Terra. This is a good play.
If you're not... It's a Life Orb Sucker Punch, right? So there's definitely possibility that it can KO with Aqua Jet, but if you're not comfortable with that, honestly,
No,
like...
I would think Life Orb Sucker Punch would do like maybe 45%. Like, that's my read at least.
I guess he's...
He went connects on both.
Oh!
Huge double knockout. We actually see the power of Life Orb Heatran there. Without the Life Orb, I wouldn't be confident we'd get either of those
Because
Pokemon.
Hirofumi was praying, which makes me think he thought there was a possibility that the Chen Pao can survive. And if you saw it, its HP was actually a little bit higher than
yeah,
just
it wasn't
normal.
minimum. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also the odds of a miss, right? Because with the
Yes.
Trick Room turns, like, being as they were, I'm pretty sure that, both close, like, if either Pokemon dodged there, then, like, Icicle Crash would pick the one-shot up and would have 2 chances to do it. Because then they could protect, Trick Room would end,
Yes.
and then Close Combat would be a 2-shot. So we actually didn't see the value of... It feels like Close Combat versus Heatran has been relevant a fair bit.
Yeah, I don't know mathematically if one can say, like, because you could also go for a double protect again, right? And then, like, the combination
with,
of
like,
Heat
Chen
Wave.
Pao? Yeah.
like Heat Wave double connecting through.
Wait, hang on. But is there 2 turns of Trick Room left or 1?
I think there's 2. If it was 1, I think it was definitely correct to go for double
Yeah,
protect.
I think so too. But I think it was 2 because it was Trick Room got set up as a Moongus fainted. Heatran came in and protected as Cresselia got fainted. Double protect. Yeah, so there was 2 turns of Trick Room left there. So I think it was the right play. And I mean, like, to be honest, Yuki, we're seeing kind of the value of, or like the volatility of low accurate moves in this format, right? It seems like there are some Pokemon where like we saw Magma Storm Heatran, we've seen Heat Wave Heatran, we've seen Bleakwood Storm, we've seen Icicle Crash. Like, I don't love when in a format that feels like the optimal moves on Pokemon are moves that are not accurate, like, and when there aren't really alternatives, right? Like, Flamethrower would never have missed there, like, and you know, Shomo didn't end up getting punished, but like, you needed Heat Wave to hit both, I think, to win. So it's just like, I don't know, it makes me nervous personally.
It's a good point, but at the same time, I think the world champion this year we saw Shohei Kimura. I think his team only has accurate moves. Like, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I think Icicle Crash was certainly
Sorry,
on
yes,
there.
Icicle Crash, but I think that might be the only inaccurate move.
Yeah, did his Landers have Rock Slide? No, it was Stomping, Terra Blast, Protect.
So yeah, just looking at his team sheet, I think Icicle Crash was the only move that's accurate
very
on his
fair.
team. And I think that might have been the same for our Worlds team, right?
Yes.
We only had Thunder Wave.
Only
which was
Thunder Wave,
inaccurate.
yeah. So there is a bit of a difference between our performance and Shohei's performance.
But our philosophy holds. That's what matters.
That is true. That's true. You don't need to use inaccurate moves to win the World Championships. At least you didn't this year.
Definitely.
So
I guess I'm interested to see what the adjustments are. I mean, the Joy Best of 3 is even the winning player can adjust. But I think, like, again, I think this was such a showcase of like how Shoma plays. I think we talked like so many times about like the way he plays is so unique, and I think the notable part is that he kind of makes these trades in the beginning of the game that don't seem very favorable.
No,
it seems like
not
he's
at
sacrificing
all.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I think he lost, what was it, his Iron Hands on turn 2. And it could have been avoidable, right? He could have just switched out and it would have been safe, but that gave him a lot of momentum to close out the Trick Room turns and get it up a second time.
Watching Shoma is like feeling like I'm like the guy who, like the meme with the guy who's really confused with all the question marks. That's how I feel. Yeah, but and then like it's like he's like I'm like, oh, Shoma made it like oh, this play doesn't make any sense. He lost so much ground. He's gonna lose for sure. And then like it all clicks on one turn. It's like, wait, he won. Like it's like he's losing. He's winning. A big adjustment from Shoma here, and an adjustment from Hirofumi. So both players bringing the Fairy type that they didn't bring in the last game. Getting interested to see how this plays out. I like the Arcanine up front, immediately exerting pressure on like Shoma's slower team, right? Like there aren't really many Pokemon that want to take either Flare Blitz or Head Smash here. So
right.
And Shoma actually cannot protect his
Sylveon
or his Amoonguss. The Amoonguss is actually Grass Knot
yes.
instead of Protect. So yeah, a lot of offensive pressure here. We're actually seeing something that we saw as well from Shohei, where you lead a Pokemon that's threatening a ton of damage on your opponent's side, and you just immediately switch it out. We saw it with the Specs Fluttermane in front of the Grimmsnarl in Game 3 in our first set of the day, and we're seeing it here, where Arcanine is starting a KO on both Pokemon here, but like it's not gonna do anything. It's just gonna switch out and come back in later. So
And
I
this
think that's
is-
really interesting.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a tangent, but Shohei did that in the World's Finals too, right? Like he had the chimp out in
Yes.
front and switched out immediately both game 1 and 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I think this is a recurring theme from really strong players that maybe the players at home can start taking notes on. But
For anyone curious, I think it's in part to bait out the counterplay. It's also probably in part to bait out the Terra. Imagine
Yes.
Amoonguss just terrestrializes to water here. You've now dealt with your opponent's Terra, and you didn't have to play a mind game, right?
yeah, and you're in really good shape now if the Amoonguss stays in. But no, it's the Sylveon that's switching out.
Maybe Heatran coming in?
It's a Cresselia.
Oh.
So maybe trying to go for the Trick Room, but the Amoonguss stays in.
wait, no. Oh, sorry. This is the Terra Grass coming out.
Yes.
Sorry, I got so excited. I was like, I got it. But the Amoonguss does stay in, so yeah, begs the question: Is it gonna go for Spore? Is it gonna Terra? Is it gonna go for Spore? Like, what's going on here? Oh man, Terra Grass coming out. We're gonna see Calm Mind, and the thing is that oh my goodness, that's the value of that kind of play.
Gotten big time.
Yeah, and now you have Rillaboom in front of Terra, I believe Water, Amoonguss.
Yes.
So, oh my goodness, what an
You couldn't be in a
incredible
worse
play.
spot.
Yeah, in terms of turn ones, I have a hard time picturing this going any better for Hirofumi because you've got a boost on your Flutter Mane, you've got Rillaboom on the field in front of Terra, Water, Amoonguss, and Amoonguss can't do anything in front of these two.
Yeah, and you can't even Rage Powder next turn to get off the Trick Room. So this is looking really bad. And we see Hirofumi kind of go for the obvious play, like we don't really want Trick Room to go up when you're in such an advantageous state.
I feel like the offense here is just so significant that this makes a lot of sense to me personally because
Yes.
like you figure okay Amoonguss could Rage Powder to stop this play, but if imagine it's Fake Out Calm Mind, then like I think things start to get really drastic because then you can
That's
go for
true.
because also Shoma last game the key Pokemon was Heatran, so if Heatran's in the back here then Shoma has 4 special attackers. And if it's Iron Hands, then I guess it could be Iron Hands. It's not Heatran though. And then this Iron Hands also, it doesn't have Heavy Slam, so its best move is suddenly Drain Punch into this Terra Grass Flutter Mane. So Hirofumi is in an unbelievably dominant position here.
Position, yes. And
And
we see
there's no
switch
Rage
outs.
Powder. No switch outs, no Rage Powder. Oh my god, that does a lot of damage. Woodhammer gonna take a lot of damage here. It's not Citrus Berry. It's instead just the safety goggles in the Cresselia. And Cresselia, the only Pokemon on Shoma's team to ensure that he moves first, has been removed from the game as Pollen Puff comes out. Kind of, I think, cut your losses situation.
Yeah, I
right?
think this is kind of where I think your philosophy also kind of works because, Shoma's Pokemon are all very slow. Like, you just get one wrong turn and you get one turn to set up for Hirofumi, and it seems like it's really hard for him to come back, right? Like, if you had a Chien-Pao, for example, you still have an Icicle Crash that's, like, not only super effective against both these, but even if the Flutter didn't terrestrialize, like, you have the opportunity to, go for a flinch, for example. But now it seems like really Shoma doesn't really have any counterplay. Like, I just can't think of what he could switch in and out to position better.
Yeah, we know Sylveon's in the back, which, against Assault Vest Rillaboom and, Calm Mind specially boosted, or, already one Calm Mind set up Flutter Mane, it's not going to do much. I feel like it's on to the last Pokemon. That being said, it could be that Heatran. It could be. You know what I mean?
But he already terrestrialized, so now the Stomping Tantrum's going to do so much damage.
Oh, yeah, and that is Sylveon coming in here. That's true. We also saw that the Heatran is slower than the Rillaboom.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that the Amoonguss didn't switch out the previous turn because at the very least, if you had sacrificed a Cresselia, for example, then you could have, a Sylveon and an Iron Hands to at least pressure somehow. But now it's just so safe to attacking the Sylveon that doesn't have access to protect.
I understand it though, because if your last Pokemon is anything other than Heatran, you'd be switching into potential Woodhammer, right? Because you don't know that Hirofumi's going to ignore the Amoonguss there. It can't protect, and it's getting it one shot by Woodhammer, so it makes sense that it would stay, or it would make sense that you could go after that slot here. But man, we are seeing actually, this is one of my favorite things to do is make it so that Amoonguss is worse than useless. This Amoonguss got stuck. It got stuck on the field. It can't do anything, right? Its Spore is not doing anything. Pollen Puff, okay, you've gotten some damage on Rillaboom, but it's just really rough. I think that Shoma maybe should have Rage Powder. Oh wait, what am I saying? The Flutter Mane is Grass type.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you can't redirect Woodhammer. Wow, yeah, this Amoonguss, this is the worst I have ever seen Amoonguss look ever. And it is Iron Hands, so that does explain why there was no switch coming out there. And yeah,
I can see that just brings you a little bit of joy.
I do. I love when players build their teams in a way that invalidates Amoonguss, and I think it's going to be a forfeit here. So, wow, yeah, after a pretty dominant game, well, maybe not dominant from Shoma, but a very well-positioned game one from Shoma, we see the adjustment Hirofumi is able to make, I mean, that's what's so cool about VGC, right? Like, you're able to make Pokemon adjustments. Like, Fluttermane did not come in game 1. Hirofumi had a lot of trouble. And by just switching up the leads, pretty much switching up the Pokemon he brought, he was able to immediately gain such a big advantage. I don't know. I think it's so cool. Also, Terra Grass and Fluttermane was so crucial there.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of the Terra Grass Fluttermanes we've seen are the ones that carry the Choice Specs item and have Energy Balls, so you can boost the damage output while also being kind of just defensive terrestrialization, give you immunity to Spore. But you can tell that Hirofumi was very intentional about this Fluttermane. Like, it didn't have Energy Ball, so it's not something you can just kind of tack on. Like, he knew specifically, like, this is the scenario I want to go for.
Absolutely, yeah. We're seeing some Pokemon selected here. Looks like a similar thing to what was brought last game. Do you remember if Chen Pao was in the back in the last game from Hirofumi? Because I actually can't recall.
Oh, yeah, I can't recall either. But I think it's interesting that Hirofumi is basically going for the turn 1 that he got on turn 2. So he's not trying to trick Shoma again. He probably just wants to start setting up the Fluttermane as soon as possible. And yeah, I wonder if Shoma will let him do that. I guess the point is that he has Rillaboom that has access to U-turn, so you can reposition, and I guess you can kind of threaten what happened in game 2 again, and then reposition like what happened.
Yeah, my thought process here is that if I'm in Hirofumi's spot, I'm thinking, okay, Cresselia is going to be led, right? Like, because once the Calm Mind goes up, it becomes very difficult to stop Cresselia. Or it becomes very difficult to set Trick Room up. So something I think, like, if I'm Shoma here, I'm probably bringing Cresselia, Iron Hands up front with Heatran, and maybe going Sylveon in the back. Yeah. That would be my impression. I think Iron Hands needs to come here. I think Cresselia needs to come here, and I think not bringing Heatran is like, I wouldn't say it's a mistake, but I think it becomes pretty risky. Like, Heatran was really good game 1, and if Fluttermane's going to terrestrialize to grass it, that also is very helpful. Yeah, I think the question to me is Shoma going to leave behind Amoonguss? Like, because it was so bad last game, but it was relatively useful game 1.
Yes.
He's making a face. That to me tells me he's a little bit nervous about the Pokemon choices he's brought, or maybe about his
or maybe he's making maybe a risky lead.
Yeah, that's true.
Kind of banking on what Hirofumi does. So yeah, let's see what these leads are going to be. Over from Shoma, that's going to be Cresselia, Iron Hands, so reverting back to what happened in game 1.
Can you confirm the booster, by the way? I assume it's speed, but I feel like we should just confirm.
So we see the grassy terrain activate, booster energy, and it's going to be speed, as you said.
Just confirming, because the Shadow Ball did a lot at +1.
That's right.
Yeah, this position to me makes a lot of sense. I actually would have expected the fake out into the... Well, no, this makes sense, because you want to get the Calm Mind up basically as free as possible. So it makes sense. Basically, what Hirofumi's doing here is they're using the Calm Mind to increase the special bulk, and then they have Arcanine in the back to increase the physical bulk, and they can use fake out from, like... For example, the way that I expect this to go is fake out into Iron Hands, Calm Mind, Trick Room, turn 2, protect U-turn into Arcanine, turn 3, switch back into Rillaboom to get fake out pressure again on the board. So it's going to be curious. I'm curious to see if Shoma can do anything to stop this, because it seems pretty threatening, especially given that Iron Hands does not have Heavy Slam.
I think also he's taking advantage, or Hirofumi's taking advantage of the fact that Shoma kind of has to have Cresselia on the board to get Trick Room up and kind of spend the second turn of Trick Room in, because the...
Oh my goodness, that is very bad if you're a Shoma fan. That is very, very bad.
That's very bad.
Heatran coming in here, but the Fake Out was actually launched into the Iron Hands this time. So I don't want to say a dead turn, but it's not a good turn if you're Shoma, because now, again, speed control. There's no speed control on this board right now. Shoma's Pokemon are just going to be slower.
Right, and Shoma doesn't even have access to Heavy Slam or even Flash Cannon, so it doesn't really pressure this Fluttermane too much, and the Iron Hands doesn't have Heavy Slam either.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands actually, importantly, is Terra Grass here. If it were Terra Water, the threat of Dazzling Gleam and Woodhammer would be very significant, but it is Terra Grass, which is actually working in Shoma's favor here, I think, compared to, like something like Terra Water. Yeah, I think Shoma's got to find a way through this, to be honest, because right now this Fluttermane looks like it's about to just take off and run away with the game.
Right, yeah. Shoma still has 4 Pokemon, so he definitely has the opportunity to...
It's kind of crazy that after turn 1, we're like, oh my god, this game is so rough. Like, yeah. Yeah, I think that Shoma's strength... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, please.
I think one of Shoma's strength is, like, positioning and trading, and I think Hirofumi's really kind of punishing that by... Yeah, like, basically putting it, like, not going for trades, but instead going for setup. Calm Mind, again, from Fluttermane. So this thing is now 2 stages of increased special defense. U-turn coming out here. My guess is that this is going to go into Arcanine. You want to reduce the damage of Wild Charge. Shoma's actually doing, like, something of an offensive pin here, where you think, okay, well, if Fluttermane doesn't terrestrialize, then Wild Charge will do a ton of damage, and if it does terrestrialize, Heat Wave becomes super effective. So I think it makes sense. The question is, how much are these moves going to do? Both of Hirofumi's Pokemon have already moved for the turn. The question is, will Heat Wave connect?
Oh, there's a miss, and it's missing the Arcanine.
Okay, that's fine. That does not matter, but that is not doing very much damage. Yeah, about a quarter of the health. Wild Charge can do out another 50% is my guess. Yeah, a little bit more.
That did a lot more than I thought.
Yeah, so Shoma's actually got some good damage here. The grassy terrain is non-trivial, by the way.
Definitely not. Yeah, it almost feels like you're playing leftovers Fluttermane, but you still have the. Oh, but you don't even have the speed. The special attack boost. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really threaten a knockout, especially since the Fluttermane doesn't have access to.
Well,
Dazzling.
The thing is, Heatran doesn't. Yes, you can double into the Iron Hands and take the kill. However, what you could do is terrestrialize to grass, get a single target attack that's stab and boosted by the grassy terrain. Because of the grassy terrain, like Heat Wave did. I don't think Heat Wave will KO here. I do think Terra Blast will KO here.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of risky because like
you're boosted by the grassy terrain.
Because you don't know that the Arcanine's not going to lock into Head Smash into the Heatran.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense.
No terrestrialization from either end. If that was a Moonblast, that definitely would have been it. But
yeah, Dazzling Gleam still doing a ton of damage.
I guess he read the Protect, so you would have to. Oh, it could be an Earth Power too.
I don't think Earth Power is stronger though, to be honest.
Oh, sorry,
it's the Arcanine.
Yeah,
it'd be a little risky, but you could do it.
Oh, it's a Heat Wave, but it missed something.
On the.
Oh, it missed the Fluttermane!
Oh no! We were talking about this in game 1. How Heat Wave is just these inaccurate moves. Like they're risky. They're so risky to use.
They're so risky. And to be fair, yeah, I don't know if Shoma had to go for the Heat Wave there. Like the Arcanine didn't really have any incentive to. But I guess the Earth Power is probably too weak.
It's just it's hard to ignore the Fluttermane. Like I get it.
Yes.
Oh man, Alice should be nice here.
Yep. Can't really bring it down to 50-50 there.
The only advantage here is that the Arcanine is Choice Band and it is locked into Flare Blitz now, so you know your Heatran is somewhat safe. At least like it's only under pressure from the Shadow Ball. So that is something here. Like you know that like you could Terra to Grass this turn, for example, and it might be okay. I like Hirafumi's ability to get a lead and then just start trading. Like because that's how it feels right now. Where like this move that they're going for here is like they're able to take a KO here, and they might lose. They could lose either Pokemon in theory, but because they're up, they're willing to make those trades.
And I'd argue that Shoma's team is not built to make trades like this. Like the more simplified the board state, I think Hirofumi is more advantaged.
Here we go. We do see the Terra out of the Heatran here. Never mind.
Cresselia.
Oh, Terra
probably wants to live a double up with the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, might have. I mean, honestly, Shadow Ball did like 75% game 1. They might have thought they needed it just to take the Shadow Ball in the first place. Let's see if this is over 50%. But I have a bad feeling about this turn, to be honest.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of damage.
Will they survive? No. Cresselia goes down. What an incredible double up. We see the power of Arcanine Hisui just doing so much damage with a single target. Super powerful attacks, and Shoma looks a little defeated.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's a tangent, but I just love like following Shoma's
so
expressions. Whether he's winning or like losing, just all very expressive. Oh,
so the Heat Wave miss didn't really matter because it wasn't killing 23 from grassy terrain. I mean, it would have gone down this turn. It might have, So, yeah, that's rough, especially giving up your terrestrialization. It's also worth noting that Hirofumi hasn't even terrestrialized yet.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is looking kind of bad for Shoma. Trying to find a way through. I mean, we don't know what the last Pokemon is, right? Iron Hands has gone down. Cresselia has gone down. I don't believe we've seen the last Pokemon yet.
So the thing is that Shoma's Heatran has a very good matchup into Arcanine at the current stage. So like you can't even touch it. So you'd have to switch out once and probably would have to take a Heat Wave. And then when it comes back in, it would have to go for a Head Smash to do damage to Heatran. So that could be like its only win condition.
The thing is that Shoma... So I like having Protect on a bunch of my Pokemon.
I was just about to mention.
Shoma's team has one Protect. So when Hirofumi...
On the Pokemon that doesn't need to Protect right
Exactly, right? So Heatran is the only Pokemon on the team that can Protect, and we're seeing why that's a risk, because in this position, like, Hirofumi's able to always double attack the partner, and, yeah, like... we're all like she's always able to attack the partner, and there's nothing Shoma can do. Like there's no counterplay because the double up is just too threatening.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, I think you just double into Sylveon here, get the guaranteed KO, and then but we see a Protect come out from the Fluttermane.
I think that makes sense. Like Arcanine, Flare Blitz. This is I wouldn't be shocked if this did 90%.
Oh,
by 90 I meant 99.
Yeah, I was gonna say 99. Yeah, that Flutter Mane's...
Its Earth Power comes out, but I feel like it's too little too late, to be honest.
Yes, I think that Protect was a really great play from Hirofumi. Like, identified that you obviously almost want the Arcanine to go down so that you can get your free switch in and not risk something else coming in the back. Because, like we said, it only has inaccurate moves to hit the Heatran. And now you can get a Pokemon in that can, hit the Heatran pretty accurately. So, wow, what a very commanding Game 2 and Game 3 from Hirofumi, it seems like.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, like, oh wow, Urshifu's in the back. Yeah, it really feels like just like this Flutter Mane was really the key player. I mean, it's interesting because like it didn't even come Game 1. I think that's something that top players really, like a skill that top players have, is identifying when a Pokemon needed to come and it didn't. I think it's going to be a forfeit out of Shoma. So
yes,
well played set. I think that like Hirofumi really recognized one of their Pokemon was just so incredibly strong. And I think something that's worth mentioning here, by the way, is that like Shoma didn't bring the Landorus, and I think part of that was that it didn't have Terra Blast. I think the other part of that is that the Rillaboom discouraging Earthquake makes it a lot like scarier, in my opinion. But I think the real thing is the Terra Blast, because like you had trouble with the Terra Grass Flutter Mane, right? Like the Terra Grass honestly was the unsung hero here. Like it pretty much solely won Hirofumi the game on like not on its own, but that like with any other Terra type, the Amoonguss becomes so much more threatening in Game 2, and like being able to resist Landorus, being able to resist Wild Charge is actually pretty important, I think. And yeah, like being immune to Amoonguss obviously as well. So yeah.
And I thought it was really cool how Hirofumi decided to adjust in Game 2. Like, you're under a lot of pressure, you're losing Game 1. And in Game 2, you would think, like, okay, like, Game 1 I lost because I let them get up Trick Room twice. Like, I'm not even going to let them get it up once. But actually what he went for was, like, totally different. Like, he just said, okay, my win con is going to just be Flutter Mane being immune to the Amoonguss. You can get up your Trick Room if you want, but I know that my Flutter Mane is going to be really hard for you under Trick Room. So I just think, like, the acumen to, like, just adjust and think, like, 2-3 levels deep is really, really admirable.
I do think, by the way, that the pivotal turn, thinking about it, because Shoma had no way of knowing this, but because the Pokemon in the back were it was Rillaboom and Urshifu Water. I think that if that had been a Terra Grass, Terra Blast KO on the Flutter Mane, the turn that the Heat Wave missed, that it was actually possible for a different result. But we do have our players now here with us, so if you guys want to come on back.
お二人ともこちらに来ていただけますか?
Hello.
Hello.
That was a very good set. We have some questions if that's all right. Okay, so Game 1, Hirofumi, like the Cresselia gave you a lot of trouble. Like, what were you thinking going into Game 2?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sorry, yes. In Game 1, like the Cresselia and Trick Room were like really hard to stop. What was going through your head like before Game 2?
ヒロミ選手には1試合目はもうトリックルームを2回決められて、それで結構圧倒されたと思うんですけど、それを踏まえてどう2ゲーム目に取り組みましたか？
そうですね、まあどうやら相手のトリックルームエースが特殊アタッカーしかいないというところで、まあ瞑想を持った羽ばたく神をうまく活用することを意識しました。
Yeah, so Hirofumi identified that in the Trick Room attackers that Shoma has access to is mostly special attackers, so that he felt that, especially with the immunity to Amoonguss with Racialization, he could really let Calm Mind Flutter shine.
I see, that makes sense, thank you. Shoma, after Game 2, like the Flutter Mane was really hard. How, like, what were you thinking for Game 3? What was your plan to stop that?
2ゲーム目の羽ばたく神が結構圧勝に続いたと思うんですけど、3ゲーム目はそれをどう対処しようと思いましたか？
いやー、割ともう対処かなり難しいというか、神がきついことがよく分かったというか、2戦目はなんか神ウィンディ以外ならまあなんとかなるやろみたいな感じで、その意表をついてニンフィアバレルって出したけど、もうかなり通らなくて絶望して、3戦目じゃ神どうしようかなってなった時に、なんかもう手助けワイルドボルトとかでゴリ押すしかなくねみたいな感じはしてたけど、なんか耐えなかったね、クレセリアがね。
So I think he realized through Game 2 that he was, Game 2 that he was very weak to Flutter Mane, And going into game 2, actually, like he thought, okay, I think the worst thing that Hirofumi could do would be to lead Flutter Main Arcanine. So I'm just going to lead something that can do really well into everything else. So Moonga, Sylveon, just Rage Pass, Hyper Voice, everything. But it didn't really work out. And then in game 3, I think what he wanted to go for was, helping hand Wild Charge. But that's also not something that Hirofumi let happen. So, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I have a question about the Flutter Main. So in the West, some players use Draining Kiss instead of Dazzling Gleam. Is that something that you considered, or like that you thought could be strong, or why did you choose Dazzling Gleam?
ひろふみ選手、東洋には羽ばたく神の瞑想型は普段ドレインキッスを採用されてるんですけど、その辺は検討されましたか？
ドレインキッスは検討してなくて、というのも瞑想を積んだ後の圧力がある技が、マジカルシャインが一番圧力高いので、ドレインキッスではなくマジカルシャインを採用しました。
So it seems like he felt like the pressure that you can exert with Dazzling Gleam is a lot more than Draining Kiss, so that kind of outweighed the ability to heal up.
I see. And then Shoma, I want to talk about the Sylveon. It's a very weird, unusual Pokemon. Like, why did you choose Sylveon for this team?
ビエラ選手に質問なんですけど、このニンフィアはとても、このルールであまり見ないポケモンなんですけど、どういう意図で採用されましたか？
シニア優勝の子が使ってたっていうのとあとはなんか、トリックルーム使うってなったら、羽ばたく神よりニンフィアの方がトリックルーム中の圧力がめっちゃ強くて、フェアリータイプの技自体は相手のパーティーの何匹かには、やたら強いことが多いから、強いかなみたいな。
なるほど。Yeah, so first his inspiration was seeing the senior world champion this year use Sylveon, and that kind of got him interested in trying it out. And he also wanted to find a really strong Pokemon to use in Trick Room. And I think the popular fairy type right now is Flutter Main, and that's not really a great Pokemon you want to be using under Trick Room. And he felt like fairy type is a really strong offensive type that can really go well into at least 2 or 3 Pokemon on the opposing player's team. So he wanted to use that as his aggressive option.
I see. Thank you very much. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Bye bye. Yeah, that was a really cool set. I think like it's interesting seeing how like in game 1 the Life Orb Chen Pao was kind of the focal point with like the super powerful like late game option, and then in game 2 how the Flutter Main became kind of like Hirofumi's focal point. Also the Arcanine, I was really impressed. Like that thing was doing damage.
Yeah.
Like, even with a critical hit, one-shotting Cresselia is, in my book, impressive, personally.
Absolutely. I almost wish the critical hit didn't happen.
To see if it would have KO'd anyway. I thought there was a chance, honestly, but I don't know. Imagine. Can you imagine? Yeah.
I think that's what everyone dreams of, is can you just knock out Cresselia, the most broken Pokemon, without even hitting for super effective? And I think we might have found our solution.
Yeah, seriously. I'll have to run the numbers on that. I remember people like back in the day theoried that like Crawdaunt was strong because it like had adaptability, dark like crunch or whatever, and like that could hit Cresselia for, it was like choice band adaptability. Crawdaunt was one of the only Pokemon in the game that could one-shot Cresselia.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite team that we've seen thus far?
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite, I kind of mentioned it earlier too, but I really like Yusei's team with the Grimmsnarl and the Amoonguss that we unfortunately didn't get to see, because I think it plays like with a different strategy than the rest. Like I think a lot of what we've seen so far is kind of like maybe good stuff is the way we describe it. We use a lot of Pokemon that generally have like a lot of bulk and a lot of stats, and you kind of, it's just a lot of positioning, and you're not really playing towards a particular strategy. You're just making good reads, good trades, and things like that. But his is the one that I felt like really played towards a specific strategy, and I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
So I think that would be my vote. But yeah, what do you think?
I actually really like Hirofumi's team. Like it meets all my criteria. It's
Yes,
got taunt,
that's right.
It's got intimidate. Everything is a priority move. I'm like, yeah, that's the team for me. I'm really excited. But we haven't even seen all the teams yet. Although I'm not sure we'll be able to feature everybody. We've seen 6 teams, right? So
Yes.
I guess there are 2 that we might not see unless they get far into the losers bracket. Which is a shame because there was definitely, I saw like a cool Rocky Helmet Pelipper on one of the teams.
That's right. Yeah, hopefully they can come up to the finals some shape or form. But actually, I think we'll have a switch of
a little
casters,
caster change. Yeah.
I'll go ahead and let them surprise you, but I'll be switching out. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
I guess I'll be back
we'll
later.
see you back in a little bit. Thanks, Yuki. Oh, just me on the desk now. Come on in, bud. Very excited to be joined by Aaron Trailer. How's it going, dog?
Can I tell you, like, A secret?
Yeah.
And nobody's gonna hear it?
Yeah.
I just put away like 600 grams of spicy Japanese pasta.
Oh my, how are you feeling?
Well, I don't think it's the fact that it was 600 grams of spicy, delicious Japanese pasta. I think it's that how quickly I ate it.
You were in a rush because you had a job to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's you, me, the viewers,
And
the
all the pasta.
all the pasta.
What flavor was the pasta?
It was spicy, actually.
Spicy flavor.
Yeah, and there was a little sausage on top, and it's like this Japanese Italian fusion pasta, and it was really good. I actually got 600 grams of pasta for you.
On my next break, that's what I'll be
that's
eating. 'Cause
right.
I'm a little hungry.
That's right. Oh, you're a hungry guy.
I'm a hungry guy.
Yeah, but the battle's been awesome.
The battle's been awesome. Dude, all
It's
the sets
really
have been
cool.
really, really impressive. Do you have a favorite team that you've seen thus far?
Yeah, I mean, I am a huge fan of Vete and his team. I
Yes.
thought it was really cool how he played against Zine.
Yes.
That was really, really awesome.
Absolutely. But our next match, we're having a little preview here. It's going to be the two players we've seen in our round 1 match who won their matches. Kiwamu Endo versus Shohei Kimura, the world champion. And we see an interesting matchup here. We've got the Heatran Rillaboom Urshifu core versus Shohei's like Iron Hands, Amoonguss, Chen Pao Urshifu stuff. So it's interesting. I don't think I've seen a lot of Shohei playing against Tornadus. I feel like maybe I'm wrong about that, but like it doesn't come to mind. So I'm really curious to see how he approaches playing against a team like this.
Yeah, I think that what's really cool about what Kiwamu has is the Tornadus is able to control a lot of the pace of the game, so it can use Sunny Day to boost Heatran or Flutter Mane. It can use Taunt to slow down Amoonguss, and so I think it's really going to be about how both players navigate that sort of central tension.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the Heatran's another thing to look at here, right? Because like to beat it, Shohei has a number of options, but like the Terra Grass Heatran looks kind of threatening to me. Like, I mean, Drain Punch from Iron Hands is definitely like valuable for sure, but other than Iron Hands, like I guess the Chen Pao is also pretty good. It's like not very good against Surging Strikes. Like Heatran's pretty good against Surging Strikes Urshifu. It's like pretty good against Landorus. Like if they don't Terra, but
so Shohei has one of the best possible tools against Terra Grass Heatran, which is that Landorus, which can, especially a non-choice Landorus, which can either lock into, which can either select Stomping Tantrum, or once Heatran has Terra to Grass, come on in, Terra Blast it, or even just U-turn it, get it out of there. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting, and Kiwama actually went really quickly for that Tornadus, so in my mind, you know, it seems like he and I got the same sort of ideas, you know? I wish I had the same sort of ideas as that guy. He's a great player.
He really is. Yeah. So it's interesting to see. We're kind of seeing the Pokemon selected here. No Urshifu, I think makes sense. Like you have the there's not Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, but there is an Amoonguss. You have the Urshifu. You have Terra Water Iron Hands as well. Who like those are 3 really good tools against Urshifu. Not to mention the Terra Grass Flutter Mane, who like outspeeds and KOs it. So I think there is some value there. But it's interesting to not see the Heatran come. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, Iron Hands is so physically bulky that, like, maybe you want... Or, like, so specially bulky with the Assault Vest that maybe using Chen Pao and Rillaboom is your best bet to kind of try and get through it.
I think that Heatran is a little bit under the, under pressure here because, that Landorus, as mentioned before, does pressure. The Urshifu on Shohei's side is actually a really nice choice because it has Taunt. I'm not sure... Well... I'm thinking about this from more so like how do you really fit this game plan together given like the grass types. Taunt is a useful tool against some of these other tools, but it's also kind of pressuring, so I get wanting to like leave it back at the beginning, but we're gonna go ahead and get into this game.
I like the little Fanfi.
Oh yeah, Fanfi is awesome.
Yeah.
Great taste.
Great taste. So we're gonna see how the battle's starting out here. We see Amoonguss and Flutter Mane against Tornadus and Flutter Mane. So this is interesting. I mean, the speed of the Flutter Mane is going to be very relevant, right?
Yep. Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to be... It's kind of interesting because you would think that Shohei is kind of pressured to, like, avoid the taunt with his Amoonguss, but I'd kind of argue that Tornadus is a little bit more pressured by the opposing Flutter Mane. You need to stay alive to be able to taunt that Amoonguss, or... just like we saw in the finals, everything is going to take a fat nap.
Absolutely. We're going to see a Protect from the Flutter Mane here, so Shohei's popping off. I wonder what's happening.
Looks like he called it.
Oh, Protect from the Amoonguss. Okay, nice play. I mean, the Citrus Berry and the Amoonguss is just so valuable here, right? Because something like Shadow Ball...
Oh, no.
Not only locking into Shadow Ball, which is a very strong attack, but also using it against Tornadus, calling the Protect correctly there. I feel like Shohei's reads are just so on point, and we do see the Bleakle Storm disconnect. Is there going to be a speed drop? Because the damage is not
Yep.
So meaningful.
Okay,
No speed drop.
No speed drop.
Ooh.
So it looks like Shohei was really counting on that. So now it's interesting because, like I was talking about earlier, you get one thing to do with your Tornadus, which
Yeah.
cannot protect. So are you going to save Fluttermane from the Amoonguss that's going to switch out this turn? Or are you going to attack and try and soften it up?
Yeah, I think this is really tricky, especially because we do not know the speed interaction of the Fluttermanes, right? Like, based on how much HP Kiwamo has, I would assume that Shohei is faster, but I don't know that. And the thing is, if you're running Pixie Plate, you're probably like timid nature. Otherwise, you'd run Booster Energy. So I do think you kind of have to let Tornadus go down here, but it's a great lead from Shohei because the whole point of bringing Tornadus to me is setting up Tailwind. And if you're basically in a position where you can't even really use Tailwind,
Yep.
I don't know. I think that means that you've kind of shut down the Tornadus effectively. So we are going to see the Terra here. Kiwamo forced to Terra before Shohei, which, in my opinion, makes a fair amount of sense, right?
Yep,
Like you really can't risk taking a Shadow Ball here, and we're
Yep.
going to get our first glimpse as to the speed stats of these Fluttermanes.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is we're going to see, a taunt. So nothing coming out of this Amoonguss. It might even Pollen Puff, which
That's
would actually
true.
be pretty interesting. Ooh.
Oh, Shohei's Fluttermane is faster. That's a big deal. Doing a critical hit.
That's a
doing
big deal.
75% of the health, and actually, it's not going to be Shadow Ball. It's going to be Moonblast. I think this is safe because you have Pixie Blade. The damage is going to be comparable.
Yep.
Picking up a KO, actually. So, I mean, like, taking that much damage isn't good. Like, you're kind of down a Pokemon because both your Pokemon are so low. You're not actually down, but it's, like, kind of messy. But, like, getting rid of the Fluttermane is a big deal, especially given that Tornadus actually managed to make it through the turn, so Tailwind is still on the table here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's like both, like this turn and the last turn are really interesting examples of this sort of like Fluttermane versus Fluttermane play that needs to happen. So Kiwamo was forced to Terra Fairy to survive, the potential Shadow Ball, which did end up going his way. And so Shohei really just was able to fire off a Shadow Ball for free, get that Terra. Another effect of what Tornadus and Amoonguss did this turn, so the taunt, yes, Amoonguss was taunted, but if it had Rage Powdered, it would have been an extra turn of taunt, right?
That's true. That's true.
So it's only got 2 more turns left.
Then again, if it had Rage Powder, the Flutter would have survived. So
that is true. That would have been nice as well.
That would have been nice. This is interesting. I wonder if interesting. So basically here, there's pressure because of the Sunny Day, right? Like you could actually Sunny Day stop the Urshifu from KOing with Aqua Jet.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's a consideration here. Also, Bleakwind Storm is actually looking pretty nice, but there's not going to be a Sunny Day selected, so I'm curious if this must be some kind of prediction, right? Like you must be reading, Urshifu did not go for the Aqua Jet here.
I think that Sunny Day and just Dazzling Gleam is pretty safe. Amoonguss is forced to Pollen Puff this turn, which is going to be kind of tough for it to really do anything, so it's probably going to heal anything off of this.
Urshifu, yeah.
It's pretty nice positioning, all things considered.
Yeah. We're going to see a Tailwind here. So, I mean, this is an investment for future turns. It's not going to do much right now. Urshifu going for the Aqua Jet, actually. So Sunny Day might have been a consideration here, but yeah, that's going to be the end of Fluttermane. Not ideal, honestly.
So what's actually really nice about this Tailwind is that it sets up for the Rillaboom, and that's going to be really tough to get out of.
Oh, interesting. Huh. I feel like the Sunny Day really wasn't respected there, but maybe, honestly, I don't really know my Mystic Water Urshifu calcs. I think it probably KO'd through Sun.
It probably would have KO'd through Sun.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense then.
Yeah.
Kiwamo taking their time here, thinking about what to send it. I mean, the obvious choice... Okay, Rillaboom is kind of an obvious choice, but at the same time, like, going into Chen Pao and being able to take out this no-protect Amoonguss, like, or an Amoonguss that can't protect itself from... Or Terra, right? Like, it's taunted and it can't Terra. So, basically, if the last Pokemon is Urshifu, if the last Pokemon is Landorus, then, like, this is a KO as long as it hits, right?
Yeah. But, right. I guess it's nicer than the Rillaboom switch-in, and, like, if you want to take advantage of Tornadus being low health, you can Aqua Jet even through a potential Sunny Day. Then it's kind of tricky, right? Like, what if the last Pokemon on Shohei's side is Iron Hands?
Yeah, if it's Iron Hands, this is going to be kind of messy, but the Sunny Day actually going to pay big dividends here. We are going to see the Aqua Jet come out into the Tornadus. That's interesting, because to me that implies... That implies that you think that your last Pokemon can be Chen Pao, which means it's certainly not Landorus.
Yeah.
Icicle Crash connects. That's very nice. Love when that happens.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big deal.
Big deal. Yeah, critical hit doesn't matter here. as far as I'm aware. You know,
This is actually still looking kind of tough for Kiwamo, right? Because if it's Iron Hands, we don't know, you know?
yeah, that's true. The Sun is helping out a lot though because this Urshifu's final move is Taunt, not close combat. So, Chen Pao coming in. You know what I actually would have loved to see here? I would have loved to see Taunt into the Urshifu. That way you could Woodhammer and just end the game, probably.
Oh, like from the Tornadus?
Yeah, instead of the Sunny Day, but it's probably too risky to be honest.
That would be a pretty neat. Yes, that would be a pretty neat lockup. But actually, I think it's doing a fair amount of work here because you can't take the Chen Pao KO with Urshifu anymore.
That's true. Yeah, that's actually you're very right. Yeah, this is a bit of a messy situation, right? Because you have fake out pressure, but your Rillaboom is under pressure as well. So
no.
Yeah.
You can't give up Rillaboom, and actually Shohei still could really just drive home that Rillaboom KO and stall Tailwind.
Yeah, it's a really hard read to make here, I think.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Chen Pao protects, so a great move from, well, let's see if it's double protect. I don't think it will be though.
I think just to, oh no, oh.
Yeah, so a great call there. However, I think that this is still doable because there should be one turn of Tailwind left if I've counted correctly, and with that, taking out the Chen Pao, like Rillaboom will beat Urshifu in a 1v1.
Yeah, so, absolutely.
So the Terra Water's coming out here. So there's a lot of damage, honestly.
Yeah,
even in the Sun.
Even in the Sun, yeah, that's Mystic Water Terra.
Yeah, Mystic Water Terra doing a lot of damage here.
It's doing a ton.
Oh, you know, the thing is, like, you're in range of Sucker Punch plus Aqua Jet, surely, right? If you're not in range of just Aqua Jet. So the question is, does Woodhammer plus Sucker Punch, in my opinion, KO the Chen Pao?
Oh, that's gonna be really tough. Honestly, would you like?
But you could go for the double protect as well.
Would you be willing to bet on that KO? Because now you can protect Urshifu, and once you've done that, you're in a much more stable space.
I think if Chen Pao goes down, you lose for sure. Oh, interesting. This feels risky to me, but I guess they're reading the double protect here, and also reading that Aqua Jet won't KO.
Oof.
I think
it's a safe KO to take. I think you should do that. Yeah.
I think Aqua Jet might kill here.
No way in the Sun.
Double protect.
Well, it fails.
Well, let's see if Aqua Jet KOs. Oh,
no,
he doesn't go for it.
Yeah, he just went for this.
Wow. Yeah, I think it makes sense. If Aqua Jet doesn't KO there, you're kind of done for. And if you get the double protect, you win like
that. That was a really nice play.
Yeah, you also win if they go for my play with Sucker Punch Woodhammer. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so wow, really well played by Kiwamo. I mean, it's kind of interesting that, like, there's these two huge attackers on each side, but it feels like the game was revolving around not them, but getting rid of the partners, right? Like, just playing to the end game you wanted.
100%.
And I think Aqua Jet wouldn't have killed based on how much that Surging Trick did, because I think the damage is comparable.
Yeah.
And it lived with, like, 18 HP.
I think it's really important to see how this Tornadus set up this end game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like Sunny Day and Tailwind were so impactful.
It was allowed to do everything it wanted. It was allowed to click Bleak Windstorm, it was allowed to click Taunt, it was allowed to click Sunny Day, and then it was allowed to click Tailwind, and actually each of those 4 moves played a role in each Pokemon in Shohei's team being disabled and finally KO'd.
Yes.
So it's really just a really nicely played front game by Kiwamo.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not over yet. I don't remember how many turns of Grassy Trainer left, but I don't think Rillaboom will pick up a KO without the grass. Maybe?
But
because Shohei's really bulky. It might KO anyway, to be honest. I'm not really sure, but I think there's probably a couple turns left.
Yeah, it would sort of need to be like a double into. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Nothing doing.
Nothing doing. And even then, you wouldn't like one shot the Rillaboom either.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, really well played by Kiwamo. That looked kind of like it looked kind of dicey in the middle, but yeah, really well played.
Yeah, if you're Shohei, what are you doing to sort of get ahead in the next match?
So I think here the question is like, I agree with you that I feel like the Tornadus was kind of was really impactful here. I wonder if Iron Hand should be coming, to be honest, because like it's not. I guess like with the Flutter main lead is kind of bad. It's like so good into this Tornadus because it doesn't have Protect.
It depends on how Kiwamo sends up the end of the game, right? Because he was sort of just very fast and loose with the Flutter Mane and actually ended up like nearly trading it. And then it went down pretty quickly to Urshifu's attack. And after it's gone, once Iron Hands hits the field, especially if there's no Terra available for Kiwamo, then it's going to be real tough to get it off the field with that huge HP stat. And maybe, you can even keep Amoonguss around for long enough to just keep a healing back up with Pollen Puff.
I actually do feel like Amoonguss is kind of the crucial Pokemon that got disabled like
Yeah.
on Shohei's side. Like
Yeah.
like the thing is that the Spore was really threatening. Like there are some ways of slowing it down, but I mean Urshifu and Chen Pao and Fluttermane all. Wait, Chen Pao didn't even come. Urshifu and Fluttermane both being able to hit, and like Tornadus as well being able to be hit by Spore is like, I think pretty important. And I think that like getting taunted and then just like kind of being stuck sitting there, like we've seen that's a couple like 2 sets in a row where we've seen like Amoonguss when it only has access to Pollen Puff that actually does anything is like pretty like useless a lot of the time, and that's like one of the ways that you can actually like gain an advantage over Amoonguss teams is by disabling it, right? Because the Rillaboom didn't feel useless there at all, but the Amoonguss kind of did, right? It didn't spore anything. It just got taunted and then sat there.
Yeah, and I think what's like really important about that is that Shohei needs to preserve that momentum, you know, get it out of there.
Yes.
Like, you know, keep pressuring Kiwamu, because last game, you know, Kiwamu really set the pace, and I really like how long Kiwamu took in this team preview phase, because last time it's sort of like, here's Tornadus, I'm gonna do that. Now it's sort of like, whoa, okay, I know that works.
Yeah.
But Shohei's gonna adapt for that, and that's one of the really cool things about a format like this is you can just adapt, and it looks like both players will likely adapt.
Absolutely, yeah. I think one of the things that I would have liked to see from Shohei on turn 2 last game is taking out the Tornadus rather than, because like that way you limit it to one of Taunt, Tailwind, or Sunny Day.
Yes.
Yeah, but we do see an adjustment here. We're leading off with the offensive Pokemon right away, but Heatran is a big adjustment from Kiwamu. Although Heatran with Terra Grass, although it's good like against it's good, like it's like a nice thing to have against the water type of Urshifu. It's not very nice to have against the against the ice type of Chen Pao. So yeah, this is a little bit of a spooky situation. However, a good turn 1 could definitely swing this around.
Yep, actually, Kiwamu has a lot of ways to really punish Shohei here. He's going for that fake out into the Chen Pao. You know, what if he just subs? You know, I guess he would have to Terra Grass and sub to get away from the Urshifu. And so it can be really tricky coming from Shohei's end, especially down a game.
Yeah.
Kiwamu has total freedom to do whatever he wants.
Oh, a Terrestrialization early. This might be the Urshifu.
I was thinking it's the Chen Pao, actually, to
Really?
get out of this fake out. Yep.
I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the Kiwamu's
okay,
Chen
dog.
Pao is grass.
It's okay, dog.
This is a really nice play, honestly. It covers a lot of the options here. It covers the fake out.
Yep.
Oh, protect from Urshifu, actually. So he sure will make it through this turn. The question is, will Rillaboom?
Yeah. So
Fake
this
out?
is a super nice play that covers for everything possible from Rillaboom, except, you know, for an attack.
Icicle Crash.
Yep.
Yeah, very powerful here. Oh, Rillaboom actually surviving. Although, honestly, between you and me, I think that actually might be bad. I think you wanted the KO there. Heat Wave coming out.
That's fair.
Is it going to get a burn? That's kind of the really big, no burns here.
Shohei is so relieved.
yeah, really nice turn 1, aggressive play. I mean, it's always scary to make a play like that, in my opinion, because if you get it wrong, like imagine the Chen Pao just goes down, or like, I don't know, like, there's a lot of things that can go wrong there, but by getting it right, you gain a lot of momentum, in my opinion.
Chen Pao is absolutely the most important Pokemon in this matchup for Shohei, and so just getting an extra turn to attack, it's already done 85% of one Pokemon's health. You know, now we want to see it take 85% more and really set up that end game for Shohei.
We're seeing the power of Urshifu, by the way, because like normally when you have a low HP Pokemon next to a Pokemon you care about, you can just protect and attack and like let the low HP Pokemon go down. But here, because of Urshifu's threat, I mean, unless you want to go for Terra Grass Protect, which leaves you pretty vulnerable, it's like, interesting.
Terra Blast.
Okay, saying, hey, you want to take out my Heatran, you got to make a read here.
Yep, and so the Terra Poison on sorry, not Terra Poison, the Terra Grass here really makes it so that it forces Shohei to launch that 90% accurate Icicle Crash into it.
He's crossing his fingers.
And
there it is.
Yeah, looks like he got it.
Might survive.
Oh, definitely this one.
But it won't survive the double.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Let's see here. The question is, who did Urshifu target? Because right now, like barring a flinch, okay.
All right. So.
Oh wow, that does a lot.
That's but I love this knockoff play from Kiwamu.
Go Heatran. You can live it.
Sorry, Heatran. Thinking of you in these difficult times.
Oh my god.
I love this knockoff play because this Chen Pao is so important to the beginning of the game for Shohei that it is Kiwamu likely knew with this Terrestrialization that there was a chance, right, that Heatran might leave the field, but just keeping the pressure on Shohei with this knockoff, I think is super important.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I think you like really want to, like, you're kind of down him on here, but because Rillaboom is still alive, you like want to make sure you're using it there. And I think it was good not to get overzealous. The thing is that both players have burnt Terra already, which is great, except that I suspect that both players will send in their Fluttermanes here. And the thing about that is that we know that Shohei is faster than Kiwamu, and because of the choice spec, Shadow Ball will pick up a KO. If it were reversed, the play of like Dazzling Gleam, Woodhammer would be really nice, or like there's a couple of options that would be available, but without it, here comes the Fluttermane.
Well, now we don't know that Shohei is faster.
Well, we've seen him. They move first once.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, but there is another play that's available, which is that you could actually protect Fluttermane and Woodhammer here, which would allow you to sacrifice Rillaboom potentially and go into Chen Pao and then threaten the Icicle Crash.
You're gonna protect in front of Urshifu?
I mean, like, it's risky, but like, what is the Fluttermane wants to Shadow Ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then.
That's pretty dicey though, because if you Shadow Ball, you are leaving yourself open to. Oh, I guess you could. You have to have Surging Strikes and Shadow Ball, which would work. Yeah. Well, that's pretty.
Yeah, it's probably too risky. There's the Shadow Ball. Yeah, I would have liked to see a Protect here, I think. Like, I think it was kind of the only way back. Oh my god! It's so tanky! Oh, and it gets the KO! Holy cow!
That's crazy. Oh, and even crit.
I guess I would suspect that with Pixie Plate it doesn't matter, but I don't.
That's insane. How much bulk is that?
I think a lot. I don't think you're supposed to be able to survive Choice Spec Shadow Ball. That's pretty ridiculous.
That's insane.
Wait, all of a sudden Kiwamu, who I thought it was kind of over, is suddenly in a really good position. We're seeing the value, and that's kind of the thing, right? Like, a lot of players are like, oh, everyone uses Fluttermane, like, the game's so boring. But the thing is, like, the way that Fluttermanes are trained impacts the game so much. And the last Pokemon being Iron Hands here, Pixie Plate Fluttermane's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty rough. And there's a whole Pokemon in the back for Kiwamu.
A really cool play here, not wanting to risk a...
That's mean. It's a mean thing to do to a person.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a ton of sense in my opinion.
Wow. Yeah, no, it does.
If it lives like Moonblast plus Woodhammer, then you die to recoil, take the KO, and then you could lose on a on a miss.
No, there's no way.
But with this,
oh
never mind.
All right.
Oh wait, hang on.
Really
this makes sense. So Iron Hand's only a single target damaging move, so by preserving Rillaboom, you're preserving Fake Out.
Yeah.
And so you're able to go for multiple double ups.
Really just locking it up a million ways.
Protect from Fluttermane here. Because of the Focus Sash as well, you're just in a really nice spot. Fake Out. Oh no, Drain Punch. Oh, hang on. I mean, it's a 1 against 3, but the one, like all three of the one are low HP.
This is nuts. How do you call something like that?
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Man, they're all so low. Man, if only it had Rock Slide.
If only there was some G-Max Volcalith on the field.
Dude. Okay, here comes Rillaboom switching in here. Icicle Crash can miss. It does not. This is going to do a fair bit of damage, probably 40%. Looks like it.
And it's a Wild Charge.
Actually, picking up the KO on the Fluttermane, Fluttermane slot.
What's kind of nice here is that it's going to be tough for Iron Hands to bring it back, but what's going to be nice here is that you're going to have to click Sacred Sword or the inaccurate Icicle Crash.
I feel like Sacred Sword plus Moonblast plus Sacred Sword will get it, so I think the Kiwamu has maneuvered this in a way that is... I'm going to say it, I think it's guaranteed. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I think Moonblast will do more than we're expecting with the Pixie Plate.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's the Sacred Sword. There's the Moonblast. Let's see here. Sacred Sword comes out. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, and this will wrap it up. Really well played by Kiwamu.
Really nice.
Really nice.
Love that pop-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great match.
I mean, the really pivotal turn there is the Fluttermane surviving, right?
Yeah.
Without that, I think that Iron Hands is probably cleaning up, but...
I didn't know it could do that.
I didn't know it could do that either. That sounds like something for special defense boosting booster energy Fluttermane to me.
I don't know anyone who loves that set.
No, neither do I.
Did you guys talk about it earlier in the broadcast or something?
Oh, I mentioned it offhand, but I didn't mention that you liked it. Yeah.
No, I think it's a great set. So I think for that survive to happen, first off, Kiwamu's Fluttermane must have eaten like
a lot of Wheaties.
So many multivitamins that morning, like way more than the one a day it says in the outside of my Flintstones package. And then the other thing is that Shohei's Fluttermane must also be very, very low in the special attacking department.
Right, it was probably a combination.
One of the issues with being a little faster is you might miss out on a KO like that, which I didn't know it was possible to miss out on.
I think that the thing about Fluttermane is that yes, it's extraordinarily powerful, but you have to choose. It's like the social life, good grades, sleep thing where you only get to choose two, and then the third one misses. Like you can have speed, you can have power, and you can have bulk. And if you have speed and bulk, then maybe you lose a little power, which the choice specs compensates for sure, but not fully. Now I'm actually going to tag out here for our interview, and because we Yuki will be tagging in for the interview, but I'll be back probably after the next match.
If you go see the plastic bag on the table out there, that has 600 grams of pasta for you. Okay, that's good. Yeah. All right, now it's the Aaron show. I'm Aaron. Welcome to my show.
Nice job.
It's me. Oh, Yuki. What's up?
Yuki and Aaron show.
The Yuki and Aaron show now. Cool. What's up, dog?
What up?
Not much.
That's a cool match.
That was really, really awesome. It was a great game.
I love seeing that from the sidelines.
Oh yeah.
My little
Dude, that. Oh yeah, you go get a little boy lunch.
Boy lunch.
Boy lunch.
Let's invite some more boys back here, though.
All right, let's get the boys.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you have any questions, I can go ahead and translate.
I guess I'm driving.
I also have a first one that's
you go for it. I
so-
think we're about to ask the same thing.
Sure. So the question I want to ask Kiwamu first is like if it was a surprise for him to survive some of these attacks because they seem pretty powerful and he survived them like one of them pretty convincingly. キワム選手に質問なんですけど、特に2試合目ではすごいポケモンが耐えるところが多くて特につららばり翔平選手が大好きなアイシクルクラッシュを、27で耐えたと思うんですけどその辺は結構運が良かったって感じですか？
いや、ゴリランダーとヒードランは確定だえその後のハワタッカミのシャドーボールはまあ上振れました。
So yeah, I think what he told us was that both his Rillaboom and even his Heatran, while terrestrialized, are guaranteed to survive Shenpao's Icicle Crash. But he told me the Fluttermane surviving was a bit of luck. So that was pretty interesting, yeah.
Yeah, really cool. I guess the question for Shohei is the Iron Hands in the last match. What was your thought process in bringing it in that game?
翔平選手に質問なんですけど、鉄のカイナを2試合目に持ってきた意図は何ですか？
裏に最終的にパオジアンとゴリランダーが出る展開が読めていたから鉄のカイナを当てようと思って考えてました。
Yeah, so it seems like he anticipated an endgame with Chien-Pao and Rillaboom being in the back, so he wanted to be strong there and brought the Iron Hands for that matchup.
Okay. Yeah, that's really cool because I thought that like there were so many things that Kiwamu could have done in team preview, and I thought that it was really interesting to see the battle sort of play out because I thought that Iron Hands was like a great tool. It was really tough because of the Fluttermane survive.
Right, yeah.
I guess so. A question for Kiwamu as well is like, so in the first game of team preview, you seemed really confident that Tornadus was going to be a great call. What was your thought process in the second round where it seemed like a little bit slower? You had to think a little bit more carefully.
1試合目はトルネオスがあった関係上結構速いテンポで動いたと思うんですけど2試合目はもうちょっと遅めでその辺のテンポのずらしとかにお話していただけますか？
そうですね、もうまさに1試合目は追い風で高圧的に行ってで2試合目にその相手の太陽側に回らせるところをゴリランダーとヒードランのその炎と草のタイプ相性のいいところをこう押し付けていくっていうところを狙ってました。
Yeah, so it seems like in game one he really just went for forced the opponent to adjust to an aggressive game plan in game one. In game two he noticed that the fire and grass coverage would be pretty strong, so he pivoted more towards like a Rillaboom Heatran end game.
Cool.
So that was cool.
That was really awesome. Yeah, that was a really great set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
素晴らしい試合でした。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
お願いします。
Yeah. That was really awesome.
That was cool. Yeah, I unfortunately missed out the first one because I was getting my little boy lunch. But the second game, yeah, I just felt like Yeah, I was talking to Kiwamu yesterday, like during the dress rehearsal, and he was like, "Yeah, like I'm feeling really good about my team. Like I feel like I've been missing playing best of threes, and I'm really prepared." And then he also said, like, I think my biggest point of being confident is that I really trained my Pokemon to beat the meta. And he would just show me like, "Oh yeah, like I already done my calculations on my calculator. Like I know that my Rillaboom's gonna survive the Icicle Crash same with my Heatran, even Terrestrialization." I was like, "Isn't that doing it too much? Like, isn't Sacred Sword enough?" But he's like, no.
Yeah.
So it made me really happy to see that match and see that like basically what he intended for like worked out like exactly.
Yeah. It was very, very cool. I mean, me and Wolf were up here. We're like, whoa, I didn't know about any of those survives. And I think Icicle Crash is especially kind of interesting because you have to like, it has to hit in the first place.
Yes.
So it's nice to have extra insurance. So we see in the bracket that the winners finals has been set. It's Kiwamu, who we just saw, versus Hirofumi. And in the losers bracket, now we've got Shoma versus Tomoyuki. And in losers bracket number 2, we've got Shohei versus Kenji.
Yep, and it seems like Kiwamu and Hirofumi are already getting kind of set up, so
sick.
I think we'll be watching that one next, and then depending on how the time goes, we might actually be able to see the loser semifinals. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But
Awesome.
How has it been? Like I know that was like your like first match to see, but like in terms of like the level of play or like I don't know, just seeing the Japanese players play head on.
Are you asking me if I think a collection of 8 of the all-time greats of Japanese players are good at Pokemon battles? Because yes, absolutely. I'm so excited to be here. Like honestly, this is like a dream come true thing for me. Just like honestly, just watching the battles between these players, like let alone being here in the studio and getting to like talk over them. Like each one of these players has done such awesome things in their battles throughout their careers, and like it's a very, very cool opportunity. And I know that like my fellow American players who also religiously follow the Japanese scene are also geeking out at home or wherever they are coming back from Worlds. So it's just very, very cool, and I'm very grateful.
Absolutely. And I know, like you say, there's other Western players who religiously follow, but I would say, if anything, you would be like the head of this religion because
No.
I think you do a really, in my opinion, like a really great job of following like the meta around the world, and I think it's really cool to see that you're sitting here being able to kind of maybe confirm some of your learnings and things like that.
Thank you.
So
yeah. Well, thank you very much. That's a very nice thing to say in front of however many people.
How's it? How about your Japanese understand? For example, like were you able to find out like the booster on the Flutter main when you see it on the screen?
Oh. Yes. Sorry. There was a booster on the Flutter main here?
Oh, maybe there wasn't. I don't know. I'm just saying,
the games are just so fast paced and it's like kind of clear with context clues that
sure.
Like I like we don't even have to read anything.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I can read it, okay? But,
yes.
yeah. So what I wanted to
give you a chance to brag about your Japanese.
Well, thanks. Yeah. What was really interesting is I was actually talking with Kiwamu on Saturday at Worlds, and he mentioned they follow American tournaments as well, and he named a couple of American players that he was really excited to see at Worlds because they had inspired him throughout this season. And so I thought that that was really cool. It's
I think Kiwamu really prides himself on following the West. I feel like you two are kind of parallels in that regard, in my book at least.
Shucks.
So I'm gonna brag on your behalf, but I think we already have our matchups coming up for the next one. You can see it on screen. We just saw Kiwamu play on stream, so not too many surprises. And 2 matches ago, we watched Hirofumi play with this Torrendus team. But I think Wolf and I already kind of gave our thoughts on his 6. So I'm curious what you think about Hirofumi's 6 Pokemon there.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of these teams have a lot of repeat Pokemon. We've seen a lot of Chien-Pao, we've seen a lot of Flutterman. And so what I think is really cool when that's the case is to look at the little differences between them. And in this case, there's that Life Orb on Chien-Pao, there's that Calm Mind Booster Energy on Fluttermane, and I guess Torrendus I didn't mention, but they're also different. Is that they're the same, but one has fire and one has water. Well, sorry, sun and rain. So I think it's these little things that will end up deciding a lot about the pace of the match. And so it's also like little things like the knockoff on Rillaboom versus the Stomping Tantrum, Arcanine versus Heatran. Japan. Close combat. Oh, they both have close combat. Never mind, that's the same. Like, so, for instance, like this Flutter Mane with Calm Mind is able, like, you know, if you get it to the place where it's got a Calm Mind or two, and it's really able to, like, you know, survive and deal a bunch of damage to the rest of the field, like, great, congrats, like you set it up, but, you know, are you gonna get there? I think that's like gonna be the central tension in this match between the two Fluttermanes. And what that means is that Kiwamu has a lot more room to position his Fluttermane without really worrying about, like, you know, he can just get some damage out of it and go.
Yes.
So yeah, were you thinking along similar lines?
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, like, you know, also the access that Kiwamu has to Moonblast, I think, is a pretty big deal.
Oh, yeah.
And like the Fluttermane on Hirofumi side, like you said, needs some time to set up to get the real damage going.
Yeah.
So another way to think about it is like Hirofumi doesn't actually really have access to a Fluttermane like from turn one as much as Kiwamu does, which I think is interesting. And then I also kind of want to echo the point on the Tornadus having different moves. Like the only difference is Rain Dance versus Sunny Day being a difference in the tempo. And I guess something I saw on the side streams at Worlds was that Hirofumi would Rain Dance even though he was already in Rain because he read his opponent would go for Sunny Day.
Yeah.
And that's just like the high level playing that's just normal for players like these.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious to see if we'll see kind of like a repeat of that. Like, I don't know if Kiwamu was watching the same stream, so he has to like respect that way of thinking. But I thought that was like really, really cool.
So I guess the question for you here is if both Tornadus have Bleak Wind Storm, Taunt, and Rain Dance or Sunny Day, would you want to be the faster Tornadus or the slower Tornadus? Imagining that there's a partner Pokemon that could either take out the Tornadus or deal 50 to 100% of the partner Pokemon's health.
I think it's honestly more the interaction of Taunt and like Rain Dance and Sunny Day because like I think if you are going for the weather move, you want to be last, but if you're taunting, you want to go first. And I think just the taunt part overrides everything, and I would want to be this faster Tornadus like 100% of the time. So I have a feeling what would happen is in game one, maybe the players will figure out who has a faster Tornadus, and then in game two, they will use that knowledge to adjust accordingly. So I think game one is like pretty important to win. Like in game, I think that scouting is gonna be particularly strong here.
Yep, I think that's a really, really important thing. But we're just gonna launch right into it.
I think what I'm curious about in the leads is like, are either player gonna lead Tornadus or in Kiwamu's like team, like he can go pretty bulky, right? He actually might not even need Tornadus. So I think that's gonna be pretty vital to figure out from turn one. But we go ahead and see the leads, and we see Chien-Pao and Rillaboom coming out from Kiwamu's end. And on Hirofumi, we have Chien-Pao and Arcanine.
Yep. All right, so it's pretty tough from the get-go for Kiwamu because Fire is actually super effective against both Grass and Ice, and the Intimidate is going to do a lot of work in this lead. So, I think it's pretty interesting that, you know, we sort of correctly called there were no Fluttermanes from from Hirofumi's side, so points to us. But I think it's pretty interesting that Kiwamu sort of allowed this to happen. He might have like figured a specific possibility would happen, and it just never materialized.
Right, and I think, the defensive switch that maybe Kiwamu could go for is bring in an Urshifu. Like, it does pretty well offensively into both and kind of defensively. But we don't even see a switch, so I like to see how Kiwamu kind of deals with this offense. He does have fake out pressure, and luckily the Chien-Pao over on Hirofumi's side does not have Ghost Terrestrialization, so he's guaranteed to get off a fake out. It's just whether he can really make it stick here.
Yep. Yeah, and that Poison Terra is going to protect it, but it's not even going to be an attack into there.
And we see a Sacred Sword coming out into Chien-Pao on Kiwamu's end, already going into Focus Sash. I think the next order is probably going to be this Arcanine, and if it flinches, I think it could be a big... Is it going to... Oh, it gets the Flare Blitz off. And
Huge lead for Hirofumi.
Absolutely, and it's for certainly a knockout with the Choice Band and the Sword of Ruin. Maybe even 2 Gorillas are down.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt the overfeint there. So now Arcanine is locked into that Choice Band Flare Blitz. And so Kiwamu's got a little bit more of wiggle room to pivot around it. What I really like from Hirofumi is, so I saw in Team Preview this Life Orb Chien-Pao, and I was kind of like, oh, you know, why doesn't it have Focus Sash, which is super important for it surviving? You know, he's not even using Focus Sash anywhere else on his team. But then, immediately, not very afraid at all to Terra Poison it just from the bat. No, like, he locked that in, no matter what he thought Kiwamu was going to do. And that is actually, you know, you can use the natural defense of Chien-Pao to really make that Pokemon stick around.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, and like being used to be able to Terra like that when you might not even be under threat, like when you might even take the Sacred Sword, I think it's really important. At the same time, I was very surprised to see that the Chen Pao moved second twice for Hirofumi, like the ability activation and also in the moves. So I think it might be safe to say that Kiwamu's is faster. I guess I can only be 75% confident. But when you're the Life Orb Chen Pao, who is a lot more frail than the Focus Sash one, you think that you want to be on the higher speed, you know, using the Jolly nature. So if these are both tying at the Adamant nature, that's surprising to me, but Hirofumi got very far with this team. I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
He also had the Intimidate in this case to really just beef it up.
Yes.
And so what I really like about this Urshifu switch-in is that, you know, each Pokemon team is like a house of cards, and once you take down a card, the rest of the house kind of falls around it. So we've seen that the Rillaboom has been knocked out on Kiwamu's side, and now it's just going to kind of be boom, boom, boom from this Urshifu. It has no resists other than the opposing Urshifu left to take the water type attacks.
Yes, and in this case, if you're Hirofumi locking in what I think he's about to lock in, you're covering for the Terra Grass coming out over from Kiwamu's end. So yeah, I feel like we saw something similar happen in the previous match where I believe Kiwamu read Shohei terrestrializing and going for the Icicle Crash. So yeah, it might be just another tale of that.
Yep. And another sort of deadly arrow that Hirofumi has in his quiver right now is that Arcanine with the Choice Band Extreme Speed. Once it hits the field again, it can kind of finish off anything. You know, if he doesn't want to, Hirofumi doesn't have to worry about the Chen Pao at all.
Right, and even the Chen Pao over on Kiwamu's end is not Ghost, it's Grass. So Extreme Speed will go through no matter what. But we see the Terra, and I believe Hirofumi locked into what I thought he locked into. Oh! But does it survive? It survives, but it gets flinched. That is crucial. Now the Surging Strikes goes into the Heatran that does not care at all.
That's really tough.
That's just the strengthless Icicle Crash.
Yeah, Icicle Crash is really defining some of these high-profile matches that we've seen so far. And it's going to be a Heat Wave. Oof, that is a rough way to lose your Chen Pao.
Yes.
But it's hard to say that it hasn't done a lot of good things in this match so far.
Yes, it's gone the Focus Sash out of Kiwamu's, slowly healing back.
Yep.
And yeah, yeah, I think Kiwamu has just done a really good job of like both the training of his Pokemon. Like even if that Icicle Crash has hit the Heatran, if it hadn't flinched, you still would have been in a pretty good spot. And just like having insurance on top of insurance, you know, being the faster Chen Pao and being able to attack first on top of being able to survive the Icicle Crash, it's just great.
That's what you get for being faster. But we're gonna see a switch here, and it's the opposing Tornadus, and so that's a little dicey for Kiwamu. I sort of get the feeling that he wanted the battle to play out in a different way than it actually ended up doing, and now that it's a Tornadus off, you gotta be careful.
Yes,
that's a lot of damage.
With the second Pokemon coming in, it probably won't get knocked out when the Bleak Wind Storm becomes double damage. Because usually when moves can hit multiple Pokemon, if it's only hitting one, it gets powered up a little bit. But yeah, I think positioning-wise, Hirofumi is doing a lot better. Like, I am surprised how much things can flip in just one turn, right? Like, just being able to get that free attack onto the Tornadus, and now you're threatening, a Surging Strikes plus Tailwind, or just a Bleak Wind Storm, and you're not really threatening a knockout on Hirofumi's Tornadus.
Yep, absolutely. We were talking a bunch at the beginning of this match, you know, which Tornadus is faster. The interaction between both Tornadus is going to be really important, and I think we both have sort of expected that to play out in the beginning of the game, not in the final turns of the game. So, you know, it's nice to have thought about that, but it's a pretty crazy place that we're in. So, huge sunny day coming off. Let's see what happens here, and it's a Tailwind. So, the Urshifu, I believe, was already going to outspeed the Heatran.
Oh, this is not good news. This is definitely surviving. There's no critical hit to bail them out because they're already critting.
Yeah.
So now I think it's up to this Heatran to hit those Heat Waves. Can it hit? Yes!
Oh, whoa.
But, wow, that did a lot less
That's a big burn.
That's very scary.
Yeah.
I think the part that's relevant is that if this Aqua Jet doesn't KO the Tornadus, Kiwamu will be able to get up Tailwind, and I think that could be very bad for the last mon in the back.
Yep.
Because before, I think even in Sun, Aqua Jet certainly would have KO'd, but now I'm not too sure.
I think going for Surging Strikes is safe just to protect your Pokemon from Bleak Wind. You can also get this. So this is a quad fire resist, which is really nice. And you now threaten the head smash. You know, if you're able to connect it.
Okay, so you see the Tailwind's being mashed over from Kiwamu's end. Went for the Surging Strikes, as you mentioned. Oh, I think that definitely would have survived the Aqua Jet, so I think that's a great call from you.
Yeah. Well, I think just Urshifu, like from Urshifu's perspective, Tornadus cannot click both an attacking move and a setup move, so you're gonna be able to outspeed him for Tailwind anyway.
Yes, and I might say that the Urshifu surviving on 2 HP is kind of bad for Hirofumi. Like, I would think that he would want the free switch in, but I also just realized Kiwamu doesn't have any Pokemon left except for this Heat Trance, so maybe even just this extra bit of damage is appreciated. So yeah, let's see. We see the Extreme Speed doing a pretty good amount, but the Citrus comes out.
So I think it's pretty interesting that Hirofumi chose to rely on the accuracy of Bleak Windstorm. You know, you're gonna need one more to finish this off here.
Yes.
Rather than just the accuracy of Head Smash.
Those are terrible ass. I guess that makes sense since Heat Wave won't be picking up the Arcanine.
Well, will this be picking up? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, especially if it's a crit. But so now it's this is every Tornadus player's kind of nightmare. You know, you've done all your work. You've fought as hard as you can, and now you're staring your Bleak Wind right in the face and praying to anything that will listen.
If I'm being honest, I think Kiwamu is probably the one that's going to be praying, because based on the Tailwind turns, I think this is the last turn Tailwind for Hirofumi. So I think Kiwamu, all he has to do is protect, let it expire, and then hit a Heat Wave.
So if your first instinct is to protect, and I actually really like that, that Hirofumi...
I know what you're about to say.
I like that Hirofumi is just taking the maximum amount of time to think here. I think that this is super smart. I think you can just Rain Dance, actually. I think it actually doesn't matter if Heatran is about to...
Protect or not.
Protect or not. You can just... Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Kiwamu can see Hirofumi praying, so I don't know if he... I think he should have been a little bit aware of that, because I might be able to read his body language.
Now, Yuki, this is what makes a top trainer, is the ability to read body language.
Yes.
It's the subtle clues.
Yes.
And the hands clasped in front of the face is one of the most subtle clues of all.
Yes.
Many trainers miss. But the Tornadus does not, and Hirofumi is gonna take the first game.
I can't believe that's just what happened. Like, I think 99% of the time it could have been like a Rain Dance and Protect or something. But the exact opposite happened.
Yeah, I think it's pretty scary to, like when you're, you think through every possibility on these plays. Yeah, he's laughing.
He's smiling. He's like, I gotcha.
Yeah, Kiwamu is smiling a little less. But, when you're thinking through one of these plays, and like we saw, Hirofumi take every second that he could to think through it, you're kind of like, okay, what if like Heat Wave connects and burns? What if it's a Terra Blast crit or something? And so there's, he's thought it through.
Yes. So that was an interesting game one. I think we found out that Kiwamu's Tornadus is faster. Is that right?
Yes.
So that makes me think that Hirofumi might not want to lead his own Tornadus, but as I say that, Hirofumi is locking in Tornadus as we speak. So yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
So in the first game, the leads were sort of decided by the Chen Paos sort of facing off against each other, and actually, I think the real sort of difficulty that Kiwamu had finding his footing in the first game was because Arcanine was led into 2 special attackers. So I think Hirofumi is just sort of thinking like, look, like he's gonna account for that. That's gonna be what he's thinking about. So you can kind of just bust open your opponent with this super scary Tornadus Urshifu lead. If you see a Tornadus, you can mess with it, and if you see something that's not a Tornadus, you can Rain Dance and just kind of go to town. And so Kiwamu's, on the back foot in more than one ways, is what I think.
I agree, yeah. Just like mentally, and then also just in terms of the positioning from the lead, like you just said. So, Yeah, I think Kiwamu, it's more eyes on Kiwamu for how he adjusts. So I'm really excited to see what he brings out. And I think we find out here it's going to be a Rillaboom and Heatran for Kiwamu. And over on Hirofumi, it's going to be Tornadus and the Urshifu.
Yep. And so this is a very, very tricky spot for both players.
Yes.
I think it's kind of interesting Kiwamu choosing to trust in Rillaboom and Heatran together again, especially after the last set that we just watched. You know, it sort of closed things out. And now we'll see how it does in a new setting. So, all right, we're gonna see. We might look at a little bit of Arcanine. I think we're gonna see it come back.
It's definitely well positioned here. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Kiwamu to read this because it's such a safe switch in somewhere. But I guess because it's not really obvious which slot it will come in.
Yeah.
It would be kind of hard to do that. So maybe it's more about getting the fake out in the right position because I think he can definitely get a sub up here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The sub, yeah, you could like probably the safest play for.
Oh wow!
Huge taunt.
Yeah, I think that was a great play from Hirofumi's end because it was pretty safe for Kiwamu to click fake out into the Urshifu since you wouldn't have to terrestrialize in order to get your sub up safely. But yeah, with the taunt, I think that was safe. But Kiwamu kind of goes above and beyond that again and goes for the Heat Wave, which was also very safe, especially with the fake out into Urshifu, and gets the burn as a reward.
Yep. Yeah, I guess, you know, if you attack more often, you're going to get things like low percent burns more often.
Yep.
And so now Tornadus, rather than being able to do all of these awesome things that we sort of expected to do, Tailwind, Brain Dance, more oblique winds, we see it sort of restricted to like one chance to get to lower Rillaboom and Heatran's health. So actually, something.
This is a bleak one. It's missing the Rillaboom. That is really bad news for Hirofumi.
Awful for Hirofumi, but I imagine that he.
Oh, and it also missed the head smash into Heatran. That is a terrible, terrible turn for Hirofumi. Wow, and knocks off the choice band.
Wow, that's really tough. But it survives. Well, so some good news for Hirofumi is now he can click. He can try again with a different attack. Actually, Tornadus is gonna get one more off. It's kind of interesting. Like that was a really solid play aside from the accuracy of the moves. Because like something Wolf was saying before he got up here is clicking taunt into Pokemon means they can't protect anymore, and so Hirofumi removed that possibility from Heatran, and then just the things didn't go his way. But
see, head smash going to the Heatran. Wow. That did a lot less than I thought.
It did a lot less than I thought as well. It sounds like Heatran would. I mean, it looks like Heatran would have been sticking around. You know.
Yes. I guess also with seeing how it survived the obstacle crash earlier, I imagine it has a lot of defense investment.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I think we might see a double KO happening here.
Think again, maybe.
I guess it depends on whether we see the Heatran have some accuracy on this turn.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I think this will turn into can Hirofumi use the Tailwind turns correctly and kind of reverse the 2v4 that he'll put himself into, barring Heatran not having his glasses on.
Yep. I definitely agree. I think it's been really interesting in this set that sometimes the Pokemon that aren't KO'd are almost more of a hindrance to your team than the Pokemon that are. I also think it's kind of interesting. Oh, here comes Tornadus. I think it's interesting that Tornadus is coming, ready to fight its friend. And now that you've removed the Tornadus, you can match Tailwind, you know, put up your own sun, protect your Pokemon from Urshifu without even having to worry about Terra types.
Definitely. Yeah, I think it's also interesting that neither of these Tornadus have Icy Wind, so really the only way you can one-up your opponent in Tailwind really is to match them delayed, right? Because then you get the Tailwind effect a little bit longer than your opponent. So I think this is pretty smart from Kiwamu's, Kiwamu's end, which he's about to do.
The thing is, though, that Tornadus, like a late game Tornadus setup, is so much more challenging to get off than a like lead at turn one, which actually we saw happen to Kiwamu last game. He's executing it more successfully this game. I think partially is because he's done that slow U-turn, allowed his Pokemon to KO Hirofumi's Tornadus, and now can reap the rewards.
Yeah, definitely. So I think Kiwamu is excellent in adjustment, just knowing when to bring in the Tornadus and stop Hirofumi at the lead a bit more. So yeah, we see the Tailwind come out. Chimp out still faster since Hirofumi has the Tailwind and knocks out the Tortoise. I guess that's one Pokemon that is not trained to survive Icicle Crash.
Or it might be, but it's not trained to survive a Life Orb one.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's that Life Orb.
Good call. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's a pretty big survival from this Rillaboom. I think it can, it has the opportunity to go for a Fake Out next turn, which I guess is not relevant if he doesn't have an Urshifu. I believe we've seen all 4, and there's no Urshifu in the back.
Yep, we've seen Rillaboom, Heatran,
Tornadus.
Maybe
we
haven't.
haven't.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting, what Kiwamu is sort of willing to do to get his ideal board positioning. His Pokemon took a lot of damage, and it is Flutter Mane finally here. But what's super interesting is I don't believe either player has Terra to their Pokemon.
Yes, you're right. So this Flutter Mane looks like it's positioned pretty well, but actually with some defensive tears happening, I think Kiwamu might have to... Well, this turn I guess he might not have to do guesses based on the access to Fake Out, but definitely the next turn I think will be very important.
Yep.
But we're seeing Hirofumi's considering just kind of going for it.
And I think it's really interesting, something we haven't talked about much this game is how Protect is allowing each player to exert a lot of control over this game. So imagine if it were something like a Choice Scarf Urshifu.
Yes.
You would kind of just have to let it fake the Flutter Mane right
Yes.
here because of the Fake Out and double up combo, which would, exert a different pressure over the board. But now, because you can just double Protect safely here, you can do a lot more with your Urshifu next turn.
Absolutely. And we see the Translation coming from Hirofumi into Poison, reading a Fairy type attack coming out from the Flutter Mane and hoping to get some big damage this turn. Oh, and it outspeeds.
Ooh, that's
gets a
gonna be
big Icicle Crash and knocks out the
Wow.
Flutter Mane.
Wow.
I don't think it could have gone any better. for
No.
Hirofumi.
Yeah,
I mean, it could have gone better if he had gone for Surging Strikes into Heatran, but
Yes.
we'll cut him some slack.
I'll allow it. So I think really, if I had to sort of sum up how these games have gone in, a quick statement is, goodness me, Life Orb on Chien-Pao messes up each damage calc you sort of expect to take
Yes.
from it. And I think that's really, really cool out of Hirofumi.
Yeah, I think it's really cool because I feel like we're showcasing these teams like in the light that really makes them shine. Like in the previous match, we saw Kiwamu's Heatran and Rillaboom and Flutter Mane all survive these powerful attacks we don't expect to survive because they're trained more vocally.
Yep.
And then the kind of opposite happens here, where it's Hirofumi's like, okay, I anticipate a lot of players to do something like Kiwamu's doing.
Yeah.
Let me put Life Orb on so that
Yeah.
I can just put them off the rocker.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's it seems like a really great thought and is a great reason why he might be advancing to grand finals
Yes.
before anyone else. So when Chien-Pao holds Focus Sash, I guess my question is why? Because I guess you always want to be able to get 2 attacks out of it, but what if you just got 1 really good attack out of it? I think that's
We're getting very
sort of the reasoning here.
philosophical. I like this.
Well, listen, that's what I do, dog.
We're in Philosophy 101 class. You didn't know that,
That's right,
everyone?
Yeah. Ethics of Life Orb.
So yeah, we see Kiwamu go for the Terra Grass resisting attacks from the Urshifu that was not getting faked out this turn. Hirofumi probably reads that and goes for the close combat into the Rillaboom instead.
Yep.
And I think we'll now have to see if the Heatran is going to be able to get the Terra Blast off into the Urshifu. And yep, that's exactly what we see happening.
All right, just bringing it closer to this pretty thrilling showdown. I think it's really interesting how Kiwamu can maintain getting that sort of KO while still, being able to survive attacks like Icicle Crash. It probably takes a lot of very carefully thought out play, but here we go. This is it. This is we talked about every Tornadus player's nightmare. But
Hirofumi is looking for other options, but I don't think there is one.
I don't think there is one, but Heat Wave may not KO.
Faster. The Tailwind. Yes, we talk about the Tailwinds matching late, so.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I think.
It's very smart.
Yes. Yeah, Hirofumi definitely had to respect that substitute. And
Yeah.
now, I guess Hirofumi only had an 81% chance to win.
Yes.
Assuming the Heat Wave KOs, of course.
Yes.
But
Well, actually,
Let's see. Does the tailwind expire now? Yep,
Yes, it
says
does.
Expires.
You get a little bit further from that KO every turn. That grassy terrain.
True, so I think. Oh, we don't even see a protect. Wow.
That's the game. I honestly really well played by Hirofumi, and I think that as we were saying all set, it's this Chen Pao that was the difference maker.
Yes. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so Hirofumi will advance to grand finals, and he doesn't look too upset about that at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah. Wow. I guess to kind of like try to answer your question from earlier, I think you just have to play the Chen Pao so differently, because when you're at Chen Pao that has Focus Sash, you can really rely on it to kind of close out end games because it's so fast, it's so strong. It's probably one of the combination-wise the fastest and strongest Pokemon in the game.
Oh, absolutely.
Right now, just in combination of Sword of Ruin and how high it is in its speed.
Yep.
But I think the way Hirofumi is playing it is kind of more of an earlier mid-game Pokemon.
Yeah.
You can't really rely on it to finish up endgame for you, except for maybe one Pokemon that can be fainted by a Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
But I think he just positions it very well so that it comes in right at the time where it exerts a lot of pressure and kind of enables its partner to switch out or even take like even more advantageous move like Calm Mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the team sheet for Kiwamu, is none of these Pokemon can hit a Terra Poison Pokemon for super effective damage. So I think Hirofumi really made a great read on what the type chart, what common weak points and common, oversights would be.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Well, we have our players right in front of us. Let's see if we can invite them on. Come on down. Hello again. Okay, maybe I can kick us off. So I think I want to ask about the end of game one, where I think it was kind of a read of protect versus substitute and attacking versus I think rain dance. So maybe I want to ask both players what they're thinking. お二人の質問なんですけど、最初はHirofumi選手に、1ゲーム目の最後に、かなりの読み合いのターンがあったと思うんですね。その身代わりするか守るか、そして相手が雨乞いするか、木枯らし嵐を打つかっていうところだったんですけど、その辺はどう考えて、攻撃するっていうことを考えました？
なんだっけなちょっと微妙に覚えてないんですけど、なんか一応私の目測では雨乞いをしても熱風2発受からないなって思ってて、私の目測ではなんで木枯らし嵐ここを当てねえと負けやみたいな感じで攻撃したって感じですね。
So Hirofumi's answer is that even if he does get Rain Dance up, he would probably still get knocked out in 2 hits from the Heat Wave. So he just said he has to go for it, and I think it worked out for him. では清水選手お願いします。
俺はね、雨乞いされたら負けだなとこっち目線は思ってて、なんか起これと思って押したら木枯らし嵐飛んできたみたいな。
なるほど。Yeah, so it seems like Kiwamu thought that he was basically done if the Rain Dance had gone up, so he just went for the attack, and then unexpected Bleak Windstorm came through. So yeah, very interesting that they're both in the same position, very simplified game state, but we're thinking about totally different things.
Yeah, I think that's very cool.
Yeah.
I want to get asking about this Chen Pao.
Yes.
So I guess my question is to Hirofumi. What is your thought process behind this Chen Pao? The item, the Terra, the moves, the speed. Whatever you're willing to talk about.
Hirofumi 選手に質問なんですけど、このパウジアンの全てのことを教えてください。その命の玉であったり、テラスタイプだったり、例えばなぜ噛み砕くを採用しなかったとか、いろいろ教えていただきたいです。
まずどこから話すのかなまず、命の玉である理由か。命の玉である理由としては、そのつらら落としで倒せる範囲がめちゃくちゃ広がるという点ですね。つらら落とし、具体的にはそのモノバレル、羽ばたく髪、その辺をまず確定一発で倒せます。でまた聖なる剣もまたそのアクーラウスを一撃で倒せるようになります。強っ。でまた次はあれかドクテラか。テラスタル毒に関してはその羽ばたく神意識をしてまして、そのBO3 の1戦目だとその羽ばたく神との S 関係が分からないというところで、1戦目は一旦ドクテラ切って羽ば神と打ち合うことを想定しておりますという感じでございます。はい。
ありがとうございます。So yeah, the way he explained it was that kind of what we saw in that game, the Life Orb is really meant to just take down Pokemon that are normally able to take the Icicle Crash's Sacred Sword. He mentioned that Dark Urshifu feints the Sacred Sword through the Life Orb, which is This is why we all kind of gasped when he said that. And in terms of the Terra, the reason it's poison is because he wanted to match up really well against the opposing Flutter main, and he kind of uses the game 1 in the best of 3 setting to scout out how fast the opposing Flutter main is and can adjust accordingly. And the Terra poison really helps him to do that, which I thought was super cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I guess I have a question over for Kiwamu, which is like how he had to adjust to seeing the life orb at Team Preview, because I thought it was a perfect sequencing that we talked about earlier about how in the game before Shohei really struggled to knock out Kiwamu's Pokemon because it was just trained to be bulky, and he couldn't really go for that anymore against Hirofumi's life orb Shenpao.
Yeah, please ask.
Thank you for your permission.
Hey, no problem.
清美選手の質問なんですけど、パウジアンが命の玉だった関係で、前の試合の翔平選手との時にその耐えるっていうことができないっていう見込みがあったと思うので、その辺でどうゲームプランとかを変えたか聞きたいです。
いや、まあ正直かなり厳しくてまあ毒テラスタルっていうのも結構かなり刺さってて、ゴリランダーも通らないし、羽ばたく髪が小だりメガネじゃないからシャドーボールの火力も低いしで、毒がかなり突破難しくて、だから追い風のタイミングをずらして戦うしかないなと思ったんですけど、でフェアリーテラスタル切って不意打ちを半減して戦うみたいな感じで考えてたんですけど、カエル選手も裏にトルネロスを抑えてて、で日本バレと雨乞いの関係上あっちの方が有利でっていう感じで、選出でも構成でも負けてたなと思います。
なるほど。Yeah, so a really eloquent answer from Kiwamu. So he basically said that it was really rough from the get-go. Just even defensively, so like we talked about, offensively the Shenpao is very advantaged because it could take down a lot of Kiwamu's Pokemon that it couldn't really before. And then on top of that, the Terra Poison made it really hard for his Flutter main, which was kind of Hirofumi's original intention. But on top of that, the Rillaboom too, it just couldn't really hit it very hard. So he kind of played towards an end game of being able to go for the late Tailwind, kind of like what we talked about earlier. But then Hirofumi kind of also outplayed him in a way by also preserving Tailwind well. And yeah, he said that he kind of lost out both from a playing perspective and team perspective. So, a very humble, insightful answer even from the losing player, I thought.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm very grateful for it.
Yeah, me too. ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cool. Yeah.
I think the one thing I want to comment on is that I don't think we normally have the opportunity to talk to the losing player at these tournaments, especially along the streams, we mostly have time for just talking to the winners. So I think it's a really cool opportunity when you have someone as eloquent as Kiwamu, for example, who is still able to give us really, really insightful answers. And a lot of these top players, they really learn a lot when they lose. So definitely. Yeah, I thought that was great.
I think this is a pretty perfect environment for that, because if I wouldn't want to be interviewed when I lose at one of these tournaments that means so much, at the World Championships.
Yes.
But when when I'm here hanging out with my friends, it's pretty awesome. So do you want to introduce something about
Yes. So I'm back, but only briefly. It's a revolving door of casters. I want to have a thank you to Aaron and Yuki. They're going to be tagging out for Marcus Stadler and Laboisa Chromi Akos Chromi. Laboisa Akos Chromi. Yeah, we got some rotating casters coming in here. So cool. I'll be back for grand finals to cast, but for now I'm also tagging out. But I just wanted to introduce these two and say thanks so much to Aaron and Yuki for doing such a good job on commentary.
Hey.
Also, I ate so much spaghetti. So
did you eat all?
I ate all of the spaghetti.
Yeah, really good?
It was really good. But my chopsticks broke part of the way through, so that I was it wasn't very. Yeah,
they had forks at the restaurant.
Yeah, I heard. Believe me. Okay, we're tagging out.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Had a lot of fun.
Yuki and Aaron used baton pass. Well, are we on? How does this work?
Hello. Right. This is a very cool setup.
Yep.
I'm enjoying this.
Awesome. Well, we're just coming right out of a cafe experience.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it was a great cafe experience. We were at, we can say here, can't we? We were at a Harry Potter cafe,
which
which I haven't got my official hat on anymore. But it was really, really good fun. Lots of amazing, tasty treats, nice theming, nice atmosphere, and nice to hang out outside of the main event as well, because it's just so busy during the Pokemon World Championships that you don't actually normally get the time to hang out together. So it was good to catch up.
Exactly. Yeah, that was great. Unfortunately, it meant that we couldn't follow along the tournament quite as well as we would have liked to. However, of course, one of the great things about Wolf and his channel is that there will be an option, of course, to relive some of these moments later on. I know that I certainly am gonna have a look at some of the sets that have already been played here, but as we're approaching the end of the tournaments, there's I think only 2 sets left that we will show here live on stream. And then maybe, I don't know how much they talked about that, maybe another special treat for all the viewers at home.
Maybe some surprises.
Maybe that. Yeah, but from what I could gather in the waiting area, and here we actually have a look at the bracket. So we just saw Hirofumi Kimura reach the grand finals. And so Alcana, Kiwamu, Endo dropped down to the losers bracket. But in the losers bracket, there we will have one of the greatest matchup, in my opinion, that you could have, at least in terms of the names. I mean, we have 3 world champions somewhere in the area here. One of them, of course, Wolf is hosting the entire thing. But then with Shoma Honami and Shohei Kimura, our newly crowned world champion, both of them will face off here in the losers bracket.
I have zero chill right now. I'm definitely someone who sees these players and gets very excited to be in the same room as them, let alone commentate over their matches. And what an amazing one for us to step into, Marcus. You know, like you said, doing the baton pass in. We're here, Shoma and Shohei. Obviously, Shohei must be riding so high after the victory, most recently at the Pokemon World Championships, and Shoma wanting to try and be like, I'm a world champion as well, wanting to, test those skills as we keep going through the tournament. There's some really interesting teams here as well. A lot of familiar faces that we've seen. Taking a look at Shohei's team, for example, of course, the classic combination of the Urshifu Chienpao that was so strong over the weekend. But on Shoma's side, I'm seeing a Sylveon, and I think it's adorable. It's holding those choice specs as well, so it cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, we saw it in the seniors final at the World Championships. Sylveon putting in a lot of work there and winning the title for Japan once more in the seniors division. And I actually got to ask Shoma a couple days ago at the Pokemon World Championships if he has a spicy team prepared for this event, because maybe this has already been brought up before. But yeah, Shoma actually, he was qualified for Japan Nationals, but he decided to drop out and not participate. So he, didn't want to try and qualify for the World Championships because he was saying, I think, that he wanted to focus more on being a content creator. And I mean, Wolf could probably also tell a story about that, but sometimes it's just so difficult being a content creator and a competitor at the same time. But here in this Invitational, Shoma showing some great games, and he found a team eventually. So we'll have some sort of slower and bulky team with Cresselia serving as the main way to establish speed control over the board. And then, some of the more slower Pokemon. I think usually on these teams with Iron Hands and Amoonguss, Ursaluna is a very relevant ground type.
Yes, we've seen that a lot.
But here the choice band Landorus, a niche choice that sticks out to me.
I like to see that as well. You know, again, having that choice band means you can hit really, really hard, particularly with the Stomping Tantrum it's recently got access to. Those days of Landorus being forced to go for Earthquake, its only real ground type physical move, are long gone. You now have this amazing single target attack that can hit really, really hard. Taking a look, however, on Shohei's side, there's a lot that doesn't necessarily mind taking those attacks as much, but the Iron Hands is something you have to contend with. One thing I really like as well is taking a look at Pokemon like that Sylveon, which you were just talking about being on the senior winning team. It was paired up with a Gastrodon previously in that senior team. I have to mention it. It's been what, 3 minutes, and I hadn't mentioned Gastrodon. But I think in this particular team composition, trading out for a Landorus is probably the better offensive ground type that you're looking for. Again, when you're holding that choice band, like you said, it's going to be able to hit harder than a Gastrodon ever would have been able to. The critical Pokemon as well that I think you need to consider are Pokemon like the Amoonguss. Again, a Pokemon that's been so good in a supportive role, having that redirection, but also the Spore support, alongside the item choices. Things like Rocky Helmet, I think, have been so strong when there's so many Urshifu running around. Those Surging Strikes are just not going to be as guaranteed. If you're going to hit 3 times, yes, you're not going to deal too much damage to Amoonguss, and you're going to take damage for your troubles as well.
Yeah, and there we see our players. 2 world champions, of course. Shoma, the world champion, famously in 2015, and then on the other side, Shohei just claiming the title this past weekend and already back into action. When we talk about Amoongus, I think one thing that is important to mention or to have a look at is, of course, which ways do these players have to play around Amoongus. So Amoongus, as we can see, is on both sides, but and we will be seeing the game from Shoma's perspective. So on Shoma's team, there is the Heatran and the Iron Hands that both can terrestrialize into grass. I think that's going to be very important to make sure that your opponent's Amoongus, when you set up the Trick Room for it, doesn't just put everything to sleep before you get to do the damage you want. So I think Shoma's probably looking to maybe terrestrialize one of the two, if the Amoongus makes an appearance, of course, on Shohei's side.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the grass terra typing, really nice to avoid all those sleep. It's a good defensive typing as well. But the issue you've got is on Shohei's side, there's a lot of Pokemon that can hit those grass types with super effective damage. The Landorus, for example, can go for that Terra Flying, and then Terra Blast going to hit hard. Chien-Pao with the Icicle Crash going to hit hard as well. Amoongus as well can almost get a little bit of revenge, being like, okay, I can't put you to sleep, but I can hit you with the Pollen Puff. You're not going to appreciate that either. So you have to just make sure that when you're clicking that Terra button, you're doing it at the optimal time.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, terrestrialization was the first time we've seen this mechanic now at the Pokemon World Championships at the biggest stage. And I think trainers there have already shown how good they are with timing it, right? Like sometimes you want to delay it for as long as possible to still keep it an option, especially also in open team sheet formats. It can be so helpful to plan ahead when do you want to use that terrestrialization, but sometimes you just gotta go for it on turn one, right? Like you have your Landorus on the field and you just want that to do flying type damage, then you have to go for it. So looking forward to seeing this clash here in the loser semifinals between Shoma and Shohei. Again, two world champions clashing it off, and let's see if Shoma, the content creator that he is now, if he's still got what it takes to compete here with a world champion in this generation.
I'm so excited for this. On Shoma's side, you have got the Iron Hands and the Cresselia paired up against Shohei's Landorus and the Fluttermane. So a lot of offensive pressure coming out from Shohei very early on, both on the physical and the special offensive side. Shoma, however, going for a more tried and tested combination with the potential of something like a Fake Out and Trick Room.
Yep, and the Fluttermane here on Shohei's side in a very great spot. With its stabs, it could hit both the Cresselia or the Iron Hands for super effective damage. Of course, terrestrialization is still available, so that could be one way for Shoma to get out of this position. Or another way could be to try and maybe use that Volt Switch that he has on the Iron Hands to reposition and get something in. Or the other option, a very classical play throughout the years of VGC, and this is what he's going for: Fake Out and Trick Room.
Yes, Fake Out going straight into the Landorus because you cannot Fake Out the Ghost, but Iron Hands is going to take a huge amount of damage from that Moonblast for its trouble staying in on the field. There's the Trick Room from Cresselia, so the nice synergy of making sure that Landorus cannot go for any offensive damage, particularly it is running the safety goggles on this team as well, so it does have a little bit more flexibility to maybe switch out. You don't have to worry so much about the choice band, but the choice specs on that Fluttermane hit very hard into the Iron Hands.
Yeah, so no terrestrialization coming out from Shohei so far, so he still could go for it on both of his Pokemon. And actually, even though Shoma has set up the Trick Room, he took a lot of damage on the Iron Hands, and now he's kind of stuck with Cresselia and Iron Hands, two Pokemon that, well, the Cresselia only has Moonblast, that doesn't do that much damage, and the Iron Hands, of course, cannot really touch Landorus at all, and while it can do a quite decent chunk to the Fluttermane on Shohei's side, it has been intimidated, and Shoma might look for some repositioning. Maybe the Volt Switch this turn, or just going for the full-out offensive. And once again, no terrestrialization on either side. It is just the Volt Switch, so Shoma taking the opportunity to reposition a little bit.
I think the Volt Switch was a great call here. Like you said as well, it's taking the Intimidate, and it is holding that Assault Vest, which you can see was really ineffective against that Fluttermane. That choice spec's really paying off with how much offensive pressure it can give. And it does give Shoma the opportunity to bring the Amoongus onto the field. The Moonblast comes out, so double targeting into this Fluttermane, not doing too much, but it does get the drop. That could be very beneficial later on.
Yeah, that's exactly what Shoma wanted to see here. So even though Moonblast just doing a little bit of chip damage, the chance to drop the special attack coming in very handily. Amoongus takes that like a champ, and the Stomping Tantrum, I believe, here was targeted into the Cresselia, maybe predicting a switch out, into Heatran, but also with this, the power would be doubled if Shohei decided to go for Stomping Tantrum again on the following turn. However, now that Amoongus has hit the field, of course, do you really want to hit into that? I mean, it is holding the Rocky Helmet, so yeah, you would take some recoil, but thanks to the safety goggles that Shohei has on its Landorus, once again, neither Pokemon is so threatened. I wonder what Shoma decides to go for, since that Flutter Mane could go for the Terra Grass to avoid the Spore as well.
That's true. There could be terrestrialized options on either side of Shohei's side. You could go for, again, with that Landorus, something like the Terra Flying to be able to hit Terra Blast into that Amoonguss that could be causing a little bit of disruption later on. But no terrestrialization. It's going to be the Grass Knot coming out, connecting into that Landorus, does a little bit of damage. Cresselia going to try and follow up, but it only just pushes it over the 50% bar. And here's the Stomping Tantrum going to deal even more damage this turn with a critical hit.
A critical hit. Wow, a big knockout here. And you can see the trainers. Yeah, Shoma were definitely not happy with how that went. Yeah, he's like, oh wow, like that can one-shot? And he's like still looking, they're a little bit confused maybe, but yeah, with the double power and the critical hit, that is enough for the one shot. And now once again Shoma couldn't really use his Trick Room turns so effectively, and then maybe he's forced now into his Heatran, and maybe he's forced to go for the terrestrialization, because yeah, his opponent's Amoonguss of course has hit the field and could just put the Heatran right asleep.
Exactly, and I think as well the Amoonguss was in such a difficult spot, knowing that the Landorus is holding those safety goggles, can't try and put it to sleep or anything like that, and then Shohei making the really nice coverage, bringing Amoonguss in from the back as well in replacement of that Flutter Mane in case Spore was maybe going to go down into that slot. So a fantastic adjustment there. I know you could see the disappointment in Shoma's face with that KO, but Shohei was definitely smiling through that turn. One more turn of Trick Room down as well.
Exactly, so it is the Heatran that is joining us, and the Cresselia, well, it has been using those Moon Blasts for little damage. Of course it can add up, but then on Shohei's side you also have the Amoonguss that with Pollen Puff can just recover its friends and recover some HP. So yeah, maybe the Cresselia, I don't know how exactly the Heatran and the Cresselia match up in terms of speed order, but there might be also a play where you just do not go for the terrestrialization and you just click Lunar Blessing to protect the Heatran from being, or that in case it is spored, you would just wake up. So that's something that is definitely also going through Shohei's mind. And maybe the Heatran doesn't even have to go for the Terra this turn to be safe from a Spore, because it's pseudo protected by the Lunar Blessing. But nope, instead it's the Helping Hand, though Shohei shaking his head looks like he was predicting something else. Well, it's just the Protect on the Amoonguss, even though that would have been a free Spore into the Heatran. Oh, it's a double Protect actually.
Just a double attack, so burning through those here on this turn. Cresselia trying to help out the Heatran, but to no avail. It doesn't have an ability like the Urshifu's with Unseen Fist, isn't going to be able to get any damage here at all. And again, another turn of Trick Room being burnt through. I think you're right though, the Heatran's got the potential to be in a good position here. A Heat Wave going to be able to potentially pick up the KO against that opposing Landorus. It doesn't have a lot of HP remaining at the moment, particularly if it does get the Helping Hand boost, and Amoonguss doesn't want to take any of those flames either. It's just whether you're going to go for that terrestrialization or not. I think the Terra Grass will help out, obviously, against being potentially put to sleep, but you've got Lunar Blessing to back you up there.
Yeah, I think what Shoma is trying to do is to somehow get through the Landorus without using the terrestrialization, because then actually with Heatran's typing, it would be in a decent spot against both the Amoonguss and the Flutter Mane that we have already seen from Shohei. We haven't seen the last Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken, so there could still be maybe an Iron Hands waiting for him, or the Urshifu. That both of them, the Heatran kind of wants to terrestrialize, but this is the last turn of Trick Room, so Shoma is really looking to do a lot of damage this turn. Okay, final Pokemon just revealed, and it is just the Spore on the Heatran. Now let's see if Shoma predicted this and went for the Lunar Blessing.
This would be some beautiful synergy as well if Cresselia can just help wake up. There we go, it's the Lunar Blessing. Shohei knows, smiling, seeing that was coming through on this particular turn. So now that Heatran's going to be able to wake up and fire back out the damage. The Heat Wave gets the knockout on the Amoonguss.
Wow, boosted with a Life Orb. That is a lot of damage coming into the Amoonguss, knocking it straight out. However, Shohei, I think the Amoonguss did what it had to do. It didn't do a lot. Well, it just the Heatran just woke up after being put asleep, but it allowed Shohei to work through these Trick Room turns. And now that Trick Room is over, he will have the speed advantage back in his court. With Urshifu already on the field, I can only imagine the Flutter Mane hitting the field, and then the potential double up into the Cresselia could prevent another Trick Room from coming up. However, it's still anyone's game, I would say, as Shoma now has to make a choice as to whether he wants to protect or terrestrialize with the Heatran. There's also the potential of going for a Terra Grass Terra Blast into his opponent's Urshifu. So yeah, if Shoma can find just a couple more attacks coming out from that Heatran, he could definitely still win this game.
The Flutter Mane does give you a bit of a difficult situation though. The Heatran isn't running anything, Steel type like flash cannon or anything like this. So the Flutter Mane's not super threatened, and Flutter Mane having come back onto the field means it can reset its item, the move that it was choiced into. So potentially a Shadow Ball going down into that Cresselia is really going to hurt. The choice spec's going to be able to deal a huge chunk of damage, particularly if it's followed up with something from this Urshifu, something like a Surging Strikes. Unseen Fist going to go through any potential protect as well to try and get the knockout before Trick Room comes up again.
Yeah, there's also a big mind game this turn as Shohei's Urshifu is running Taunt. So we've already seen that to great effect in some of the earlier matches. But the question is now, did the Urshifu just go for the Taunt? This would shut down any plans that Shoma might have had with Trick Room. However, if you don't take care of the Heatran, then that means that the Urshifu would have been under KO pressure from the Terra Grass Terra Blast. So yeah, I don't know if Shohei called this play, as instead we're seeing a defensive Terra from this Cresselia to avoid potentially being knocked out by the Specs boosted Shadow Ball from Flutter Mane.
Yep, drops its Psychic typing, gets Fairy instead. That's going to be able to take Shadow Ball much better than it would have in its Psychic typing. And Heatran actually left the field. It's going to be Moonblast once again, however, does get the knockout on the Iron Hands that rejoined for that Heatran. Would have been nice as well, maybe thinking if that's going to be a Terra Grass Heatran there, just trying to get some big damage. And speaking of damage, Urshifu's on the rampage.
Yep, there is a big Surging Strikes. However, Cresselia, being so bulky, just barely takes over 50% here from the 3 hits and will be able to set up the Trick Room. However, Shoma probably kicking himself a little bit there as, yeah, of course, with the Surging Strikes, the move that Urshifu went for, it didn't really matter whether that Cresselia was a Psychic type or a Fairy type going into this turn. But now the Terrestrialization is no longer available for Heatran, meaning that, yeah, there's not going to be any Terra Blast. I wonder if the combination of either Helping Hand Earth Power might get the knockout on the Urshifu, or if the Moonblast, now that it's boosted by the Terra Fairy, but the Urshifu lost its fighting typing, so it's not going to be super effective anymore. Yeah, like I wonder if Shoma has KO pressure, but either way, fortunately for him, he was able to get Trick Room up again, and now it's about how can you make sure that, yeah, you win this game in the next 4 turns. Because, yeah, if you let this Urshifu move first, Heatran and Cresselia would both faint to it. So you really have to do something here.
Exactly, and you can't exactly leave the Flutter Mane unchecked either with those choice specs. It's going to be another Helping Hand, however, so all the eggs going into the Heatran basket, trying to get some damage, but Urshifu going to be going first here, goes straight down into the Heatran with the Aqua Jet, not enough to be able to get the KO, though Heatran still in here going for the Earth Power, and it is enough to get the knockout, but Flutter Mane still in prime position to go for another one of those powerful Moonblasts.
Yeah, I wonder if he doubled up on the Heatran, of course, one of the very, very few Pokemon with a quadruple resistance to Fairy-type attacks. I'm not sure if that would be enough, however, with a Life Orb, okay, Shohei probably wasn't so sure about this either. Goes on the Cresselia, and you can see Shoma there. He was really hoping that Cresselia could somehow take the hit, because then maybe next turn you can gain some HP back with Lunar Blasting potentially, or just, yeah, go on the offense with the Cresselia. But now, without Cresselia as its partner, it's going to be very, very difficult for the Heatran to clean up the game, I would think.
Yes, and Flutter Mane's not on its own either. You've got the Landorus to contend with, you know, the Intimidate, Null and Void, but...
Well, actually,
is Heat Wave going to be enough?
Yeah, I think you need a crit on the Flutter Mane. Heatran only... He can still do 2 more attacks, yeah, with the Life Orb, but it's coming down to the wire, yeah. Heat Wave connecting with both. Heatran dropping down its HP due to the Life Orb, and then because of the 2 ticks of Life Orb, this Moonblast, even though, yeah, as I said, quadruple resisted, will be enough to knock out the Heatran, and Shohei will take game 1, very well maneuvered by Shohei, I would say, but also kudos to Shoma, who definitely, yeah, realized that his path to victory was getting that Heatran in there under Trick Room, was able to set up the Trick Room a second time, but unfortunately for him, the Life Orb Heatran, it is very powerful, but wasn't quite powerful enough to clean out that game.
It's no easy feat to get Trick Room up sometimes, let alone get it up twice in one match. But I think you made a good call earlier, Marcus, talking about the unfortunate situation with the lack of terrestrialization on that Heatran. I think if there had been the opportunity to go for the Terra Grass instead of the Terra Fairy on the Cresselia, which actually was null and void, you know, there wasn't a Shadow Ball coming down into that slot, then Shoma could have gained a lot more momentum in that second Trick Room, and it would have been much more difficult for the Urshifu to pick up the KO against it. You know, that Aqua Jet did so much damage, but if it was Terra Grass, then that would really have been minimal, and possibly Heatran would have been able to survive out a couple of those turns. I mean, going into the next game, do you see many adjustments, or were the leads pretty solid here?
I think for Shoma, maybe he wants to think about switching things up a little bit, just because of how strong that Flutter Mane was into his lead. I think actually both the Flutter Mane and the Landorus matched up perfectly against the Iron Hands and Cresselia. Though I think Shoma's team, he's relying much more on Trick Room than some of the other flexible Trick Room teams we've seen also at the World Championships. Usually they're, well, in this archetype, there's often also like a fast mode, like with Flutter Mane, maybe Choice Scarf Urshifu. And this team, however, with the Landorus, the Heatran, Iron Hands, like all of these Pokemon are below 100 base speed. So all of them are happy to be under Trick Room, which means that there's a lot more weight on the Cresselia in this kind of team composition to get up the Trick Room. So I totally understand why he just wanted to lead with it right away, have the Iron Hands as support, and I think he needs to bring the Cresselia up front once again. However, I don't know if Iron Hands is the perfect partner. Now, I don't know how his Landorus is trained, but maybe that could be something. If it can take a hit from the Flutter Mane, then you just go for a very strong Earthquake. But then again, if Shohei just goes with his own Landorus again, then also Landorus doesn't do a lot. So I understand Shoma's decision here to go with the same leads. But then maybe in the middle game, he wants to maybe switch something up compared to how the first game went.
Yeah, I think we might have just seen the Sylveon locked in there as well, so that's definitely a turn up for the books. I think the Iron Hands needs to be piloted a little bit stronger for Shoma, but let's jump into the game. It's going to be a full physical offense from Shohei here. Lander is still out front and center, but paired up this time with the Urshifu, and then for Shoma, you have got the Iron Hands and Cresselia once again.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good here for Shoma to have the Iron Hands on the field, because he's threatening that Fake Out on the Urshifu. Now, if this was any other Pokemon, then maybe he's threatening a KO in it, but the Taunt would have been an option. And so, yeah, with Fake Out, Shoma could decide to go for that and would just prevent the Taunt from happening. At the same time, though, this is very obvious, right? So Shohei, he's a world champion, right? I mean, Shoma is too, but yeah, you have to also respect, I think, the switch up, like a switch out from the Urshifu. Maybe Mungus comes straight in. Maybe it's another Pokemon that Shoma currently cannot really deal with that well. But I think, yeah, if you're in Shoma's shoes, you really want to go for that Fake Out just to stop this Taunt from happening. It's a Protect coming out here from Shohei, but I think Shoma is pretty fine with that.
Yeah, exactly. Lander is, of course, unable to... Oh, no, this one can Protect, actually. Is running the safety goggles, but choosing not to. Going straight for the Stomping Tantrum into that opposing Iron Hands. A huge chunk of damage. Another one of those is going to be able to get the knockout. But Cresselia free and unchecked from that taunt to go for the Trick Room here. So once again, that speed momentum coming right back to Shoma.
I'm not so sure how much I like the Protect from Shohei on the first turn, because now it seems kind of obvious that the Urshifu has to switch out, right? It's under pressure from a Moonblast or Wild Charge. And if he didn't protect the first turn, then maybe he could have gone for it this turn. But the question is now, how can Shoma capitalize on this? I think one Pokemon that we've also seen in the previous game do a lot of work for Shohei was the Amoonguss. And that would be a great switch in here against the Iron Hands, making sure that it's already at -1, but that the Wild Charge, yeah, doesn't do so much damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if Shohei decided to swap out his Urshifu and get the Amoonguss back in. At the same time, though, it's hard to come up with a plan for Shoma. Maybe just Volt Switch again into the Urshifu slot so you can reposition here under the Trick Room. And the switch up is exactly what we're gonna see.
Yeah, you called it perfectly there. Urshifu leaving the field, wanting to come back maybe when Trick Room is over. And it's actually going to be the Iron Hands coming in, not an Amoonguss here. Volt Switch, however, is going to be the move choice, doing minimal damage to the opposing Iron Hands, but it does give Shoma the opportunity to pivot in one of the Pokemon that's going to really benefit from this Trick Room.
It's gotta be the Sylveon.
Yeah, gotta be the Sylveon. You can apply so much fairy pressure against the Iron Hands. Again, you know, Urshifu's in the back here, and Landorus isn't going to appreciate these either. With Heatran coming onto the field with Stomping Tantrum playing around, it's a risk that you want to try and avoid, unless you maybe want to go for something like the Terra Grass. That way you can bypass it a little bit more, but you don't need to be hasty with those Terrasalizations either.
Yeah. So I don't think it's like the perfect situation for Sylveon to hit the field, but it is a pretty good one. So, well, of course, Iron Hands could still go for a Fake Out on the next turn, but switching in here, actually the Stomping Tantrum should hurt quite a bit. But now you've got the Sylveon on the board, and you can decide whether you need the Cresselia to go for Lunar Blessing this turn to help the Sylveon make it through the turn, because it would be under pressure of being KO'd by a Fake Out plus Stomping Tantrum combination. However, at the same time, of course, Shohei also knows that, and could use this Fake Out not to do a lot of damage, but to reposition maybe and swap the Lando out again. However, if you've paid attention, there's actually no great Pokemon on Shoma's side to switch into that Stomping Tantrum. We've got the Heatran. Well, Shohei doesn't know about that, but he can suspect it after how the first game went.
Exactly.
And we've got the Iron Hands at the back. So, yeah, Sylveon is really the damage dealer, and Shoma needs to make sure that it makes it through this turn and decides to go for the Lunar Blessing here, which I think is the right choice this turn.
I think it's the only way to enable that Sylveon to stay here, because that Stomping Tantrum, we saw how much it did in the first connect. The Fake Out in particular would have just pushed it over that halfway mark, and Nala Stomping Tantrum would easily been able to, I think, to have got the knockout there. So the Lunar Blessing coming in clutch to be able to allow it to survive.
Yeah, but now the question is, how are Sylveon and Iron Hands matching up in terms of speed? Yeah, because if Shohei's Iron Hands is slower, it's definitely going to be slower than the Cresselia if it is trained slowly. And then, yeah, it could just go for a Wild Charge and end the Sylveon's dreams of turning this battle and the best of 3 around. So, yeah, does Shoma even have another option? He's also looking through his Pokemon. He could bring in the Hands, but yeah, it doesn't look that great against the Stomping Tantrum that the slot will likely have to take. So, yeah, I wonder if there's even another option than to just hope that you are faster here and just go for it.
There's going to be the Protect coming out from this opposing Landorus, though. Doesn't want to take any of the Fairy-type moves that will be coming its way. It is, however, going to be felled before it's even able to go for a move by the Iron Hands here. Just going for that Drain Punch.
And we were talking about the Wild Charge, but no, Shohei, he knows his speed tiers, he knows his damage calcs. Just a tiny optimization, going for the Drain Punch instead, recovering just a little bit of HP instead of taking a little bit of recoil. And Shoma, yeah, he didn't go all in, let's say. He didn't go for the Lunar Blessing. Instead, he was like, okay, maybe I just need to get some damage on this Iron Hand. So decides to go for the Moonblast and is rewarded with a critical hit. But yeah, not doing that much damage at all here to the Assault Vest Iron Hands. And now with the Sylveon out of the way, we said, or I said, probably incorrectly, I said it was in a decent spot. Well, it almost was in a decent spot, yeah. Taking the Stomping Tantrum on the switch in wasn't that great, and then also because it's choice specs, you cannot protect against the Fake Out the following turn. So once again, Shohei has maneuvered through this couple of turns of Trick Room masterfully and is ready to reposition once again to pick up the pieces, and yeah, is making a strong case to advance to the losers finals here.
I like this switch as well because it allows Shohei the opportunity to see, hey, is Shoma going to go for the Terrestrialization on that Heatran?
Yep.
The answer is confirmed. Yes, we are going to have the Grass type Heatran on the field, and that's something that maybe the Landorus wants to contend with later, going for something like the Terra Flying to be able to apply some pressure with the Terra Boss later, but you don't want to hard commit to that until you know. We're going to see the Helping Hands come out here from the Cresselia as well, just to give a little bit of a boost to the Heatran as it goes forward. Drain Punch, of course, not going to be dealing as much damage now that Steel typing has gone away. Grass typing going to be able to take that reasonably well, and of course Iron Hand's going to be leaving itself a little bit vulnerable too. Heat Wave comes out, good damage across the board, but nowhere near enough to get some knockouts.
Yeah, wow, this Helping Hand Life Orb Heatran really doing a ton of damage. However, now once again, it's kind of sandwiched with the speed tiers, having the Iron Hands outspeeded in Trick Room and then the Urshifu outspeeding it outside of Trick Room. So actually, I think this Heat Wave maybe did a little bit more damage than Shohei might have expected. He could still take it relatively okay with both of his Pokemon, but if there was another one of those, that would be a big problem. So now this could give Shoma another opportunity to maybe set up to get up another Trick Room. So for example, if he can find another situation where that Iron Hands is next to Cresselia without Trick Room being up, then maybe that could allow him to set up Trick Room once again. But it looks like Shoma just wants to go for on the offensive this turn.
Yes, I think, you know, the Trick Room turns got eaten into so much the first time around by that Sylveon that just wasn't able to capitalize on it. Maybe your adjustment towards the second half of this game too is just to go straight onto that offensive. We're going to see the adaptation as well by Shohei bringing in the Chi Power from game 1 to game 2, and a very bold terrestrialization here on that Urshifu. That's going to leave itself very vulnerable to something like a Grass Terra Blast coming out from that Heatran.
Yeah, is this going to be an Aqua Jet? I mean, he switched in the Chien Power, and yeah, it looks like it is an Aqua Jet.
Is it going to be enough, though, going down into...
No.
Oh, no, really minimal damage.
No, just the Searching Strikes.
Yeah,
but
Searching
with
Strikes.
the Chien Power, that just gives him the defense drop that he needed to power through that Heatran. And yeah, there was no switch into the Iron Hands that, yeah, maybe could have brought it back for Shoma, but even then you're staring down a 2v4 in Trick Room. So yeah, nicely played here. And Shoma, who just tried to go on the offensive due to that terrestrialization on the Urshifu, this Moonblast, not enough to take out that Urshifu. And yeah, once again, only 2 Pokemon left for Shoma, while Shohei still has all 4 remaining. And Shohei really also showing how his team can act in a different way. This time not banking so much on the Flutter main for damage, but now having the Urshifu plus Qianpao combination and also bringing the Iron Hands over the Amoonguss. Really well positioned here by Shohei. And it just looks very tough here for Shoma to come back into this game.
Yeah, honestly, Urshifu and Qianpao are a match made in heaven. They have such great synergy amongst themselves. Qianpao doesn't even need to attack, it just needs to be on the field to be able to help out the Urshifu. It has left here Shohei in a position where he can go for some repositioning, brings in the Landorus for good measure just to intimidate that Iron Hand, so it's not going to be able to deal too much, considering as well, you've got the Water Urshifu that's going to hit hard from something like a Volt Switch. Fake Out itself did enough damage there, possibly even allowing the Cresselia to try and get a KO on that next turn. We have got the Trick Room coming into effect for the second time, however, it's just whether there's enough that this Iron Hands and Cresselia can do to all of the Pokemon on the opposing side. That Qianpao's also in the back. There's 4 whole Pokemon for Shohei here to rotate through.
Yeah, so Shoma gets this turn correct, goes for the Fake Out on the Urshifu that probably was trying to maybe taunt or maybe just even get the KO with another Searching Strikes. While Shohei is saying, hey, even if you go for that, like, what does it really help you? I have my Landorus, I can intimidate your Iron Hands, I could swap out and bring it back in. You don't really have a great way of dealing with my Landorus at all. And then there's still Qianpao with a Focus Sash waiting in the back. Of course, that Iron Hands, is waiting to drain some HP from that. So maybe you wanna wait a little bit until sending Qianpao out again. But the Landorus is just maybe just a little bit too much. I don't really know what Shoma can even do to get the knockout on the Landorus at this point.
Well, we're going to try and see the Iron Hands taking one of these Aqua Jets. It is going to go for the Drain Punch, like you said, trying to get a little bit of HP recovery, but it is going to be very underwhelming and not nearly enough to be able to bypass the offensive power that this Urshifu has. Cresselia, however, is like, you don't have to take another Aqua Jet, I've got you, I'm going to go for this Moonblast, finally felling one of Shohei's Pokemon. But there are just so many in the back to contend with. The Qianpao as well coming in with something like the Sucker Punch. That's going to be able to apply a lot of priority
damage. And this is a double up. Nicely played here by Shohei, knowing, of course, Iron Hands is carrying the Assault Vest, so cannot really go for a Protect. And instead it will get knocked out with the Aqua Jet and Stomping Tantrum combination. Even if that Cresselia had gone for Lunar Blessing, I think that would have been enough. So nicely done here by Shohei, covering all the options that Shoma had in that position and turning the battle into a 1v3. And yeah, Cresselia is very difficult to take down, but I don't think Cresselia has what it takes to turn this game around.
Exactly, not when you've just got so much that you can rotate through with here. Going for something like the Fake Out, the Stomping Tantrum will just keep whittling away at this opposing Cresselia. And yes, it can heal itself up a little bit with something like the Lunar Blessing, but it's not going to be able to deal enough damage to get the KOs in return. And you've got to get KOs in order to win the battle. Exactly,
and Shohei can just really switch around here with his Pokemon. Even though they're all relatively low and both Qianpao and Iron Hands are weak to the Moonblast. If it's a 3v1, I mean, after all, in double battles, it's just so easy to gang up on one Pokemon. And with Fake Out and also Sucker Punched here, Shohei knows that this is curtains, selects to forfeit the game. Both players sharing some words there after the game. And Shohei, our reigning world champion defeats a former world champion and will move on here to the losers finals.
I think this was something we were talking about earlier. You know, they're both world champions, they're both masters of their craft, but this is Shohei's format. You know, Regulation D coming through, being able to be the world champion in the game that you're currently playing. It's not a blast from the past kind of tournament at the moment. So really Shohei really showing and demonstrating why he is the world champion currently and how he has fully understood this meta, fully understand the way the Pokemon interact with each other. But Shoma putting on a great show as well. I love seeing that Trick Room coming up not once but twice as well to show that if you do have the ball position manipulation that you're able to execute that strategy successfully.
Yeah, and kudos to Shohei. I mean, it's always just after you've become the world champion, it's
all eyes are on you, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's looking for him. Everyone here in this tournament, we've heard in the very first round, I think his opponent said that he specifically tried to prepare for this matchup.
Okay.
Yeah, so like the players were ready to face Shohei and his team, but he's just coming out here. He's saying, "Hey, I've won the world championships, sure, but like, what's next? I want to win the next title." And yeah, he's really played so great here. So I can't wait to kick it over to an interview with him and with both our players actually to see what they might have to say after the battle.
I think I'll let you take this interview, Marcus, and we'll let the three of you guys come and sit in. So I can go and fangirl from over there and watch. All right, come on in.
And of course, we need our translator.
A translator in the
translator.
お願いします。 All right. What do you got?
First of all, I just wanted to say, very well played on both sides. The first question, I mean, maybe this has been asked before, but since Lou and I were just talking about this to Shohei, how does it feel as a world champion coming into a tournament like this? Everyone is looking out, of course, for you. You just won the world championships. Everyone's eyes are probably on you. How does it feel, and how do you deal with this?
翔平選手は、今世界チャンピオンになったばかりで、皆さんの注目や脚光を浴びている中だと思うんですけど、そういう意味で今の大会でどう思いますか？
今この大会？
なんかそういうプレッシャーとかを感じたりとか。
みんな強いから負けてもいいかなぐらいの気持ちではあるけど。
Well, he says that a lot of the players are very strong, so he says it would make sense if he lost.
Yeah, well, the players are definitely strong in this tournament, and the opponent in this round definitely was also strong.
Yes.
Shoma, a world champion from 2015. I talked to you a couple of days ago, and you said you were not really ready for this tournament, but it looks like you found a strong team. It's a trick room team. However, it seemed like Shohei was always... He never really gave you the opportunity to strike with your strong sweepers in trick room. So how did that feel to you? How did you feel during the battles?
ビエラさん選手なんですけど、数日前お話した時には、この大会にまだ準備が、時間が必要だったっていうことをお聞きしたんですけど、見事いいトリックルーム構築を作られたんですけど、翔平選手との対戦ではあまりいい機会でトリックルームアタッカーを入れてちゃんとトリックルームで機能するチャンスが与えられなかったと思うんですけど、その辺に関してはどう思いますか？
そうですね、なんかやっぱりきつかったのがランドロス、本当にきつくてこれどうするんやろなみたいなもう対策甘すぎたなってもう対戦中にもめっちゃ考えてたけど、いやちょっとなやっぱりうまいこと僕のポケモンのねニンフィアとかみたいなアタッカーを着地させれなかったから、そこの隙をね与えてもらえなかったのがやっぱうまいなっていうのと、やっぱりなんかウーラオスの挑発が見えてるからなんか本当に押してこない可能性もあるけど、やっぱそれに怯えながらなんか鉄のカイナとか出したりとかして頑張らないといけないのがやっぱちょっと後手後手に回ってたかなみたいな。
Yeah, so he felt like the Landorus on Shohei's side was particularly difficult, and like you said, it was just really hard to get his Trick Room attackers in at the right time, and just didn't really have the opportunity to get his Sylveon to really do a lot of damage, especially since Shohei's Urshifu had Taunt. Just the mind game of whether he would click it or not click it felt like he was in a disadvantaged position.
Thank you. Thank you for the insights.
Thank you.
Then one more question to Shohei. So with your type of team, it's a team that you don't have a strong speed control, right? You have strong and fast Pokemon, you have some strong and bulky Pokemon, but playing against a Trick Room matchup, is this something that you are scared of at all?
翔平さんの構築には素早さ操作をする手段があまりなく、耐久があるポケモンあるし、耐久がないけどすごい速いポケモンもあるんですけど、その中でトリックルームに当たる時にはトリックルーム自体が結構、怖い感じですか？
なんかグレンアルマみたいなトリックルームはかなり厳しい、エスパー技が全部一貫してるからきついですけど、中途半端にトリックルームしてくれるから、そのトンボ返りとか猫だましとかでターンを稼いで最後にウーラオス幅紙を通すプランができたような試合だったかなって思います。
So he feels like usually like the Armor Rouge kind of teams are very difficult for him because the Psychic typing has really good offensive pressure into his team. But if he was able to prevent them from getting Trick Room up, or he can effectively stall it out a lot with like U-turn, Volt Switch, Fake Out, and then end with a board position of like Fluttermane and Urshifu to close it out, he's able to kind of bring it back against them. So that's how he felt like that match went.
All right, and then I have one more question for both players, or maybe let's start with Shohei. So if I understood it correctly, in one of the videos they showed at the World Championships before your finals, is it true that you started playing VGC because you watched Shoma play in the finals? Is that true? Yes. So what does it mean to you to now come here all these years later? Now you're a world champion, obviously, but having the chance to be here in this tournament and win a match against him.
ここまで来てビエラ選手に憧れ見てから分かっている多分、どう思いますか？
やっぱ昔の人に勝てて嬉しいですね。本当にパーティーもすごい昔な古風な感じがして、
当時再現みたいな
そうだけどやっぱり最新のポケモンでそう倒せて嬉しかったです。
Yeah, he said it was like an honor to play against someone that he was inspired by, and it means even more to him that Shoma used a team that was very reminiscent of the team he used to win the World Championships with, and Shoma kind of confirmed that just now that like it's kind of a recreation in a way. So it means a lot to him that he can use the new Pokemon to take down the old Pokemon.
Nice. And Shoma, to you, what does it mean to you that you're inspired so many new players in Japan, but also all around the world to get started with competitive Pokemon?
ビエラ選手が新しい選手にいろいろ刺激を与えてポケモンを始めるきっかけになることに関してどう思いますか？
いや、それはやっぱ嬉しいなと思いますけど、後から始める人がもうめっちゃ強いから世界大会勝つの難しくなったなって思ってる。
Yeah, it makes him very happy that he's able to inspire new players to play the game, and especially when the players are so strong, it makes his world run a lot harder, is what he said.
Definitely. Well, thank you very much to both of you. Now you will move on to the losers finals against Alcana. So yeah, best of luck for that, and thank you, Shoma, for participating, and maybe we will see more of you later anyway.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. All right, so yeah, we're getting everything set up for the losers finals.
Yep. I think this is where I get to use my baton pass again. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, Shohei, we can see the bracket here once again. So Hirofumi, Kimura waiting in the finals, but now that we saw Shohei advance, it's going to be Shohei against Kiwamo Endo, of course, for another spot here in the grand finals.
I'm very excited for this one personally. I'm back with Lou. We're gonna do a quadcast if that's cool with you guys. If you want,
I'm down.
I'm up for all of it.
If you need a break, Yugi, because you've been working the hardest, like that's what we can also do a tricast, whichever you prefer.
Can try this.
Yeah, I pinned him in now on the row. He can't
No way to
escape.
Yeah.
That was a really good set, by the way. I was really excited to watch our two world champions face off. Really excited. So now it's Kiwamo versus Shohei, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
And then the winner plays Hirofumi.
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe this is a rematch from earlier when this was the match where a lot of Kiwamo's Pokemon was trained to be very bulky.
The Shadow Ball survive, right?
Yeah, Shadow Ball survive. Icicle Crash survived by not only the Rillaboom but the terrestrialized Heatran. Like Kiwamo really told me that he made sure that he incorporated the meta into how he trained his Pokemon. So I'm excited to see if he can kind of repeat those same strengths or if Shohei can come up with a new way to break through.
Absolutely. So we only have 3 players left in the tournament at this point. That's pretty wild, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's always when you get to the end stage of the day and it's like these are now the people in contention to win it all, and there are some who have obviously fallen by the sidelines, and it just gets more and more intense, particularly when you see how their teams operate and how they operate them as well. You can start getting really into like kind of the depths of how they're going to battle it out. I mean, I'm taking, obviously Marcus and I kind of joined a little bit late, so taking a look at these teams, I'm really interested to see that Tornadoes combination as well, you know, having a lot of those priority moves with Prankster. Sunny Day's really nice as well on there. That's interesting to help boost up that Heatran.
Yeah, I think going into this World Championships, I think one of the big question going into it was which form of speed control was going to be the strongest in this format. I think at the very beginning of the format, a lot of players thought that Tornadoes with Tailwind is just so strong that it will, maybe even dominate the world's meta. But then actually at the World Championships, we didn't really see that many Tornadoes. I think by the time Worlds happened, some of these Tailwind teams were like even more refined than at the very beginning. So that they can also function without Tailwind. So I'm really interested in seeing whether Kiwamo decides that he needs the speed control here in this matchup, but I think he's also perfectly fine playing the matchup without Tornadoes' Tailwind.
Yeah, I find that perspective very interesting because I had the opposite opinion where I thought like Trick Room was going to dominate Worlds in the beginning. Like there were not too many tournaments early on, but I think the two first tournaments were both actually in Japan. And both of them were won by Ursaluna teams.
It's so strong.
I felt like, this mon is so broken. Like, it has so much power with Facade, and you only have to wait one turn. But it turns out that one turn is a pretty big deal. And yeah, it definitely had some success, right? I think it made top 8 and a top 4 performance. But it was clearly not enough for it to be like the one dominant Pokemon. Kind of like, at one point, I think we feared like a 2015 World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's interesting about this matchup, by the way, is that like the Tornadus provides speed control, but it also provides a lot of other utility. Like in the first set, we saw Taunt shutting down Amoonguss pretty much being a pretty big influence in game one, I would say, in addition to Sunny Day like weakening the power of Urshifu as well. So it can be tricky, I think, because Tornadus, like this Tornadus doesn't have Protect, instead has a Covert Cloak to try and keep it safe from like Fake Out and such, and it also has Terra Steel, which is a little unusual, but I just think it's interesting because like maybe you won't like Tornadus can kind of be a liability because Bleakwind Storm is so inaccurate, but if you really want Taunt or Sunny Day or Tailwind, you're forced to bring it, and then that means that you're leaving behind a more consistent Pokemon, since I would say every other Pokemon on this team at least is like more consistent in terms of move accuracy, and is also a little less like matchup dependent. Like for example, if the opponent doesn't have a Amoonguss, then Taunt isn't that useful, and if they don't have Urshifu, Sunny Day isn't like that useful. These moves still have other uses, but it's something to consider, I think.
Yeah, I also think I want to reiterate a point on the inaccuracy is that I think we mentioned earlier that Shohei's team actually only has one inaccurate move, and that's the Icicle Crash that he mentioned even in his pre-win interview was very important to his team. But everything else is very accurate, and I think that's a pretty stark contrast to what we have over on Kiwamu's team, which has Bleakwind Storm, Icicle Crash, Heat Wave. Way more inaccurate moves, but they're both pretty successful, both getting to the losers finals, which is very impressive in a very stacked tournament like this. So I think it kind of goes to show that if you play your odds correctly, you can get away with using some inaccurate moves.
Yeah, now here for team preview, I'll lean on the both of you who watched the previous set. We're already seeing Kiwamu selecting the Pokemon at least. He hasn't locked it in yet, but is this similar to the approach he took in the previous set, or has he cooked up something completely new now for the re-encounter?
I would say what I remember from the first set is that Fluttermane was very impactful. In the first game, he was forced to Terrestrialize it. I think it was the first game. He was forced to Terrestrialize it early. In the second game, it was forced to take a Shadow Ball from the Specs Fluttermane of Shohei, and it ended up surviving, which ended up actually swinging the set. So Fluttermane, one of the best Pokemon here against the opposing Urshifu, which Shohei used to great effect in the first set. So it's really interesting to me to see the two Pokemon on this team that outspeed and threaten KOs on Urshifu, both being left behind here.
Yeah, I agree with the same. And I also want to mention on the lead on Kiwamu's end, I think it was Heatran and Urshifu, which is something that we haven't really seen. Like, you don't really pressure too much because there isn't fake out pressure. The Pokemon are relatively mid-speed, so I think this is a very interesting adjustment.
Yeah, and the lead's coming out the blocks again. A nice diverse showing here from Shohei with both physical and special attackers on the field with the Fluttermane and the Landorus, and against the Heatran and the Urshifu for Kiwamu.
Yeah, and looking at the HP stats, I think you already briefly mentioned it, but Kiwamu really likes to use these Pokemon and train them very, very bulkily. We're seeing an Urshifu with almost 200 HP stat. It is under pressure, though, from both the Fluttermane and also partly from the Landorus. Of course, the Terra Water is such a good Terra here on Urshifu, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just went for it right away, or if he uses the simple pressure that it has to say that, hey, you're not going like just for the Fairy type attack, because this would risk the Fluttermane on turn 1, so I can just go ahead on the offensive without using my Terra.
Yeah, this is really risky in my opinion. Heatran's going to go for a Protector, and we actually don't see a Terra, despite the fact that both of Kiwamu's Pokemon are under threat of getting KO'd here. Energy Ball coming out here. We do see the value in Energy Ball, but it survives. And Urshifu actually outspeeds the Landorus, which does not always happen. It goes for a Surging Strikes here. Looks like it's going to be enough here. Wow, what an aggressive prediction there. Basically saying, like, okay, your Fluttermane is Choice Specs. I know you want to, like, you don't want to like lose it right away to my Terra. You're going to go for Energy Ball, and we see the value out of Kiwamu's very bulky Urshifu there.
That's what you were just talking about, the investment and really, really paying off, allowing the Urshifu to survive that. You don't see that every day.
I thought that was just so funny, just looking at their expressions, because like Shohei first sees that Kiwamu didn't terrestrialize or protect his Urshifu, and he's just like, what are you gonna do, just let me KO it? And then it goes all the way, but not to the very end, and then Kiwamu's like, well, that's what I planned for. So yeah, I just think it's so interesting that like we kind of just see a little bit of a repeat of the previous game between the two, where you see a Pokemon critically survive a move and then just get a KO in return.
Yeah, and also the fact that, as we said, Urshifu's outspeeding the Landorus. Like, I don't know if this was revealed in the first set, but this allows Kiwamu now to, once again, since Landorus is still on the field, Jianpao now joins the fray for Shohei, but now, once again, Shohei probably is kind of forced into attacking the Urshifu on Kiwamu's side, or there would be another Surging Strikes coming his way, and this allows Kiwamu to maybe use the Heatran more aggressively, even though it is staring down a Landorus.
Yeah, the Heatran seems to be in a bit of an unchecked position at the moment. I like seeing this terrestrialization on that Landorus as well, going for the flying Terra. Going to be able to apply pressure with something like, Terra Blast flying into that opposing Urshifu. But the Sucker Punch is going to come through, get that knockout. And I think you're right. This was really great. Otherwise, those Surging Strikes can play a lot of pressure in this turn.
Yeah, but the Terra flying, is this going to be a Terra Blast? It is, I believe, into the Heatran, predicting a Terra Grass, and Kiwamu just, basically playing the ultimate game of chicken, saying every single turn, a big miss.
Big miss
on
into
who?
which Pokemon?
Okay, I would say that's, probably more favored. Maybe we'll see a burn. Haha.
Commentator's curse.
Guys, look at that difference, baby. I felt that one. But yeah, seriously, Kiwamu has every turn been in a position where both his Pokemon were under threat of being KO'd, and he still hasn't Terra'd. He's just sat there and been like, you're not gonna go for it. I think it's really interesting because once you do Terastallize, you lose that threat, and we see a top-level player here making use of the threat here, right? Saying, go ahead.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties, I think, of Open Team Sheet, because, you know that your opponent knows, but they also know that you know, right?
They know.
So, it's this, indefinite, this ultimate game of chicken, as you were saying, and Kiwamu coming out on top of here both times.
Yeah, I think Shohei got into a sour spot, so I want to give him a little bit of the spotlight, which is, I thought it was really cool that he went for the Sucker Punch in the Chien-Pao instead of a Sacred Sword or an Icicle Crash, both moves which could KO the Urshifu, but he went for the hard read that Urshifu stay in, and maybe even go for a potential Aqua Jet to pop the Chien-Pao Focus Sash. So I think, that was one part of the turn where I felt like he got it, very correct.
Yes, that was a really good play. We do see Rillaboom coming in here, allowing Fega plus Substitute, which is very effective into this Amoonguss.
Yeah, and there's not really anything that Shoei can do about it, even if he knows. I mean, he could go for a Pollen Puff into the Rillaboom, but I think Kiwamu would be very happy seeing that because once again, the Amoonguss isn't threatening anything next turn either, and this cool item choice here with the Citrus Berry now activating thanks to the Substitute.
Yeah, I really like to see this again. Good defensive positioning for Kiwamu here. And yes, the Amoonguss just able to go for a Pollen Puff. Not really going to be doing too much to that opposing Rillaboom here as well, particularly with the recovery. That's Pokemon that both Rillaboom and Heatran can benefit from. Landorus not so lucky though.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It really speaks to the prowess of Kiwamu as a player, because I personally have never seen Shohei be put into a position like this where he's completely helpless into the Heatran, and we also know that Shohei knows how to play his team excellently, right? So I think it just really shows Kiwamu has just out-predicted Shohei very well, and this set to the fact that he was able to get to this dominant endgame.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we consider that Kiwamu is also a player who has been around for a while and who has been introduced also in the very beginning, I think with some of his achievements, just goes to show how difficult it is in Japan to qualify for the national championships even, because Kiwamu wasn't even qualified to play in the nationals.
Such a high caliber of players all day here in the tournament. I think it's nice as well, Landorus able to get that KO against the Rillaboom, just one less threat to have to contend with, but Heat Wave is going to be putting a big hole in that HP bar of the opposing Amoonguss, and nice to get a little bit of damage on the Landorus as well.
I almost said maybe it'll burn, but I
saw your face over there.
I got very excited. Okay, we are going to see a Pollen Buff here. I mean, this is one of the strengths of Substitute Heatran, which is that at a certain point it becomes very committal for your opponent to go after it, right? Because in order to stop it from clicking Heat Wave, you really need to attack it with both Pokemon and have it not Terra. But Chien-Pao in the back here, arguably one of the best Pokemon you could have as a final Pokemon here. I mean, Heatran on its own is going to be difficult to remove, but adding in Chien-Pao is just kind of icing on the cake here, especially given when the Terra type, an unusual Terra type, but it's actually grassier, so applying a ton of pressure.
Yeah, however, he has to rely on inaccurate moves, I think. Icicle Crash and Heat Wave both could miss, so I think that's what Shohei has to hope for here now.
You also missed a great pun with icing on the cake and Icicle Crash.
Yeah, and I thought one more thing to know, not to toot up Kiwamu too much, but his Heatran's Substitute survived the Pollen Puff, so I don't know if that was accidental with what he wanted to do with Icicle Crash, but that's one bulky Heatran.
Well, it hasn't Terra'd yet, so it is a 4x resist.
Yeah, so once again, a great prediction. Once again, he played this game on the previous turn, not terrestrializing the Heatran, which now allows him to terrestrialize his Qian Pao, very clever. Just at some point I was thinking, at some point you just might as well go for the Terra on the Heatran just because you're gonna end up terrestrializing it anyway. But nope, Kiwamo had different plans, terrestrializing the Qian Pao here and making this super safe here against the Amoonguss.
The kind of the genius of this play here is that this eliminates a mind game, right? Because you can only Icicle Crash one Pokemon. You can also Heat Wave 0 Pokemon. We're going to see a big miss there. But I think that's Spore from the Amoonguss into the Qianpao?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, otherwise, like if let's say you go for the Icicle Crash into Amoonguss and then it protects, you miss a Heat Wave, and then Landorus takes you down to Sash. Now you risk losing to a double protect or like maybe an Icicle Crash miss. But with Terra Grass, you're able to basically do this and end the game.
Yeah, and it does hit, and that'll be it for the first game.
I think what's really cool about inviting a lot of strong players and you just know you have to play out of your mind is the fact that like you can't really do like too many safe plays, and at the same time you also know your opponent understands the pressure situations, right? Like you aren't going to just expect moves that are ineffective going to a Pokemon, or maybe you will because they're going to overthink it, right? So I think like the fact that they don't have to like fine tune their playing and play safe just makes it for a great show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and with that, Shohei, a world champion, facing elimination, down one game, now has to win the next two. Wolf, what do you think? Are there any adaptations you could see in the selection of Pokemon that he could make for this?
So in my opinion, like, the problem wasn't really the Pokemon, it was Kiwamu's play, right? Like, it was like, because there were the first two turns, all of Shohei's Pokemon were capable of knocking out all of Kiwamu's Pokemon, but because of the kind of interaction, the threat of the Terra, it didn't end up happening. Like, I actually thought the leads, like the Landorus and Fluttermane, I thought wasn't a phenomenal lead. You're threatening a KO on both Pokemon, but even if Heatran was super vulnerable there, and like Heat Wave doesn't do that much, like it isn't that scary in my opinion personally. Like, because they're both like relatively bulky Landorus and Fluttermane, like. So like the trade-off is like really in your favor, because if you get the Heatran play wrong, you take a Heat Wave, and that's not that big a deal at the end of the day. And with Fluttermane, like as long as you prevent it from going down, which you can do by forcing a Terra, for example, like you're in such a good shape. So yeah, for me, I think that this is about not getting swept up in Kiwamu's pace. When we've seen Kiwamo on stream, they've very much adapted the Pokemon they've brought between games. And so what I'm curious about is how do you like. I think you need to like not get put in the back foot immediately, because based on watching Kiwamo, I would expect a Pokemon adaptation. Also, having the benefit of actually seeing the Pokemon that Kiwamo is bringing helps as well. But yeah, I think that like in order to win this, you have to like not get caught up in the rhythm that Kiwamo wants to play in, and instead like just hold to your fundamentals and maybe think about how Kiwamo is playing and make sure that you maybe like keep them a little more honest, you know, like, oh, this Pokemon is vulnerable, I'm gonna like force you to Terra or switch here.
I think we saw that in game one as well, you know, straight away that Fluttermane being baited with the energy ball and then going down. If Fluttermane comes again for Shohei, which it has done, I want to see it utilized a little bit more. I don't want to see it go down in turn one, maybe preserved a little bit before the end. And it's going to be a Fluttermane apiece, but this time a nice adjustment from Kiwamu as well with that Tornadus that we were talking about earlier on the field.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the 2-star Pokemon in my mind in the first game, the Heatran and the Urshifu, both not coming to this game. And so we were talking about adjustments that Shohei could make, but it's actually Kiwamo who switches things up in a big way, and I think has caught his opponent off guard here, who probably was expecting an Urshifu lead and hence decided to go with the Amoonguss on his own.
Oh, I think we actually saw this lead in the first game of the set, and except in that time the Amoonguss protected.
I think Kiwamo really likes going for these change-ups where he shows dominance with one Pokemon, makes your opponent hyper-focus on it, and just totally throw them off with a different one. And I guess one prediction I want to make before the match, which so far I'm incorrect in, is I think Shohei might want to use Iron Hands a lot more like cleverly. Like, Kiwamu's team doesn't have any really explicit answer to it other than like Fluttermane, and I think he's mentioned in an interview that, you know, Iron Hands Amoonguss is what makes his team very strong, and I think this would be a perfect matchup for him to showcase that.
Which move did the Fluttermane go for on Shohei's side?
It went for Shadow Ball.
Shadow Ball, okay.
So it's locked in.
Yeah, this allows then Kiwamu to make a relatively safe terrestrialization into Fairy, knowing that he will not go down this turn, knowing that the Amoonguss is taunted, and can go for a lot of damage this turn.
Well, unless Sunny Day activates Photosynthesis in the wrong way.
That's true. And Amunga's staying in as well, even though it's taunted, not able to do too much.
Sorry, I just want to translate. The opposing Flutter's was a speed boost, and Kiwamu's was a special attack boost.
Okay, so a difference. And there's the speed already paying off, going straight away for that Shadow Ball. The Terra typing, of course, allowing it to be able to stay, but it gets the drop.
Not super important right yet, but it comes down to is this Moonblast enough for the knockout? And it is not! Oh, so we see the side Fallen Puff, and all of a sudden, Shohei definitely not out of the woods yet, since Kiwamu with Tornadoes has the option to go for a Tailwind, get speed control in his favor, but definitely much better than if that Fluttermane was just knocked out.
Wait, actually, is it? Because now, it's not like anything on Shohei's side can switch into this Moonblast, right? So isn't this just a free Tailwind with Tornadus?
Yes.
In a sense,
very free.
I actually kind of think, oh, interesting. We're not seeing a Moonblast here. We're actually going for a Dazzling Gleam. I don't know if I'd expect this to pick up a KO. This could be a turning point.
It's gonna be close. It's been going.
It's enough. Maybe Kiwamu just knowing his clocks there, wanting to get a little bit of chip on that Amoonguss, Shohei expecting, his Fluttermane to go down, goes for the Pollen Puff. Thanks to the special defense drop, actually does a little bit of chip, but not nearly close to getting a knock on that Fluttermane.
But it was the special attack boost from Photosynthesis as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
On Kiwamu's side as well,
Yes.
combined with the Terra Fairy, very confident in those
Pixie
touts.
Blade, yeah.
Yeah, all of it coming together for a powerful Dazzling Gleam.
I guess now the question is though, is that Fluttermane in range of a Sucker Punch?
Oh, let's find out. Not quite, Marcus, not quite.
Once again, Kiwamu with the spreads here.
Bulk for days.
Oh
But
my
we just need one
goodness.
more inaccurate move to connect, and this could just be it for Shohei.
Focus are activating, but now the Tornadoes is ready.
Oh, not yet.
The anticipation is building.
You can see the
We're on
players.
the edge of our seats
They
over
know
here.
what's
Come on.
Is it going to
Oh,
connect?
it's both. Oh, but Amoonguss survives. I think that might be too little too late, especially if the last Pokemon is Urshifu. If Urshifu is the final Pokemon here, Urshifu and Sun is, Oh, the taunt ended. Hey, don't worry guys, the taunt ended. Yeah.
Game changer right there.
I did miss that. Wow, that was a really surprising play. I guess
Yeah, if the Sucker Punch got the KO on the Fluttermane, then maybe things would be a little different. But I guess now Kiwamu has enough time to play around this super low HP Amoonguss and the Urshifu, and considering he still has 2 more Pokemon in the back.
I like plays like this where you basically force your opponent. Basically here it's I don't need Fluttermane to win this game, but if you don't Aqua Jet me, you will lose immediately. And I think that's a really good type of play because it's buying time for the Tornadus to wake up while Amoonguss
Can't really do anything.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising the amount of times we've seen Amoonguss just get stuck doing nothing, It's a really strong
games
Pokemon.
in a row.
Yeah. But that's, I think, something you were saying earlier, Yuki, that this is really Kiwamu's game, and he's the one who's putting Shohei in the positions where you're pinned down, there's not a lot you can do. You have to go for that Aqua Jet, like you were saying, and really commanding how these turns are being played out.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
and the
so
perfect
commanding.
answer in the back against this. Kiwamu knows it too, and Shohei, he is the world champion, but I feel like in the Umbra exhibition, Wolfey Invitational here out in Japan, it might be curtains for him, as there's no way he can redirect any of the Rillaboom's moves, and Woodhammer should just be a clean knockout on the Urshifu.
Yeah, really great use of Rillaboom. Did it even come to the first game? I can't even remember.
I think it did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's doing more here, I have a feeling. Yeah. I think that,
sure.
it's really interesting to see Rillaboom, because I kind of typically think that Amoonguss beats Rillaboom because of its ability to spore around its, partners, but here we're seeing Rillaboom just, basically being used to, completely wall Amoonguss in a meaningful way, so, Tornado's going to stay asleep here, but it would take... I'm going to say it would take a miracle to win this one, to be completely honest. Even getting every turn correct for multiple turns in a row with the Sun Up, it's just your only move is Surging Strikes to do damage, and I mean, Pollen Puff might be a 5-hit KO. Yeah.
But yeah, probably not enough.
The Amoonguss is just trying its best.
Wait, did the sun end?
I think so, yeah.
Did.
Tornadoes can wake up and set it again, though, surely.
Yeah.
Is it his third turn of sleep
This
now,
would be
potentially?
its third, so it's a 50%
Yeah.
chance.
Tailwind up, right?
Yeah, and the lack of close combat, I think, makes it really hard to get over that Rillaboom.
Oh yeah, Tailwind is. Wait, is Tailwind still up? Yeah.
Yeah, it goes for the double protect, doesn't
Okay.
get it.
And yeah.
Oh, Shohei's taking the headphones off.
Yeah.
Well, to everyone at home wondering, how can you even stop Shohei? I guess, yeah.
Bop.
It's one
take a
Kiwamu.
Build bulky spreads, I think, is the answer, right? Bulk
Yeah, so
prevails.
Shohei just got double eliminated by him, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
knocked down to
Yes.
the losers bracket and now eliminated. Wow. Yeah, very, very well played here from Kiwamu. And yeah, definitely a team that I would look out for if I had any more Regulation D tournaments coming up.
Certainly. I just think it's so cool that I feel like Kiwamu was able to take this match, not even just from the team training that we talked so much about, but also just in his playing too, right? Like
Yeah,
it wasn't
yes.
just, the team was not the only thing that carried him. It definitely carried him, but he also had to like live up to it too. And I think just the way, how much he outpredicted Shohei in these turns just really put him up on top.
All I'll say is I wouldn't want to have to play as well as Kiwamu did to win a set. Like, not that it was like, I mean, game 2 was super clean, but at game 1, like, that
Yeah.
was...
But even in game 2, there was such a risk of some of the moves missing as well.
Yeah,
like the
that's
Bleak Wind
true.
Storm, that could have turned the tide a little bit, but yeah, able to get that accuracy.
I'm curious how much the burn mattered game 1, like in hindsight, you know what I mean? Like,
It gave more momentum. Like I think KOing the Flutter main early doors was already giving him the upper hand,
Yeah.
but then losing the Chi and Pow just meant that defensive capability was sort of ruined. Obviously, just wasn't able to be utilized for Shohei.
yeah, that's very fair.
So that means we have our grand finals booked.
Yes.
Did they also already play against each other?
Yes, I believe so.
And who was,
I
who was
believe so,
Victor?
yeah.
And
believe
was
so.
Fumi the one
Yeah,
that sent
yeah,
Shohei
yeah.
on
Yoki
the
versus Kiwamu, yeah. And I think he sent him down,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So that'll be it.
I'm going to tag out so y'all can do this interview.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah, good luck
right.
with it.
You guys are pinned in once again.
All right. I guess
like
that's what the middle seat does for you.
Yes. Can never get out. お願いします。May I ask the first question?
Yeah, of course.
So I think what I want to ask about is this is one of the first matches on stream where we've seen a rematch, and I think on first glance it doesn't look like one is super favored over the other. So I just really want to know what was going through both players' heads after the first match. So I think that's what I'll ask. お二人の質問なんですけど、一応この配信上では初めての再試合だと思うので、お互いどういうことを最初の試合から学び応用したかったかを聞きたいので、まあ最初はアルカナ選手お願いします。
はい。まあ、どんな選出を考えても鉄のカイナとモロバレルが、まあ、裏にいる前にいるでちょっと突っかかるようなどうしてもそういう選出になってしまうので、まあ、そこは割り切って他の4匹プラスまあ片方ぐらいだったら、まあ、押し切れるようなパワーのある選出を意識しました。
Yeah, so I think the thing that he respected the most out of Shohei's team was the Iron Hands Amoonguss combination. It will definitely come in his mind either in the front or in the back, but it's a little bit awkward when they're together. So what he wants to do is take out all the one of the other 4 Pokemon and make sure that he can get to an end game state where he can really overpower those 2 Pokemon. But yeah, じゃあShohei選手お願いします。
なんかゴリラだからもうこっちとしてはモロバレルを、活躍させないと多分ウーラオスとか、まあ、パオジアンとかに、まあ、あとはハバタッカミにやられてしまうのでモロバレルをどうやって生かすかどうかを考えて選出してて、まあ、ランドロスもそう1戦目で出したけどかなり刺さってるとは思っていたので出したけどなんかヒードランはテラスは切ってくれないしオーマイガー
Yeah, so what Shohei respected on Kiwamu's team was the Flutter main Urshifu Qianpao. Like they would threaten a lot of damage, so he wanted to bring his own Amoonguss to kind of fend off a lot of the damage. And he also felt like his Landorus was positioned very well into Kiwamu's team in general, but because Kiwamu didn't terrestrialize his Heatran as often as he would, or as early as he would like him to, it made it a very tough matchup for him.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what I wanted to ask about. So in this first game especially, I felt like one of the deciding factors there was the delay of terrestrialization on the Heatran. So maybe just in general, but also in these games, what are your thoughts on the terrestrialization in general as a mechanic, and how strong can it be to find the right time, the right turn in a battle to go for terrestrialization?
こちらもお二人の質問なんですけど、一般的にテラスタルの仕様としてタイミングのことを教えていただきたいです。両試合もそのテラスタルを遅らせることでアドバンテージを取ることができたと思うので、それに対して、じゃあ最初は翔平選手お願いします。
難しくね
感覚でしかないね
なんかそうだな、まあ、前の2体が来た時点で裏の2体は大体把握できるから、まあ、どのタイミングで切るかっ っていうのは、序盤に切っても、ウラオスとか特に水テラス切って、2対 1.5 対ぐらい倒せれば勝てるっていう想定で、テラスを切ることが多いような気がします。
Yeah, so he says that usually in these kind of matchups, it's easy for him to anticipate what the other two Pokemon are in the back once he sees the leads. So he can kind of plan both what Pokemon he would like to terrestrialize and also the timing of it. And I think ideally what he wanted to do was to terrestrialize his Urshifu and take out about 1.5 Pokemon. And that would be like his ideal plan with terrestrialization. アルカナ選手お願いします。
そうですね、自分は今までのポケモンってポケモンを失わないためには守るか交代の選択が普通だったと思うんですけど、そこはテラスタライズをうまく使えば交代せずに動かしながら攻撃できるっていう選択なんですけど、それを人員レベルになると分かってるから織り込んでくるからこそその選択を切らないことによって新たにテラスタルの卓を常に相手に意識続けられるターンを後半にどんどん温存したいっていう気持ちですね。
This is a super insightful point that I would really like to capture. But basically, Kiwamu was explaining that before in Pokemon, you had really only two defensive maneuvers in games. It's to switch out Pokemon or to protect them. But now with the new mechanic called terrestrialization, you have three things you have to do. And usually like that is the way you can get out of sticky situations. But because you play against strong players like Shohei, you actually can do none of those things sometimes and still make a defensive turn because they'll over-respect it. And I think that's what Kiwamu kind of really used to his advantage in those games. And I think that's an incredible point.
Do you have another question you would want to offer?
No, I think the first one was the one I wanted to ask the most.
Okay, then I had one more question to Shohei. I think going into the World Championships or looking back on it now, I think it's very safe to say that you had one of the best teams for that tournament, of course, and then that combined with your very strong play allowed you to win the tournament. What do you think now moving forward into Regulation D? Do you think your team can hold up and would you use it again? Or maybe in Arcana's team or some of the other teams that you have seen here in this tournament, maybe training certain Pokemon so that they can take certain moves from your team. Is there something that you might consider changing up on your team?
翔平選手に質問なんですけど、世界大会に勝った理由はもちろんすごい強い翔平選手のプレーもあると思うんですけど、その大会の中で一番トップを争うぐらいのチームがあったからもあると思うので、世界大会が終わった後、翔平選手のチームが認識されたことによって、もし例えばまた世界大会があったり、また大きな大会がレギュレーション D であった際には、翔平選手は全く同じ構築を使いますか？それとも逆に翔平選手の構築にうまく合わせる育成の仕方をしたポケモンとかを使ったりするとかですかね。
そうですね、この次もう一度世界大会があったら多分ギャラドスが増えてくる、ギャラドス EU が増えてくるから、ギャラドス EU とこの自分のパーティーに強いパーティー、例えばなんだろうな、難しいなむずそう海流とか、を使ったチームをその上を行ったチームを多分使います。
Yeah, so he said that if he were to have another big tournament again in Regulation D, he anticipates both his team and then also maybe like Chiyu Gyarados kind of compositions becoming more mainstream. So he would try to choose Pokemon like Dragonite who are good into both his team as well as those two Pokemon and probably try to win that one again.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the insights from Shohei. And yeah, thank you for playing in this tournament. Now, of course, unfortunately, you were eliminated. But there's one more set then in the tournament that we will have. So my last question then for Arcana, just is there anything looking forward to the next game? Anything that goes through your head right now?
清美選手に最後の質問なんですけど、次の試合に関して特に感想とかありますか？
さっきボコボコにされて実際本当にきついです。今みたいに読み合いを押し付ける側じゃなくてこっちが押し付けられる側になるので、そこを考慮して攻めの意識も忘れないようなプリングでなんとか勝ちたいです。
Yeah, he said that he really got overwhelmed earlier, like very convincingly in his match against Hirofumi earlier. So I think, unlike this match, he thinks he's a bit more on the passive end, where he has to make more defensive predictions than his opponent, and he would like to go into the next match while still having an aggressive mindset, trying to maneuver into that more advantageous board state.
All right. Well, best of luck with that. Good luck.
Thank you.
And thank you for participating. And then we'll get everything ready set up for grand finals.
Yes. ありがとうございました。
頑張りま
Thank you
す
very much.
Yeah, that was really cool. I mean, I feel like I keep saying it, but I feel Kiwamu is so eloquent.
Yes.
And I feel like I sense even more responsibility than normal to try to translate what he has to say, because it's just like it's so complex what he wants to say.
Yeah, thank you so much to you as well, giving us, or through your help, having a look into these players' heads and what is going through them is just, so insightful. And can't wait what they will bring for us in the finals.
Absolutely.
Do you think we need a break? Because I'm here, so if anyone needs a break, you can tag out. Otherwise, you're welcome to stay.
Well, Marcus came in late, so I'm happy to tag out for you.
Okay. I mean, you've
Do you
been
wanna
going all
stay?
day, so
I'm up for anything.
You up for anything? Okay.
We can do a TriCast
You
too.
can stay. I can leave. You wanna swap seats?
Sure. Yeah. Whatever.
Sure. Maybe let's do that, and then everyone's getting ready, and then let's see the bracket one last time before we'll kick things up for grand finals.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh. I have bumped into everything. Okay, cool. Grand finals. We have a rematch, which is of what was that? Winners finals, I think. I think it was Kiwamu versus Hirofumi. We have a rematch here, which is really exciting. I mean, Hirofumi was able to win 2-0, but I mean, this is another chance, right? Just like Shohei just got another chance to beat Kiwamu. Now Kiwamu has another chance to beat Hirofumi, but it's always scary. I mean, this is actually the exact situation I was in the Players' Cup too, not to make it about me, but to make it about me, where the person I was playing in grand finals was the same person who sent me to the losers bracket. So it can be kind of daunting when you're thinking like, if in order to win this tournament, I need to beat the person who beat me in 2 sets. So
how did that go for you?
well, Colossal kind of popped off, to be completely honest. But yeah, here we have the teams, Kiwamu versus Hirofumi. As a refresher, we just saw Kiwamu in the losers finals, who took out the defending world champion, Shohei, using a bunch of different, pretty much, I think every Pokemon on the team came to the battle at one point, right? We saw something really cool, which is actually Pixie Plate, special attack boosting Flutter Mane. I thought one of the main reasons to use Pixie Plate was to get the speed.
Booster energy?
Yeah.
No, when the sun was up, then the Flutter Mane
special attack boosting. Yes,
that's
like
true. Yep.
My impression with using Pixie Plate is it allowed you to have have a faster Flutter Mane, but still have a damaging item. Whereas otherwise, if you wanted to use booster energy, you would be, giving up. You couldn't do that and also have a plus speed nature. But the idea here is that it combos with Sunny Day, where you can use get both booster energy and the Pixie Plate damage for a ton of offense. On the other hand, we have Hirofumi, who has that really cool Life Orb Terra Poison Chien-Pao. Very scary, in my opinion. Super scary. Terra, is that Terra Steel? Rillaboom, am I seeing that correctly?
Yep, it is Terra Steel.
Choice Band Hisuian Arcanine, not a common Pokemon. The Close Combat Urshifu, also less common nowadays, now that they're running other moves like Taunt or Swords Dance. Rocky Helmet, Rain Dance Tornado. We actually have Rain versus Sun in the Torn.
Yep.
And of course, that speed boosting Calm Mind Flutter Mane.
And I think this is actually the exact same team that Hirofumi brought to the World Championships, where he finished in the top 32, actually losing to Shohei, who eventually then would be the champ. So yeah, also maybe this now is the tournament that Hirofumi can take when he was stopped by Shohei, but now it's another strong player in his way.
Yes, although maybe he's happy that Kiwamu was able to beat Shohei. But yeah, this isn't going to be easy for either player by any means, as we are about to jump into the games here. Love that shirt, by the way. For anyone curious, it's the Team Umbra shirt. That's just a regular nice shirt as far as
still a good shirt.
Yeah, still a great shirt. I like both these players' shirts. Personally, as we jump into team preview here, we've got looks like Tornadus Urshifu being considered here in the lead, but never mind. Considered and forgotten.
Yeah, it's one thing that Kiwamo just said after in the interview is that in the matchup before against Shohei, he was the one with a more aggressive team, and he was the one who could make aggressive reads. Now in this matchup, it looks like Hirofumi has a team that can go even quicker and even stronger. So now Kiwamo might have to change up the pace of his game a little bit, maybe slow it down just a little bit, and the Rillaboom lead would do that for him, or would allow him to do that. Paired up with that bulky Urshifu we've seen used to such great effect in the previous game. And in my opinion, in these Tornadus mirrors, it's always very curious to seeing, do you need to lead off with the Tornadus? Does the Tailwind up front really give you that much to make it worth bringing it to the battle, knowing that, it will probably not do that much damage with Bleakwind Storm?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, like, I think that discussion is very interesting because that was kind of what we were debating earlier in their first match was, like, are they going to lead Tornadus? Is one of them going to leave in the back and things like that? And in the first game, they both just had it in the back and it came in the end game. But, yeah, in this case, it seems like it might be a repeat of that game where we see Hirofumi lead with the Chien-Pao Urshifu Water, whereas Kiwamo leads with the Rillaboom Urshifu Water that we just talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, Tornadus would have been a pretty nice lead here thanks to not Tailwind, but Bleakwind Storm, threatening a ton of damage on both players' Pokemon. But this is Hirofumi is the one with the Life Orb, Terra Poison Chien-Pao, right?
Yeah, maybe we should.
Yes.
Let me sorry.
Shuffle this around. So this one is Hirofumi, and
you have the one. Yep.
Yeah, awesome, cool. Yeah, so here, I mean, actually, Fake Out plus Surging Strikes becomes pretty tempting into this Chien-Pao, right? I mean, oftentimes Chien-Pao will run Terra Ghost, but one of the advantages of Terra Ghost is that over Terra Poison is the immunity to Fake Out. So we're actually just going to see a switch out immediately here into the Tornadus.
Yes, and it has a Rocky Helmet, so if the Surging Strike goes into that Tornadus, I think this Urshifu might take as much damage as that Tornadus does.
Oh, yeah, it does hit here, and we are going to see a lot of recoil, although interestingly enough, the Rillaboom does not go for the Fake Out here, which I think is interesting personally.
Yeah, using the Tornadus as a switch into Urshifu, pretty clever because it allows you to delay Tailwind for one turn and also get all of that recoil damage on the Urshifu.
Yeah, we see the U-turn cannon KO, no! So, yeah, if this Urshifu Water is trained to be faster than the opposing Tornadus, then an Aqua Jet could potentially pick up that Tornadus before a Tailwind can even be set up.
Or you have your own Tornadus, and if you are faster, you could set up Tailwind to ensure that Aqua Jet
because the speed order will be updated immediately.
Yes.
So it could be Tailwind, double Urshifu's speed, and then immediately Aqua Jet. So, yeah, on the other hand, Bleakwind Storm kind of tempting here, right? It's not like your Tornadus is really under that much pressure, right? So you could, in theory, especially with single target damage, you could Aqua Jet and Bleakwind Storm and just like, I mean, I don't know if you'll live a Terra Water Surging Strikes, but it might not be the worst trade even if you don't.
But I guess though, you do a big downside to doing the Tailwind Aqua Jet play you just talked about. If Hirofumi reads this, retreats the Tornadus, and attacks the Tornadus on Kiwamu's end, which doesn't have the Rocky Helmet item, but we see that Hirofumi actually doesn't retreat at all, so maybe reading that Kiwamu would read him to not do that. So
there's a lot of
reading happening here, but we see the Terastallization happen on Hirofumi's end, just goes for the Tailwind straight up.
Oh, this could be really bad for Kiwamu if that Urshifu knocks out the Tornadus before it gets to go for any support moves.
Oh, but Kiwamu
close.
I think it lives. I think it lives.
Yeah, I think it's...
Oh my goodness, what a clutch survival. And here, actually delaying the Tailwind gives you an advantage here.
But he missed the Bleakwind Storm onto Tornadus.
That's huge. That's huge, because I think he also doubled up on the Urshifu. Of course, he also needs to ensure that taking out the priority so that Hirofumi cannot do to him what he could have done to Hirofumi that turn, right? And taking out the Torn with the Aqua Jet next turn. So, yeah, taking out the Urshifu is good for Kiwamu, but missing on the Tornadus, definitely not what he wanted to see it.
Although I think you would rather have missed the Tornadus than the Urshifu there.
Absolutely. I agree.
So Bleakwind giveth, Bleakwind taketh away, I guess. But yeah, this does probably give the opportunity to set Tailwind up, which is pretty, been less Arcanine into the field. Hang on, that's a Pokemon that can deny Tailwind. Although, to me personally, locking into Extreme Speed here feels a little risky.
Yeah, the Terra on the Tornadus is Steel, interestingly enough. So no Ghost, no way to... turn that Tornadus immune to the Extreme Speed. But, as we can see, Fluttermane waiting in the back, that would be a Pokemon immune to E-Speed.
I think if I was Kiwamu, I would like to see the extreme speed first. Like, I'm not sure if it's like a guilty till proven innocent kind of situation, but I would like to see the extreme speed first, and then be able to have a flutter main that can kind of do whatever it wants to the opponent because it knows it's immune to extreme speed.
Yeah, I totally agree. Switching Flutter Main in preemptively could cause it to
this
take,
could be
like, a
bad news if
rock slide.
Aqua Jet is used by the Urshifu, but it doesn't. It goes for just the detect. So what does this Arcanine lock into?
Oh, it is extreme speed, and crucially, extreme speed is a higher priority move than Prankster Tailwind. So although Tornadus does have the ability to set up Tailwind before other moves like go off, it doesn't work against the high power of or the high priority of extreme speed. Though Rillaboom's fake out in the back here. Wait, the Tornadus is really low HP, right? So a fake out Surging Strike's double up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even though we've just seen the extreme speed, there's still no Flutter Main, and I think that's the correct decision because you want your opponent to keep guessing what is that last Pokemon, and also this allows you, as we were saying, have the fake out pressure. The Arcanine, with the help of Sword of Ruin, might be enough to get the KO on the Urshifu, though we've seen that Urshifu survive much stronger attacks too. But yeah, this now puts, I think, the momentum kind of in Kiwamu's side. He lost the Pokemon the previous turn, but now with a fake out pressure, I think this is the turn where he has to make something happen.
I totally agree. By the way, I think a mechanic here is that Sacred Sword ignores the defense drop from close combat, unless I'm much mistaken. So even though Life Orb Sacred Sword might, with the defense drop, ordinarily pick up a KO, here it won't. And actually switching out the Chen Pao here,
he just reads him like a book here, just fakes out and Surging Strikes the Arcanine slot. Wow.
Although honestly, the thing worth noting is that like Arcanine was locked into extreme speed, and if you'd taken the KO in the partner slot here, Flutter Main would always win 1 versus 1 because of the choice ban. But I think this is still a good play. I mean, the Tornadus is super low. It's in range of Aqua Jet whenever you want it. Like, I think this is a really nice play still from Kiwamu.
Absolutely. So we see the fake out.
So is the first hit gonna do it?
I'll take bets. I'm gonna say no.
I think so.
It
was a crit. Yeah, you call it without the crit.
So you wanted to see 3 fainted tigers, is that what you're saying?
Wow, a single hit does enough.
Yeah.
By the way, for anyone curious, the reason for terrestrialization there was in case the Tornadus switched in for Arcanine, then your Surging Strikes would still kill the partner, because Fake Out would take the Torn, and then it would be redirected to KO the Chen Pao. So this isn't over by any means, especially because Sucker Punch, the defense drop and Life Orb are still in play here, right?
Yes, and I wonder if Kiwamu has forgotten about that as he goes for the Sucker Punch.
Oh!
Big KO here on the Urshifu with a Life Orb Sucker Punch, and Hirofumi taking out a big threat here.
And he wants this Bleak Wind Storm to hit so badly. It
does.
connects. Does it faint? Nope. Not even close. Thank you to the Assault Vest.
Yeah, still some good damage, and now no Wood Hammer. It's just the knockoff, as it seems, knocking off the Life Orb.
Yes.
I don't know if that's gonna help maybe with some rolls with the Flutter Main that he has in the back.
I would hope so, to be honest. I think U-turn into the Tornadus there would have been really nice. Just pick up a KO. Like, the Torn doesn't have Protect as far as I'm aware.
I think that's exactly the play he was going for, though, Marcus. Like, over here, Hirofumi has a very safe, Icicle, I guess maybe not entirely safe, Icicle Crash, Tailwind. But the Rillaboom certainly can't knock out the Chen Pao with one hit at the Wood Hammer. So I think that's probably what he's going for now.
Icicle Crash coming out. Wait, is Tailwind active? Oh, it survives.
No. Oh, he gets the
there's
flinch.
the flinch.
Oh my god.
Oh, he double hits.
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
What a way to end this game 1. And I think maybe Kiwamu was on the right track there, going for the knockoff. Yeah, getting rid of that Life Orb boost, knowing that his Flutter Main is bulky enough to take the unboosted Icicle Crash. Still a very strong move. But unfortunately for Kiwamu, that flinch chance, coming in so handy. Here for Hirofumi, and he's up a set and he's up a game, so that's a long way for Kiwamu now.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think this was what I was scared of, like, seeing earlier on, is that like Kiwamu's team is very like respecting Icicle Crash, right? He has multiple Pokemon that can survive it even if it takes it, but I think at the fact that you're even taking the Icicle Crash already puts you at a disadvantage because of the flinch chance.
Yes.
On top of the critical hit chance, of course. So yeah, I guess this might be the potential weakness of Kiwamu's team, where yes, you're bulky enough to take these attacks, but you're still really susceptible. Thank you very much. My Japanese brain was working.
Oh yeah,
there.
I was gonna say it's gonna be. I bet it's really hard for you. Switching back and forth.
So yeah, I was scared that was gonna happen earlier. So I'm curious to see how Kiwamu adjusts. But yeah, what were you gonna say, Wolf?
Yeah, I was gonna say that this is one of my least favorite ways to lose a game, especially because so I think that there might have been a safe path forward to victory with protect the Fluttermane and U-turn the Tornadus, the turn that Sucker Punch killed Urshifu. Because even if you lose your Rillaboom there to a double up, or then you still have Urshifu and Fluttermane against Tornadus and 1 HP Tornadus and non Sash Chen Pao, and there's a good chance that Dazzle Gleam Aqua Jet plus thanks to the grassy terrain you might be able to take a Sucker Punch. So I think that there might that if I were in Kiwamu's position, because that felt like a win for Kiwamu. It felt like Kiwamu did 95% of the work and then just lost on a flinch basically. But I think there was a safe path forward there, and so that just feels really bad. And something that really worries me is that we've seen Kiwamu constantly be adjusting the Pokemon that they bring, and this time for the first time it feels like in a while they have not switched up the Pokemon they've brought. They've brought the exact same 4, and I feel like Kiwamu is strongest when they are switching up the Pokemon that they're bringing.
However, if you catch an Arcanine here in the lead with your Urshifu Water, imagine that was a Tornadus Fluttermane lead or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think Kiwamu really needs the Urshifu on the board here against that Arcanine Hisui. On the other hand, with Intimidate, of course, that is limiting the damage output of all moves besides that Surging Strikes.
Oh no!
Oh, is he going for it?
Well, the thing is that the Hirofumi's Grassy Terrain activated first.
Yes.
So going for a fake out here would be extraordinarily risky.
Oh, I think. I don't think there's a.
Okay, I'm glad you didn't go for that.
Alrighty. Oh, sheesh.
If that was Surging Strikes instead, though, I think that could have ended the game, though.
Yeah.
So. Once again, Hirofumi making the play of switching in the Tornadus. I think that's a very nice strategy here, just to get all the recall on the Urshifu. But nope, this time Kiwamu actually takes a lesson here from Hirofumi, switches in his own Tornadus. While it doesn't have the Rocky Helmet, still a little bit of recoil done to that Rillaboom. And with U-turn, that adds up. And now Kiwamu is the one who can reposition a little bit better.
Yeah, I think Kiwamu's repositioned excellently. We saw him go for a pretty risky play that he was tempted by, but I think this definitely keeps him in the game a lot more, since he no longer has 2 Pokemon weak to Bleak Wind Storm. Actually, neither of them are going to be weak to Bleak Wind Storm.
Yeah, although actually the play that he wanted to do, which was fake out the Urshifu, and I think Terra Water Surging Strikes, might have KO'd the Torn and actually been really interesting.
If it was Surging Strikes, yes.
Yeah.
I think the Aqua Jet could have been more problematic.
Yeah. Oh, was it Aqua Jet?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, okay, that is very different. So, here, what's interesting is that there aren't really great ways to get through this Rillaboom, right? I mean, you kind of have to rely on Bleak Wind Storm, which is never a position that I personally want to be in. As we do see Taunt coming out here, so Kiwamu...
Wow, what a risky play.
Yeah, I don't know if we knew whose Tornadus was faster, maybe we knew from the first set. Was that Taunt failing?
It was a Tailwind failing.
Okay, yeah, nice. But U-turn here.
Yeah, nice play from Hirofumi, predicting the Protect. And on Kiwamu's side, there's actually no Pokemon really in the back, maybe besides his own Rillaboom that wanted to take a Woodhammer there.
Yeah.
So getting it off the field is nice for Hirofumi, but I guess Kiwamu is also kind of relieved. But as we say that, with the Arcanine Hisui, there's another Pokemon joining the field that has a pretty positive matchup into both the Fluttermane and the Tornadus on Kiwamu's side.
These players are just so excellent at repositioning. I felt like Kiwamu got the better end of the stick for repositioning in turn 2, and then turn 3, Hirofumi kind of flipped it on its head. So, yeah, it's really impressive.
Yeah, and the problem is Kiwamu doesn't have KO pressure on this Arcanine. Even the strongest moves he has was a Shadow Ball and Bleak Wind Storm. That's not gonna do it. And also, even with the Sunny Day boost, so I wonder if he's just, I don't know, hoping for a Rock Slide miss or something, but it looks like Kiwamu wants to go on the offensive, but he's aiming at the Tornadus, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, the thing about this play is that you have 2 Pokemon on the field that are your best 2 Pokemon, and kind of your only 2 Pokemon when it comes to getting rid of the opposing Rillaboom, and you are leaving them in front of a potential double KO here, and including banking on a rocks or on a Bleak Wind hit, if not even more. So the Terra Fairy Moonblast with PT Plate doing a lot. The special attack drop is only relevant depending on Bleak Wind here.
Only
Bleak Wind
double
does
hits.
connect. So that's good. I mean, that is good. Too bad this can't flinch. There's a speed drop though. That could be relevant, right?
Yeah, let's keep that in mind. But now the important question is if
move?
it is Rock Slide and will it connect?
Flare Blitz. Wow. So just really reading into the fact that Kiwamu did not bring Heatran, because I think being locked into that could be pretty dangerous. So yeah, good play on Hirofumi's end for just thinking it wouldn't come into this matchup.
Honestly, they're not a terrible trade for Kiwamu. Like, it was at the start of that turn, I was really worried about like Bleak Windstorm, Rock Slide, and just like, yeah, becoming very, because like you said, it's not really easy to get rid of this Arcanine, at least in my opinion. And actually, not the Fluttermane coming in. It's actually going to be the Rillaboom here. I think Kiwamu might be reading the Rillaboom coming in on the other side. I'm sorry, I said Fluttermane, I meant Urshifu. But yeah, like basically, actually, I don't get this. I don't understand this. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, so I think he doesn't have a Stomping Tantrum either, right?
Yes.
So I guess Woodhammer could get it with another Bleak Storm, but I don't know if you want to play that game, right?
Yeah.
I could see the Woodhammer KOing without a Bleak Windstorm, to be honest. Like, it's a pretty strong attack boosted by terrain.
But the thing is that if the opposing Rillaboom comes in, you're under threat of Fake Out plus Flare Blitz with no real switch, right? Like this. Like, we know Hirofumi's faster, and it's not like Tailwind has been set up yet.
Yeah, I guess he has a pretty safe like Fake Out into Arcanine and Bleak Windstorm, but you know, Hirofumi could read that and go for a Fake Out into the Tornadus.
I think the Tornadus is Covert Cloak, but if Hirofumi Fake Outs the Rillaboom, then like... Oh, actually a switch out here. I wonder if we're going to see a U-turn repositioning. Oh, wait, what's coming in here?
So this is a Qian Pao. So definitely sacrificing the Focus Sash for better positioning.
He's the life orb.
Oh, right.
So he can afford to do that.
Oh, yes.
But he has the faster Rillaboom, so he can also just do that.
Oh, there's a miss. Misses. And it misses a Qian Pao.
Oh, no. Although, honestly, the Urshifu seems to me to be the bigger problem here. Like,
I agree.
Yeah.
And it probably wouldn't even be a 2-hit KO into the Qian Pao, especially with the grassy terrain recovery.
Yeah, and it has some bulk as well, right?
Yes. So
you really need to get rid of this Rillaboom in order for your Urshifu in the back to... Like, that has to be the ace in this match, right? Like, we know that there is an Arcanine Hisui in the back for Hirofumi. That doesn't do well against Urshifu at all, right? So this is, I think, like the situation Kiwamu kind of wants. He has both Rillaboom and Tornadus, while his opponent does not have the Arcanine on the field. So I think if he can get this turn correctly and maybe force his opponent to get the Arcanine maybe earlier on the field that he would want to, yeah, that could be the way to victory. But now,
so
yeah,
no
Terrestrialization...
So there's a Sword of Ruin active on the field. I would believe that Kiwamu's Rillaboom can knock out Hirofumi's with Sword of Ruin. Do you guys have faith?
Nah. For some reason, Terra Steel feels like it resists what the grass. Yeah,
I agree.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh! A
nice.
huge KO.
That's absolutely massive.
That's Omega big.
I think Urshifu just wins him the game now.
You know what's funny is if that
Bicycle
hadn't
Crash KOs the Rillaboom.
Yeah. I was thinking that if you save it for Terra Normal, do you think like Sucker Punch Extreme Speed could maybe take out with Sword of Ruin? Like it probably does a lot if I had to guess. So actually, yeah, interesting, especially with the Life Orb from Sucker Punch boost. But yeah, so I mean the game's not over by any means, but Urshifu with Tailwind looks like Kiwamu. This is the best I felt for Kiwamu the whole game.
Yeah. Yes.
So
this is also like the best position you want to be in, right? Is there Urshifu that has very good defensive typing against your opponent, and they can't even stall at your Tailwind because you have Unseen Fist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hirofumi, with how that previous turn played out, certainly kicking himself a little bit there for using the Terrestrialization when it didn't really accomplish anything for him there. At the same time, a nice play from Kiwamu. With the Woodhammer, I think that was the correct targeting on his side. Either getting the KO on the Rillaboom or doing a ton of damage, if not getting a KO on the Arcanine on the switch in. So now that Terrestrialization is not a factor anymore for both of them, it's still... The question is still, is there a safe way to do this for Kiwamu?
Yeah, the Extreme Speed definitely coming in over the Aqua Jet is a liability. And yeah, we could see the Sucker Punch Extreme Speed play you talked about, so definitely not over.
This feels a little risky, to be honest. This is the Extreme Speed doing almost half of Urshifu's HP. Legal Storm hits both.
No, Sucker Punch.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
This could be huge.
Yeah, I guess.
No, I guess
Kiwamu knew that. Hirofumi knew he couldn't go for the Sucker Punch if he went for Aqua Jet. And yeah, it's just excellent mind game read here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that even with the Sucker Punch, like, it's possible that thanks to Chen Pao going down that turn, that like Sword of Ruin wouldn't be active, and then maybe another Extreme Speed wouldn't KO. But this definitely felt doable for Hirofumi as well. Whereas in the last game, like I felt like Kiwamo did most of the work and ended up like and kind of like.
I think one critical hit puts him back in the game though.
Oh! Actually, with the sucker punch, it definitely would have done enough. I take it back.
He had with the sucker punch and the chance to get a crit on one of the two. I think getting that turn correct for Kiwamo was actually still a pretty big deal.
Yeah, so it's actually kind of the reverse of the first game, where in the first game I felt like Kiwamo like did all the work to get to the end, and then kind of like, I don't know, like it just didn't work out, and Hirofumi kind of like, I don't want to say stole the game, but found a way to grab it back at the last second. And this game I actually feel the reverse, where it was Hirofumi who I felt like kind of was in the driver's seat for most of the game and was in a position to win, and then at the very end, Kiwamo found the play that would bring them back into it. So yeah, wow, this is a really, really great first set of grand finals, and if Kiwamo wins, it'll be the first of two, whereas Hirofumi has the ability to just end it right here and right now.
Yeah, second match ball coming in from Hirofumi. He once again relied on this tornadoes coming in the back play. This time it didn't work out as well as it is in the first game. And I think then, yeah, we could see getting a little bit more damage on that Urshifu over the course of the game would have helped him so much. Because then in the end, like knocking out the Urshifu, getting that final knockout, I think that was the task that Hirofumi couldn't accomplish in this game. So I wonder if he maybe wants to try and put damage on the Urshifu in a different way than relying on this Rocky Helmet switch in. It feels like Kiwamo is now aware that that is something Hirofumi likes to do. So yeah, wonder how the mind games are going to go with that play.
I guess that kind of reminded me about like a playstyle thing. I think Hirofumi like really shows like how well you can defensively pivot on a very offensive team. Like you look at Hirofumi's team, and I think someone could think, oh, like he just likes setting up Tailwind, going for surging strikes, extreme speed, blah blah blah. But you really ever actually see him doing that? Like he really just positions his Pokemon like setting up Intimidate, setting up Fake Out Pressure, and just slowly gain that incremental advantage that you don't really see from typical Tailwind users.
Yeah, I totally agree. We are seeing what looks like a potential Pokemon switch here from Kiwamo, which is what I wanted to see in Game 2, though sticking to his guns definitely paid off. It's interesting to me that Heatran's not coming here, because I do feel like getting damage on that Rillaboom was like a little dicey. Like it worked out in the end, but it felt a little spooky, and so it's interesting to see, like still no Heatran, which is one of the better Pokemon on the team for dealing with. And I'm not sure Chen Pao is coming here either. I think it's the others, so...
Yeah, I think unlike in previous generations, I think Heatran is a Pokemon that is not so good in these mirror matches and is more there to cover like bases against like Trick Room teams like Torkoal, but yes, there's definitely some merits to bringing it if you can hard read which Pokemon your opponent is going for, and against the Rillaboom and Chen Pao lead, Heatran could have looked nice.
Yes. That was an instantaneous lock, and I don't know, maybe you two can explain to me why it was such an obvious move to him, I suppose.
Yeah, so basically the obvious play here from Hirofumi is fake out into fake out into the Urshifu, and then because the Tornadus doesn't have Protect, use Icicle Crash into that slot. And so basically by going for Bleak Wind Storm in close combat, you, assuming you hit, will be threatening a ton of damage here, and it covers the fake out play basically, where because you're not under that much pressure. That being said, one of the best switches you could have made here was into the Tornadus, because it resists the close combat. It's not super weak to the Bleak Wind Storm, and the Rocky Helmet damage will be like nice into the Urshifu. So we do see the Terra Steel coming out here, no Terra Poison, which makes sense in my opinion. We'll have to see what the Chen Pao goes for.
Yeah, I bet Kiwamo has been in this exact...
Oh my god! No way!
And it takes a 2. What a play here from both players. Hirofumi reading that Terra Steel, going for the Sacred Sword, but it's not enough for the knockout actually. And wow, I was gonna say Kiwamo probably was in this same situation before, but it looks like Hirofumi has anticipated this, and wow. What a play. Definitely not how I think any of us expected this turn to play out. But yeah, now both players, I guess, are on unfamiliar terrain, but once again, Kiwamo knows exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah, wow.
I have to say, honestly, I think Kiwamo prefers Hirofumi to have done that instead of Icicle Crash, because if he had flinched there, it would have been very bad.
Absolutely. Nope. Both players locking in quickly here actually is...
Oh, we go for that play that we talked about in Game 2, yeah.
Tailwind. Taking a little more Rocky Helmet damage in the process, though. But yeah, I mean, honestly, even though Hirofumi got the read totally correct, the fact that Tornadus survived there with 3 HP is just, it's massive, right? Because now Tailwind is active, and also the Bleak Wind Storm from last turn did so much damage to Hirofumi's team. So even though Kiwamu, like, I guess got hard red and used their Terra, like, I personally feel like Hirofumi is actually the one behind right now. Like, that's actually still okay.
Yeah, Hirofumi was forced to use yet another attack of his Life Orb Chen Pao to knock out the Tornadus. And usually what ends up happening in some games is that Tornadus is there, it set up the Tailwind, but then it doesn't really do that much with the Bleakwind Storm. But against Hirofumi's team, against Rillaboom and Urshifu, those are actually two Pokemon that Tornadus really does a lot of damage against. So Hirofumi felt pressure to take the knockout on Tornadus, which usually is quite disadvantageous as it allows Kiwamu now to bring in a fresh Pokemon to use the turns of Tailwind he has left.
Absolutely.
And now Kiwamu's living my dream of having fake out pressure with Urshifu and Tailwind.
and max turns of Tailwind as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's not much Hirofumi can do about this, right? I don't think he has any Pokemon in the back that can, I guess he has his own Rillaboom. But yeah, the fake out into the Hirofumi is Urshifu is so free here.
Yeah, although the Woodhammer with Tailwind up is kind of tempting as well, no?
Yeah. Oh, he goes for Protect.
I think it makes sense.
Yes.
You're only losing to close combat here. And you don't want to take a Woodhammer, right? Like, I think the Urshifu really wants to take out the Chen Pao, and
I think the plan for Hirofumi at this point is, well, they have exactly the same Pokemon on the field, with the difference that Kiwamu has Tailwind up. So using your own Rillaboom as a defensive switch and into the Surging Strikes, get Fake Out pressure on the board for maybe a big turn in the next turn while stalling out Tailwind. I think, that's exactly what Hirofumi needs to do. But of course Kiwamu still the one that has Tailwind up and can threaten a big Woodhammer now if you wanted to go for that.
The only thing worth noting here is that actually there's another difference between this position is that close combat has been used. So Kiwamu's Urshifu is actually at a stage of decreased defense, which is really relevant because normally Urshifu versus Urshifu can't do that much damage to each other, but with the defense drop, it's possible, as well as the fact that Hirofumi still has their Terra available. So I don't know, do you all think that like Terra Water into the like Urshifu with the defense drop, is there a chance that KOs? Because like that's what I would be tempted to go for here.
Yeah, if he does go for the Terra Water
tough.
here.
I've seen that Urshifu take so many hits.
That's
true. I don't know if you want to bank it on that, but
he definitely went.
Well,
there it is.
There's the Urshifu.
Water Terrassolation over from
And he didn't go for the fake out, right?
We don't know yet.
U-turn?
He went for he went for a U-turn. Although fake out wasn't active for
on
he didn't go for Woodhammer though.
He didn't go for Woodhammer.
There's the fake out. Yeah, this is the play that I would have liked to see.
And this is in the Flutter Mane
this
then?
only telegraphs to me he went for Surging Strikes.
Yeah, went for Surging Strikes, but the question is which
where?
slot. Oh my god.
Wow,
Talk
nice
about overkill.
play.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, even though the Flutter Mane also pretty bulky, you're not getting out of there.
Strong. And actually, this is really nice positioning because there's no Terra left for Kiwamu, and importantly, that Urshifu in the back is still alive. So a single Icicle Crash being able to take out the Rillaboom while Woodhammer can take out the Urshifu is actually puts Hirofumi in a position to potentially win this entire tournament.
I think U-turn and close combat's pretty safe into Rillaboom, and maybe you just hope that Aqua Jet could knock out. But I guess you'd probably be in Sucker Punch range of your opponents.
Oh, well, he paused this turn.
Will it be enough though? I mean, this is like, you know how strong this is. That should be enough. That should be enough. Kiwamu might have found the one way back into this game. Potentially, we'll have to see U-turn coming out. It picks up the KO. Okay, 2 against 2.
So the Chen Pao in the back, I think, had 40% left, maybe?
It had a fair bit.
Yeah, I don't know if that's enough, especially if you don't have Terra available on your Urshifu.
Is that the end of the grassy terrain?
Yes.
Oh, that could be relevant.
I mean, Rillaboom is not Intimidator or anything, but with the Sword of Ruin, I think Woodhammer still might get the knockout on the Urshifu.
He has to hope for the crit. I think that's what he's thinking about right now.
Or the miss.
Or the miss.
Aqua Jet?
Yeah.
Oh no, the Icicle Crash. I think
Icicle
Crash miss or Aqua Jet crit.
Oh, but
is probably his
but
only
he's
way
hovering
out.
over Aqua Jet, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, I think I would commit to the Woodhammer, I think.
Tailwind's not still up, right? There's no way.
So we're thinking this is a double up into the Rillaboom, right? Icicle Crash and Surging Strikes from Hirofumi's side?
Yes.
Well, okay, here comes the Aqua Jet.
Nope, no crit.
Does he miss?
No!
Wait, with the Life Orb recoil.
Oh, wow. But because he's at -1,
But there's no close combat on the other side. Okay. There's no more Sword of Ruin.
Yeah, no more Sword of Ruin.
Although Terra Water, I feel
He
like
does-
Terra Water does so much damage with the defense drop.
Yeah, apparently
or
he does have close combat, so yeah, it's the match.
Wow, and Hirofumi Kimura is the winner of your Wolfe Glick's Japan Invitational. Just like that.
That was incredible.
Wow.
Very well played.
I'm really impressed how he was able to maneuver around that.
Yeah.
We were saying, oh, like with the Tailwind setup, like even they have the same Pokemon, so him having Tailwind, that should give the edge to Kiwamu. But in the end, Hirofumi really, positioning so well with his Pokemon. He knew exactly what he needed to do. And the Life Orb Xianpao, that's not a set that I've seen very often, taking home the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially with the Terra Poison, right? Like, I feel like I've pretty much exclusively seen Ghost and sometimes Grass from Chen-Pao. So seeing a totally new defensive Terra type on a Pokemon that's typically pretty frail, I think is really cool. I was actually thinking a lot about other items on Chen-Pao because it feels like people just run Sash and they're happy with that, but it's really cool to see success from a different kind of item and just shows kind of the innovation that we can expect out of top Japanese players. Like, there's so much depth to this game, and it's really cool seeing a player explore a little bit more.
Yeah, and Hirofumi, even though he was stopped at the World Championships, now against all of these Japanese legends in this tournament, taking home the title. Yeah, I wonder what it feels like for him. I think you've mentioned this before on stream, like he's one of those players where everyone kind of agrees, oh, at some point, if he keeps playing at this level, at some point he might just win a World Championship himself. This year wasn't the year, but he definitely showcased his team in such a great way, and can't wait to hear from both our finalists in this interview.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I guess one of you, all right.
Awesome.
See you later, Marcus.
Great, thank you so much. We got our finalists here and our winner. Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations. That was a really, really good set. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I guess my first question is close combat on Urshifu. It feels like it's not. This is a question for both players. Like, it feels like it wasn't as popular, especially in Japan, but it seemed to do a lot of work here. Like, especially in this final set. Like, what made you each decide to use close combat?
こちらお二人の質問なんですけど、特に日本ではウーラウスは水の方の方はインファイトをあんまり使ってない印象なんですけど、お二人はインファイトを採用されたっていうことで、その辺の理由とか教えていただけますか？
私はそうですね、パオジアンとウーラウス並べてなんか戦うことが多くて、インファイトがあるとそのなんか、ウーラウスがゴリランダーとか、なんだ他にはなんか言ったか、いろいろ殴れて、殴れる範囲がその強い多い方が、パオウーラの並びとしては強いんで、インファイトを採用しました。
So Hirofumi explains that he often has board situations where Qianpao and Urshifu are next to each other, which is very strong. And in that case, he wants the opportunity to hit more Pokemon for this effective or super effective damage. And that's why he went for close combat.
I see.
極選手お願いします。
自分も同じでウーラオスがまず攻めの要の一匹であって、その多分、ジーンとかの構築は鉄のカイナとか入ってて、それが多分モロバレルが苦手で挑発が入ってるとかそういう形になってると思うんで、自分は苦手な部分は、ヒードランだったりトルネロスだったりの耐久の高いところに担わせて、アタッカーはもう範囲を広げてその対面でやれることを増やすことを重視してる感じですね。
Yeah, so what Kiwamu explained was that on his team, Urshifu is a really important part of his aggressive positioning, so he really wants more options, kind of like what Hirofumi said. And I think what he wanted to elaborate on for the other Japanese teams, for example, on Shohei's team, you have like Iron Hands that can give the fighting type attack and damage, and in return, his team is a little bit weaker to Amoonguss, so he wants to have more taunt options to deal with Amoonguss, whereas on Kiwamu's team, he has Rillaboom, he has Heatran, he has Tornadus. So I think it just really depends on the other members of your team.
I see. Thank you. My next question is about Tornadus. It came in the back oftentimes for both of you, and I think that's something that we don't see as often. In the end, I think that Alcana ended up bringing it in the front as well. So I guess I would like to ask Hirofumi about bringing Tornadus in the back, and if that's something he did often with his team, and if so, why? And then for Alcana, same question, and also in the finals in the game 3, why he decided to change to leading it.
お二人にトルネロスに関して聞きたいんですけど、普段トルネロスは後ろに置くポケモンではなく 初手に出すものだと思うんですけど、2人は結構後ろに出してたのが普通だったと思うので、最初は博文選手にはその一般的にそうやって後発にトルネロスを出すことが多いですか？
そうですね、基本的に先発からトルネロス投げちゃうと、相手も先発トルネロス対策して、投げてくるので、それに対して後発で、打開するっていう感じで、打ち返すって感じで、後発に置くことが多いですね。で、私のトルネロスは、ゴツゴツメット持ってるので、受け出しの性能として、受け出しポケモンとしては優秀な方だと思います。はい。
Yeah, so Hirofumi explains that in general, opponents will anticipate the lead having Tornadus and they'll have good answers to it. So he felt like it's not a great option to lead with, but especially since his has Rocky Helmet, he thinks it's a good Pokemon to have in the back, take a hit and then set up Tailwind, and then use it as like a comeback Pokemon.
That makes sense. I see.
清美選手も同じ質問なんですけど、それとさらに第3試合目には初手に出してたと思うんですけど、その辺の意図も教えていただきたいです。
はい、自分も裏に置く意図としては、自分の構築はゴリランダー、ヒードランとか結構耐久高めのポケモンでなんですかね、無理な強気な行動を取れるように裏にトルネロス交代先として用意しているのもありますし、そこから交代出しして追い風で切り返す動きも強力だし、あと草タイプだったり格闘タイプが強い環境だから、シンプルに飛行タイプの打点を後半に残したいっていう意図での選出も多かったりしますね。
Yeah, so Kiwamu explains that it's kind of similar to Hirofumi, but especially since his team has a lot of bulky Pokemon, he likes to have Tornadus as an option to switch in. And also because in this rule set, grass types and fighting types are very strong, so having a Pokemon that can be even defensive into those and also be offensive felt really strong to him, so that's why he has in the back.
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
あと初手に出した理由で、
は
もう鋼テラ使って小柄な話でめちゃくちゃにしてやろうかなっていう、その攻めの選出、ちょっと流れを変えるためにやりました。
And then just to add on, the reason he led it in game 3 was because he wanted to immediately Terra Steel it and just start clicking Bleak Wind Storms and just go on the offensive, change the rhythm for the game 3.
I see. About that game 3, the Sacred Sword play turn 1 into the Tornadoes. Were you scared at all when you made that move? And did you expect it to survive the Life Orb Sacred Sword?
初手の博文選手が打った聖なる剣がトルネロスに見事テラスタルを読んで着地したと思うんですけど、それを打つに関して躊躇しましたか？そして耐えることは前提で動きましたか？
躊躇はさすがにしまして2ゲーム目までのキワム選手の戦い方的にここトルネロステラスタル切れたらさすがにと見切ってタワー持ってるんで一撃で倒せるかなと思ったんですけど、それはちょっと無理だったんでみたいな感じでした。
Yeah, he definitely hesitated a lot in doing it, but based on how he observed Kiwamu playing the first 2 games, he felt like he had to Terra on the first turn, so he went for it and definitely did not expect it to survive.
I see. Thank you. My question for Alcana is, you have both Heatran and Chen Pao, and I thought that because the opposing Rillaboom looked kind of difficult to deal with, I was surprised to see at least Heatran not come more, as well as the Chen Pao in game 3. What was your thought process for leaving those 2 behind?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part again?
Yeah, basically because both Rillaboom was kind of a problem in game 2, and then also the opposing Chen Pao looked kind of scary. So I was curious that both Heatran and Chen Pao didn't come to game 3, given that they both can at least threaten damage on Chen Pao, if nothing else.
Oh, okay. 極み選手に質問なんですけど、2ゲーム目では相手のゴリランダーが特に難しかったと思ってて、それがあったとしてもゲーム3では、ヒードランとパウジャン両方不採用だったと思うんですけど、その辺はどういう意図でしたか？
ヒードランはそのウィナーズ側で戦った時に翡翠ウィンディを出されると大地の力を採用してないせいで、相手のもう何でも選べる、横にフライドライブでもいいし、バナードライでもいいし、モロハのツキでもいいし、新速でもいいしっていう相手の立ち回りが楽になってるなと感じたから、ヒードランは出さないようにして、パオジアンに関しても相手のその翡翠ウィンディの威嚇がプラスパオジアンのドクテラスタルの並びが無理だなと思ったので、ちょっとこの2つには攻めに関与できないから、ゴリランダーは重いのは分かりつつ、そこは重いからこそそこを意識して立ち回ってましたね。
So he said the main reason is because he really respected the opposing Hisun Arcanine. Because his Heatran doesn't have Earth power, it kind of gets completely walled, and just let his opponent just freely choose what moves to use. And same thing with Shenpao, like having the opposing Shenpao having the dark, the Poison Terra. Made it really difficult. So even though it made his Robu matchup harder, he felt like it was overall a better forward for him to pick.
I see. Thank you very much. Do you have anything you'd like to say as champion? Anyone you'd like to thank or anything? Any shout outs or anything?
I'll make sure that we definitely ask that question. ひろゆき選手がチャンピオンになったと思うんですけど、それに関して感想や一言とかありますか？一言じゃなくてもいいですよ。
そうですね。まあめちゃくちゃ嬉しいですけど、まあ欲を言うと WCS で世界チャンピオンになりたかったなというところですね。
Yeah, he says that he's extremely happy to be here and that he got to win this event, but if he gets to be a little bit greedy, he wants to say that he wanted to become champion of Worlds this year.
Yes. Maybe next year.
Yes.
I guess my last question is, will they both be competing next year and trying to win Worlds again?
お二人に質問なんですけど、来年もできたら世界大会の権利を取って競うことだと思いますか？
はい。
もちろん。
Of course is what they told me.
Awesome. Great. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And you and I. Oh yeah, big reveal. I forgot to reveal this. Thank you. As the winner of the tournament, I'm going to challenge Hirofumi to one more match. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna go get that set up. I think.
Yep. But thank you so much for both of you. ありがとうございました。
Thank you. And I guess I'll go too, so I can go get set up to challenge the champion. Should I take the team sheet, by the way, so that I?
Yes, that's true. Please.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's all yours. All right. Well, I guess it became the Yuki show here, but yeah, hope everyone's enjoying it. Yeah, I thought just the level of play is really impressive to watch. Even though I spent a lot of time in Japan here, I don't think I get to see things like this often, so very appreciate it. And here we have the Lou.
Hello, Lou and Yuki combination.
Oh yeah, this is the first time I think, right?
I know, right?
It's
yeah.
very exciting.
We did like the little quadcast. It was also the first time I've ever done a quadcast, so that was
Yeah,
kind of
that's
cool.
true.
Yeah,
That's true. That was technically
that was
the first
hype.
time.
Yeah.
But yeah, how was it watching out there? Like I know you're with the other Japanese players and the rest of Umbra, but like what were their reactions to this game?
I mean, it was very hype. I also have zero chill being in such a room with like so many esteemed players. And I'm just like, oh my god, they're over there. It's really, really cool. And then watching them actually play only like 3 meters away from me was very, very cool. But also hype moments in that final. I think it was a good one for everyone. And yeah, what a deserving winner at the end of the day. And
Absolutely. Well, will he be the real winner as we have our friend Wolf,
well, the world
who's somehow
champions
coming
just
back?
they keep
Do you know where my
coming.
switch is?
Your switch.
I gave it to you.
You might need it, Wolf.
Yes.
You might need
Let
it.
me
Yeah.
go, and this will become the Lou show for the next minute.
Wow, yeah, no, you just get me rambling away. I mean, yeah, if you haven't had enough of the world champions so far, then obviously we're going to have Wolf coming in. And again, big shout outs to Wolf now that he's out of earshot and can't hear me for inviting me to be a part of this. It's very, very exciting. And, you know, fulfilling a lot of lifelong dreams to be around such amazing players. Taking a look at, you know, how things have shaped up at the end, Hirofumi obviously being our winner of this Invitational. Some fantastic placings as well, those top 3 finishes. Kawamu doing so well and having that amazing battle against Shohei, our reigning world champion, still managing to make it onto the podium in 3rd place. You know, you can't win them all. You can win the world championships, but maybe not all the Invitationals.
Absolutely. Oh, wow, we have a beautiful graphic of our placements. Yeah. The good news is that Wolf can definitely play Pokemon. He's got a Switch. He's all getting set up. So.
Yeah. Step 1, get your Switch. Step 2, get a team. Has he got a team? That's the question.
I think so, and we'll find out. But yeah, wow. I mean, I think it's really like Marcus mentioned this a little bit earlier, but it really goes to show like how competitive and tough the Pokemon circuit is over in Japan, because you have players like Kiwamu who got 2nd place in an Invitational that's so competitive, and same with Shoma getting 4th place, and they were not able to compete at the World Championships this year. So yeah really a testament to how difficult circuit is. Kind of rehearsing what you were talking about earlier, Marcus.
Yeah, we've been joined out to Quadcast once again. We've got Aaron and Marcus joining us.
Yeah, I was trying to see if some of the Japanese players maybe wanted to join the broadcast, but they have their own Japanese broadcast going on.
So, fair enough.
Of course, they also want to commentate over these games. So it's going to be the 4 of us, and Wolf is actually going to use the team that he has brought to the World Championships.
Yeah.
And since Hirofumi is also using the team that he used at Worlds, so even though neither of them, of course, made it to the finals, it's gonna be awesome to see how will they match up against each other, and what could have happened, what would have happened
What could have been.
had they played in the World Championships.
Yeah, in an alternate timeline, this could have been grand finals in another world. But
Or it could have been a match in day one.
Can you imagine that? That'd be the most epic round one stream game ever. I think that would have got pulled up in a hot minute. But I mean, Marcus, you know the team that Wolf was running at the World Championships. Is there any insight you can give us and the viewers?
Yeah, I mean, of course, probably some of you have seen Wolfey play in the last round in day one on stream. Ultimately losing that round, therefore not qualifying for the second day of competition. But we actually got to spend some time in Japan before the tournament, and we're really kind of diving deep and diving deep into the Japanese metagame. Thank you. We really try to build our team in a way that it would have a good matchup against the team composition that Shohei ended up using to win the tournament. So it was interesting after he was eliminated. I had asked him whether that was, or what he was expecting with Regulation D, how things would shape out in the future. And he mentioned the duo of Gyarados and Chi-Yu as something that he think might be more popular in the future. And that is exactly what Wolf ran at Worlds. So of course, with a twist, I will say, with the Frigoraph, but Aaron, Yuki, I mean, you also were heavily involved in building this team. Is there something that you're looking forward here in this matchup against Hirofumi?
I mean, it's nothing specific to the team, but it's mostly just about, you mentioned the stream match that Wolf went on, and, he lost very close set to Shilian Tang, and it was also a Tornadus team, and it really feels reminiscent to what Hirofumi is using. Like, he was also doing some defensive pivoting, and also had a Hisui Arcanine, for example. So, I'm wondering if Wolf can get revenge in a way here to play against Hirofumi using a similar kind of composition.
Vengeance will be with the giraffe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see about. I would also love to see the giraffe because I think that's a Pokemon I don't think I was able to master during the tournament. But yeah, Aaron, I'm not sure. What do you think?
Well, so I think by the team that Wolf is running really hinges on the defensive capability of Gyarados to slow down opponents at the start of the game and sort of create a path forward for the other Pokemon, which is actually, I think, a little bit of a slower pace of play than we've seen out a lot of the Japanese players here today.
Yep.
And so I think it'll be really interesting to see how both players navigate that, and if I had to like put a bet on it, I would say that kind of disadvantages Wolf to begin with, especially after we saw Hirofumi make some sick reads and kind of own Alcana's soul at the end of that set. I don't, you get to be able to do that by being more offensive, being the aggressor, and if your Pokemon don't set you up to do that, you can't.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, and reminds me that I wanted to, if I get the chance to chat with some of our players, maybe one of you will help me with the translation of it. If the general consensus in Japan is that for this regulation you have to play at this offensive pace, because yes, as you pointed out, I think most of them here in this tournament and also at Worlds, they favored this like bulky play style that has the option to just like flip the switch, go in with the Qianpao, make reads with the Urshifu, whereas we were trying to solve some of the problems that this format has with a more defensive approach. So yes, that's really, I think, the difference in tempo and pace is something that is going to be very interesting to see how it plays out here between Wolf and Hirofumi.
Yeah, I think my perspective is that I felt like both teams, like at least in our team building processes between something like Shohei's team and our team, was that we would have a really strong defensive core, but have the option to flip on switch, like you mentioned. But it seems to me like the teams like Shohei have a little bit more offensive options than we do, and I think that was a pretty big difference. Like having the Flutter Mane, the Qianpao, and the Urshifu, just like having those three Pokemon was a big difference. Whereas I feel like on our team, we mostly have just two really strong Pokemon. And even the Chi-Yu's not that fast. So I felt like, there might have been a little bit more options on like the Shohei team.
So Lou, me, Marcus, and Yuki are coming at Wolf's team with a lot of background knowledge.
That's right.
That stands out to you.
I mean, I was going to say on Wolf's side, I see so much disruption, and I really like to see that. You know, being able to lock things down with sport. Obviously, the Gyarados we've talked about as well, being able to go for those thunder waves and cause a lot of paralysis. If I'm looking at the team sheet, those are things that I'm going to look at and be a little worried about, right? And you're going to have to make sure that you play around them. Definitely looking at the way that Hirofumi's come into this, I feel like he is going to be able to play nicely around them, make sure that you are keeping the key Pokemon that you need to not be hit with those afflictions on the field. And yeah, there's a lot of offensive power coming from Wolf, but kind of touching into what Yuki was saying earlier about flexibility, there's a nice diverseness between offensive power here, particularly with like Flutter Mane and Shiyu, lowering those defenses as well with Beads of Ruin, I think can be such a nice synergetic combination. But then you have the supportive Pokemon as well, you know, Iron Hands, Fake Out, Pivoting, and things like that, and the Amoonguss, of course. What a superstar for being a partner.
Yes. I think one thing that is interesting also about Worlds and the meta game that we're currently in is that I think at the very beginning of Regulation D, people weren't really believing in Intimidate very much.
Yeah,
and nowadays,
so true.
we have the Gyarados, we have the Hisuian Arcanine, and we have the Landorus, and it feels like a lot of teams really want to have one of those three just to shut down the Chien Pao's damage output. And that is also something that we might see in this game, as I think, Hisuian Arcanine is actually a Pokemon that is kind of awkward to deal with. On our team, because it is so strong. It can limit the damage output that isn't that great to begin with. Limit that even further. So I'm curious seeing whether Hirofumi will bring to the
And
match.
awkwardness comes from the lead, as you see the Spirit Arcanine to Chien Pao coming from Hirofumi, and the Flutter Mane and the Gyarados from Wolf.
Yeah, the ultimate dog-cat combination as well. Coming out here on Hirofumi's side, I love to see that.
Yeah, I've actually played against the exact same six that Hirofumi has at Worlds, and both my Gyarados and my Flutter Mane got knocked out on consecutive turns from Hat Smash from the Arcanine.
Wow.
So I don't know if that's something Hirofumi wants to go for, but it's certainly an option.
Yeah, I think the pressure situation is interesting because obviously Hirofumi, or maybe it's not obvious since the Flutter Mane could be faster than his Chien Pao. But yeah, the pressure is interesting because I think Wolf can definitely threaten some Thunder Waves onto either Pokemon, but it would probably require a Terrestrialization. And at the same time, Hirofumi does have to log into one move, so a double Protect from Wolf is also very free. But we see the Arcanine switch out for Hirofumi.
Yeah, the Intimidate can be detrimental there, so I like the resetting of that on Hirofumi's side, bringing in the Rillaboom as well, something that can apply pressure. It has to watch out, though, again, it doesn't want to have to take any Thunder Waves or any paralysis on its own. But Gyarados switching out too, both the Intimidators leaving the field.
Yeah. I mean, it was a really, really nice way to get Rillaboom in there while covering for Arcanine's water weakness. Oh, we're going to see that patented Poison Terra Chien Pao ready to resist anything Flutter Mane might have to throw its way. And now it's going to deal some damage. Maybe into a Protect.
I'm so used to seeing Ghost Chien Pao. It's interesting to see that Poison one, but Flutter Mane just protecting here.
Yeah, so Chien Pao is at -1. Let's see where it is aiming. The Icing Crash, it is into the Flutter Mane. So Wolf is definitely happy with that. Having his opponent use the Terrestrialization early on, I think maybe the Chien Pao is the Pokemon that Hirofumi wants to Terrestrialize in this matchup anyway, so it might not be that bad for him to have used it so early on without really any effect. But both of them, they got to cycle out their Intimidate Pokemon, got the Pokemon that no Fake Out in, so playing at a similar pace so far, I would say.
I think...
go ahead.
I think what Wolf really has to watch out for here actually is Arcanine coming back in for Chien Pao. You know, reset that Intimidate, save it for later, and there's not really anything that Wolf is going to do to prevent that Arcanine from hitting the field. And from there, it's a one... Oh, I don't know. I thought it would be nice, but...
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Flutter Mane stay in being threatened, but let's see how much damage this does to Chien Pao. Only about 60%. And Ice Cold Crash going into the Iron Hands.
That's huge. Of course, that's also one downside of playing this slower game with Intimidate and with a bulky Pokemon, and this critical hit just getting a one-hit knockout on a Pokemon as bulky as Iron Hands, just once again showing how offensive Chien Pao really is. And now this means that Wolf has lost a central piece in his defensive core, so he cannot really do the switching, pivoting in and out that he would like to do in a matchup like this. It's the good thing for him, I guess, is that his Flutter Mane is faster than the Chien Pao, so that at least he's outspeeding and threatening pressure there. But yeah, Iron Hands, a really nice Pokemon to have against everything that Hirofumi had shown so far. So losing that in a way like that definitely hurts Wolf a lot.
a lot less defensive options, and I think what I'm wondering is how Hirofumi is going to pivot out of this. We just don't see any switches now, but maybe there could be a U-turn coming out from the Rillaboom. But I don't think he has that many great options to switch into the Thunder Waves, so maybe it could even just be a Wood Hammer going into this Flutter Mane.
That's true. And sometimes a good defense, or the best defense, is a good offense, and in the lack of a defense, let's go on the offensive, go for that Terra Fairy as well on the Flutter Mane to hit even harder with something like a Dazzling Gleam, which is what Wolf has gone for here. Unfortunately, going into the Protect there of the opposing Chien-Pao, even with the Poison Terror on there, it's still going to hit hard coming from a Flutter Mane. Rillaboom not taking too much though. That Rillaboom is bulky.
Do you think that the Dazzling Gleam would have KO'd that Chien-Pao? Because I'm definitely not sure after this grassy trade. And I think that it's kind of an interesting play from Wolf.
Oh, wow.
That was
damage.
intimidated, right?
Yeah, that's a strong Rillaboom.
With Sword of Ruin, so...
Yeah, there you go.
Don't forget the terrain as well. That's going to be helping out.
Yeah.
And this is actually, I believe the last Pokemon here is Amoonguss, right?
Yep.
So we've got two support Pokemon.
that's
I don't know about this one.
Not the position you want to be in as Wolf. He definitely learned quite a bit. I mean, the game isn't over already, but it's not looking very good. But maybe some misses, some flinches from Waterfall.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a way back in here. So Wolf, of course, is at least gonna try.
And I think if I were Wolf, I would want to figure out what the fourth Pokemon is, and that would really help my game plan for game 2.
But I don't think Hirofumi's gonna let him have it. You know, he's just gonna send an Arcanine, take a KO, and I guess Wolf did Terra. Gosh, I think this Poison Terra is so impressive. Like, I'm not sure that Dazzling Gleam would have KO'd.
Yeah, I think it's all to be pretty tricky.
The Waterfall comes out, of course, a nice combination with the Paralysis, causing the Rillaboom to flinch, and Spore goes off from the Amoonguss, so some room to breathe here for Wolf, who might be able to launch maybe a Pollen Puff into that Rillaboom, maybe Waterfall into that Chien-Pao. So depending on how fast the Rillaboom and the Amoonguss is, I think we just saw the Rillaboom recover first with grassy terrain, so it's still outspeeding the Amoonguss even with the Paralysis. So then maybe, you can go for a double up in the Rillaboom and hope that the Chien-Pao is asleep for a while. But I think it is possible for Wolf to get the 2 KOs that he would need.
Yes, to see the last Pokemon.
Just to see the last Pokemon.
Unfortunately,
it's not a big price, but it is one.
Yeah, it all comes down to the Gyarados, I think. We've seen Amoonguss in previous tournaments, climb very high mountains, but this is a tough one for it. Yes, it goes for the Pollen Puff, doesn't really do too much, but maybe Gyarados could get the KO on the next turn, just like you say, just try and get that 4th Pokemon for some information gain. It's a best of 3 set after all.
I mean, the Hisuian Arcanine that Hirofumi will probably send in doesn't have an accurate way of knocking out the Gyarados, so maybe that is still something that Wolf could hope for. Which makes me wonder, does Hirofumi maybe want to go for the Amoonguss instead? Yep, and there could be some mind games here. Is Hirofumi thinking, I want to go for the accurate moves and go for the Amoonguss instead? Let's see what move he chose with the Arcanine.
So Chien-Pao. There's a Rock Slide.
Is the Protect.
Is it Rock Slide all over again?
Oh my god. It's a one-hit knockout, that's powerful.
Yeah, very powerful move. And with the choice band, of course, players, I think, figuring out that Hisuian Arcanine is a threat. Just like, I think the week before Worlds, it won a big grassroots tournament, and I think that sparked a lot of players to revisit that Fire-type slot or that Intimidate slot. And Hirofumi here is looking so strong in this first game. Of course, the critical hit on the Iron Hands, that kind of, I wouldn't say sealed the game early on, but definitely put him in a great spot. But he was making sure that he didn't give Wolf any room to breathe.
I think
taking this first game.
I think the thing I would be frustrated about if I was Wolf is that you didn't really get the chance to figure out what the game would look like with the Iron Hands as a defensive pivot. So he kind of has to go into this game to a little bit blind in that perspective, but still clearly seems to have faith in the sumo wrestler leading it in the second game. So let's see if it can shine a little bit brighter.
So both Wolf and Kiwamu struggled with this Terra Poison Chien-Pao, but unlike Kiwamu, Wolf actually has a way to hit Terra Poison Chen Pao for super effective after the Terra, which is this Farigiraf. However, I'm not sure if Wolf realizes that he accidentally used an ability patch on his Farigiraf, causing it to have the ability Sap Sipper. Marcus and Yuki, any thoughts on that one? You think it's better than Armor Tail?
What is this oversight?
I don't know about that. So what ended up happening, and I'm sure Wolf will probably also talk about this at length in the future, is that we had this like 5 Pokemon that we really liked, and we're looking for like a last Pokemon to patch the holes, and turns out what we wanted couldn't be done just with regular typing combinations, and we needed a Pokemon that had a certain ability to block out certain moves. So in the end, that's how Zap Zipper Farigiraf joined the team.
So it was intentional.
Of course. Well, we'll see we'll see what it can do in this match. I'm not sure like how confident we all are in this choice after the tournament, but I thought it was a fun one for sure. And Hirofumi, of course, doesn't know that the surprise is waiting for him in the back here.
Yes.
And I think the situation here is interesting because Hirofumi's Tornadus doesn't have the usual either Ghost Terra or the Covert Cloak. Oh, sorry, it doesn't have Covert Cloak.
It's the Rocky
It has the
helmet
Rocky helmet, so a Thunder Wave with Fake Out could definitely be possible here. And it seems like Wolf is not going for that and just going for a knockout into the Tornadus instead.
Yeah, but the Rain Dance and the Terra Water, that's gonna be one strong Urshifu move coming out, predicting that no Fake Out would come that way, and that looks like
that's gonna get it.
Big knockout once again with a critical hit.
Wow, that is a lot of eggs in the Urshifu basket, getting the solid knockout against the Iron Hands. And we talked about this in game 1, right? Losing the Iron Hands early on meant that Wolf couldn't switch it in and out, didn't have that flexibility, and it's gone again early doors in game 2.
Yeah, Iron Hands once again going down. So once again, we will not find out how the defensive pivot of Iron Hands will help Wolf in this game.
It's not meant to be.
Well, the question is, can Wolf use this switch into maybe reposition a little bit? He's bringing in the Amoonguss, but unfortunately now with the Rain Dance, also Bleakwind Storm is going to hit all its marks.
Yes.
So that's not an option to bail Wolf out here. And he might have to bank on the Gyarados getting the KO with a boosted Waterfall.
I think here, Hirofumi has a really safe switch into his own Rillaboom if that's what he has. And I don't really know what Wolf's best counterplay to that would be. But if he doesn't, if he doesn't have Rillaboom in the back, I think he's actually still in a pretty okay position.
I think if I were Hirofumi, I would just Surging Strikes this Amoonguss. You can protect all you want.
Yeah.
Exactly. Unseen Fist still going to catch you off guard. The taunt was actually going down into the Amoonguss, just going to stop it for going any of those status moves, but the Protect quite wise. And here's the Surging Strikes you were just talking about there, and it's going down into that Gyarados. Not quite the Amoonguss. It breathes a sigh of relief, I think.
Yeah, thanks to the Citrus Berry, the Gyarados should be able to take this and can then finish off this Tornadus. But wow, that Urshifu, if you let that attack like twice without really doing anything about it, it's not gonna end well usually.
No.
Yeah, it's super unchecked here right now. Urshifu just being able to destroy things on the field. And yes, Tornadus does go down, but I think with the momentum that Hirofumi's got, bringing in a Pokemon from the back isn't necessarily the worst thing here. Even if it's something like the Arcanine just to throw down and Intimidate, that could always be very supportive, and you can always switch it out later for something like the Rillaboom if it is in the back.
But obviously, Hirofumi bring in one of his most aggressive options in Qianpao, boosting Urshifu's damage ceiling even higher. And I guess it seems like Wolf is hoping that the Urshifu does not target the Amoonguss and then get the Fairy Terra to save off Qianpao's attacks.
But you could even double the Amoonguss at this point, I guess.
You can basically just ignore Gyarados, because all it's going to do is toss out a pitiful Thunder Wave.
Yeah, but let's see if that Terra Fairy that Wolf is running on the Amoonguss, if that is going to help him here against the Qianpao, or if the play is to bank for an Icicle Crash Miss.
Yes,
I guess. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Different pace of play. Hirofumi's Pokemon just constantly outspeeding Wolf's here, and Icicle Crash.
Yeah, the Icicle Crash connects
and get the KO.
Rip.
Yeah, so it's just gone. Not a lot to say there. It kind of it speaks what it is on the page. I mean, I feel like again the Urshifu just being so fast, being able to get those Surging Strikes, the Gyarados almost needed to get a Thunder Wave down onto it, just to be able to try and slow it down a bit. But when you don't have a Amoonguss anymore to do anything by your side, Gyarados was so exposed.
Okay, but I know it looks bad, but there's the last Pokemon that Wolf still has left.
Thank God.
Oh, it's the giraffe. I mean, this did come second at the World Championships,
that's true.
so you know, let's not rule it out. It may look a little interesting.
What ability did that giraffe have?
That one did have Armor Tail, so you know, but it didn't win. So maybe this is the secret.
That's true.
All right, let's see what it can do here with the Terra Water.
So hopefully Wolf can get up a Trick Room here and be safeguarded from Hirofumi attacks.
Yeah, I think the problem is that if you give a team as offensive as Hirofumi is just like this one turn of opportunity, like it will strike. And I think everyone's here a little surprised at that damage. And yeah, Surging Strike in water, in rain, should be enough to get the knockout here on the Farigiraf. And yeah, both players shaking hand there. Hirofumi, not only our champion here in the Wolfe Glick Invitational in Japan, but also defeating the former world champion in this exhibition match.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was exciting.
Really great. Yeah, I mean, even though it seemed a little bit one-sided in a way, like I think both players made like really good plays, and yeah, there's. In the game one, it might have been a bit of luck aspect with the critical hit. I was curious to still see how Iron Hand would fare.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it was still treated to watch.
Yeah.
Iron Hands just had no luck though. It went out very early doors, game 1 and game 2, and I think that was a good observation by Hirofumi to be like, hey, this Pokemon's going to be annoying. It's going to give Wolf a bit of momentum, so let's just get it off the field so we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well played by both these players. I think Wolf might join us on the couch in a little bit, maybe, to talk about it.
Does somebody need to be here to translate for the audience what he has to say?
What Wolf has to say?
Wolf?
Yeah, what Wolf has to say?
I mean, I can try.
Yeah, okay.
I can do my best.
It sounds pretty difficult.
I mean, a Wolf translator and a Japanese translator.
Yeah, alright, so I'll get out of here.
Yeah.
Please translate.
Yeah, this time I'm pinned in the middle.
Oh yeah, there you go. We all have a turn being pinned.
Yeah, we have, that's for sure.
I got rolled.
Oh no.
Oh, so just to translate, he said he got beat.
I think we should also come. Yeah.
Come on in, come on in.
Sure. Yeah. I got Hirofumi here.
Maybe.
Come on in. Oh, wow, what a set. I mean, it'd be great to hear from both of you your thoughts at the end of that.
Yeah, maybe just general thoughts. Maybe we can start with Wolf.
Yeah, I thought that the giraffe looked. I thought that if I could get giraffe next to Amoonguss, that like the hyper voice pressure just looked like really, really, really strong. So that was kind of my goal for game 2. But I like the turn 1. I just got very, very out predicted, and so it became really difficult after that point because I couldn't really stop Urshifu in the rain. I also forgot that my Amoonguss is Terra Fairy. Like I thought it was Terra Water, so I thought that like versus Chenpao Urshifu, maybe I could like get a Spore off and then get the giraffe in, and then when I clicked the Terra button, it went pink, and I went, that's not gonna work. But yeah, I decided to save giraffe for game 2 because I thought that game 1, like maybe I judged something wrong, and depending on which Pokemon were brought, like it might be harder. So I didn't go for it game 1. But I think I was kind of like planning on playing her on Iron Hands, and then when it went down early, it kind of became difficult from there. But yeah, really well played by Hirofumi, and I think that early advantages like I just didn't like I lost the advantage early on, and then I just like never had a chance back after that. I felt like.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we want to touch more on the Iron Hands, I think.
Oh,
but
yeah,
let's talk to Hirofumi first. 最初に一般的な感想はありますか？
そうですね、いや1戦目すごい運勝ちして申し訳ないというところですね。はい、で2戦目はそうですね、鉄のカイナーを一撃で1ターン目で倒したのが勝因だったかなと思います。
Yeah, so he said in first one he's very sorry about the luck that went his way, and second game as well he felt like the early turn 1 prediction going well in his favor, taking on the Iron Hands was very pivotal in his winning. But yeah, I think I would like to personally a little bit curious about the Iron Hands. So unfortunately we didn't get to see in action too much, but you brought into both games. The first game it went down to the critical hit, so it felt like we didn't really have any insight to how you're thinking about it, and maybe you might become more hesitant to bring it into game 2, but you let it into game 2. So we're a little bit curious about like how are you planning to use it? Yeah,
so basically what I thought was that like Iron Hands is really strong and like offensively into Hirofumi's team because it hits Tornadus and I'm so sorry, Urshifu with Wild Charge. It also hits Arcanine, Hisui, and Chenpao with Drain Punch. And so one of the Pokemon that doesn't like beat is the Rillaboom, but because I have Sap Sipper Farigiraf in the back, I thought that like if I open with Iron Hands, and I probably shouldn't have I just shouldn't have greeted my Terra. To be honest, like that, I thought that maybe a defensive play made sense in front of like Gyarados Iron Hands, and so I just got overwhelmed by the offense. When I probably could have just terrestrialized and brought in Giraffe if Rillaboom came in, because that's what I was worried about. But yeah, basically I knew that I wanted to bring the Giraffe for game 2, and I needed to pick a Pokemon to leave behind. I also knew I didn't want to lead the Giraffe, so I thought I wanted Giraffe in the back, Gyara in the front, and then that I didn't really want to do Gyarados and Moongus because it's so passive. So given I knew I wanted a Moongus Giraffe in the late game, I was like, I led Iron Hands to kind of compensate for that, but I didn't really anticipate like what would happen if I just didn't Terra and lost at turn 1. I also was thinking about Water Terra Moongus for some reason like the whole game, so I should have just Terra turn 1, and it would have probably done more than what actually happened.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think, lost opportunity for the Iron Hand so close.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lou, any questions from your end?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think just building on that Iron Hands, it'd be great to hear from Hirofumi about, as Wolf's already identified, it seemed to have quite a lot of threats against Hirofumi's team. Maybe kind of, what were your thoughts approaching that Pokemon? Because at the end of the day, it went down very, very quickly. How important was it to, make sure that you got rid of the Iron Hands early?
フーフミ選手に質問なんですけど、ウォルフ選手目線だと、彼の鉄のカイナは結構強力で、攻撃的な面でタイプ相性は結構フーフミ選手の構築にいいと思うので、それを意識して最初から結構攻撃したのかとか、一般的に鉄のカイナはどう立ち回りたかったですか？
そうですね、鉄のカイナはそのパオジアンプラスコリランダーもしくはウィンディと並べて、ツララ落としプラスコリアンダーならウッドハンマー、ウィンディならフレアドライブといった感じで一撃でできれば倒したいなというポケモンではありますね。はい。
なるほど。Yeah, so he was definitely respecting it kind of for the same reasons you identified from the offensive typing perspective. But his plan was to kind of chip it down a little bit with the Icicle Crash that you saw in game 1 first, and then get into range of either a Flare Blitz or a Wood Hammer. But he was lucky that he got down one hit.
It just went down.
It just went down.
Yeah. I mean, talking about typing is another question I'd love to hear more about. Is talk us through the Poison Chienpao. Because that's something I've not seen before, and just maybe from a team building perspective, why was that chosen? Where was the creativity behind that?
Yeah. ヒロフミ選手に質問なんですけど、パウジアンが、ドクテラは結構独特で、先ほどお聞きしたと思うんですけど、もともとどうやってその構築で組む段階で羽ばたく神に強いそういうパウジアンを作りたいって思ったんですか？
難しいな。なんだろうな、なんかトルネロスラオスというアーキタイプが、羽ばたく神きついな、グランダーもなんかきついなというところで、フェアリ技と草技を両方半減できるタイプとして、毒タイプが優秀だったと。で、誰か毒テラを戻したいなと思った時に、パオジアンがちょうど、悪タイプから毒タイプになるのは、補完が取れてて強くて、それで作ろうと思いました。
Yeah, so what he explained was that the overall concept of Torrentius Urshifu is usually a little bit weak to Fluttermane and opposing Rillabooms, and he felt like that he wanted a Terra Poison on his team to account for that, and like Dark type going to Poison is actually a very good transition from a defensive typing perspective, so he felt like Chienpao was a perfect Pokemon for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that insight. That's really good coverage. Yeah. I mean, there was one turn that, what was it, the Dazzling Gleam, it went into the Protect. We weren't sure whether it was actually still going to get the knockout.
I wasn't sure either. Yeah, I also was really surprised that Rillaboom one-shot my Fluttermane after an Intimidate. Like, Sword of Ruin was active, so that must have just been like a not familiar with my calcs situation. But I thought that I intimidated the Rillaboom, so surely I'll live a Woodhammer, but then it went down, and I thought, this is not going to go well for me in the end.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask him if he has trained his Rillaboom to be more aggressive. But ヒロミフミ選手のゴリランダーが威嚇入ったのにかかわらずウォルフ選手の羽ばたく神を一撃で倒したと思うんですけど、それは結構そのゴリランダーに攻撃的に育成したってことですかね。
そうですね。実数値で言うと178あって、パウジアンと羽ばたく神の一回素早さ勝負があったと思うんですけど、そこで上を取られてることが分かったんで、この羽ばたく神は柔らかいのかなと思って、ウッドハンマーで倒しに行ったという感じですね。
Yeah, so it seems like he invested a pretty good amount. It's about 178 is what he said for the attack stat. And I think one way he figured out that he might be able to do that to knock out your Fluttermane one hit was because he noticed early on that your Fluttermane was faster than his Chienpao.
Yeah.
So it probably can't afford to invest that much in its bulk. So he was pretty confident that the Woodhammer would knock out.
That makes sense.
And I think that's something that we kind of talked about in our team building too. So I think it kind of comes full circle. article, and I think it's really interesting.
It is, yes.
I have one last final question for Hirofumi, and that's if he has noticed the ability on your Forager.
I told him because he had the team sheet was in English.
Oh,
so I was like,
okay.
He needs to know. Like everything else is pretty standard, but I made sure I was like, hey, Forager app, Snap Zipper, not Armor Tail.
Got it, yeah. ヒロフミ選手に聞きたかったのが力キリンの特性ちゃんと見たのかってことなんですけど、まあ事前に伝えられたみたいなことだったんですけど、
ウォルフ選手に言われるまでは気づかなかったです。
He said he didn't notice until you told him.
I thought it would be unfair since it was in English. Yeah.
So funny. Yeah, well, yeah, I think that's most of the questions for me.
Yeah, that's all mine as well.
But it was really a treat for us and definitely for the viewers as well to see, yeah, kind of like the West and Japan coming together, right? Like we kind of had like a lot of games between Japanese players, which is foreign to us, but then we had a very familiar face in Wolf playing against the very best in Japan in Hirofumi. So I'm very happy to see that. So thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. It was a masterclass, the whole tournament, and obviously for me being just like very excited to be around such amazing players. So thanks, Wolf.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Well, then I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up if it's cool with everybody. So congratulations again to Hirofumi for running the whole tournament. Very well done. Very well done. Yes, thank you so much. And yeah, thank you all for watching. I imagine that there's probably a lot of people who are up pretty late right now. So if that's the case, I appreciate the support. And yeah, this was like echoing everything Yuki said. Like this is such a cool opportunity to showcase some of the best in Japan when we really don't always get to see them as much as I know most of us would like. So thank you so much to the players for, it's only 2 days after Worlds ended. So, they've had a very busy weekend, many of them, and yet they're still here, they're still playing. So it just shows like a real love of the game. And I feel very lucky to have gotten so many great players to be a part of this. And of course, a huge thank you to Team Umbra. This is their space they're using, their studio. They've been so generous. They've been just really knocked it out of the park, honestly. Like the production's been so high quality, and I feel very fortunate to have been able to partner with them for this. I also want to give a special shout out to Yuki, who really was the real goat behind this event, worked as a middleman between me and Team Umbra, translating. Obviously, you've seen him working so hard today as well, doing all the translation for the Japanese players, so we can share their stories as well through their own voices. So we're really lucky to have someone like Yuki, who is not only bilingual but also a top player and also very selfless. So
and it was great to hear you cast.
Yes, and a great caster.
Yeah, I love to hear that.
And of course, thanks to the other casters as well, Lou, Marcus, Aaron. I think that's everybody.
And yourself.
And
yourself.
Of course,
Will, thank you.
Yourself.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think you're a little bit selfless too.
Well, who knows? But yeah, I think that's pretty much all I want to say. Again, I feel really lucky to have done this. It was such a cool opportunity to kind of bridge Japan and the rest of the world, at least a little bit here. And I'm so excited to see what the rest of these players do in the future. I have a feeling this isn't the last we'll see of them, I'm pretty sure. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think I have too much to add on to what Wolfey already said, but yeah, I think with even if we aren't all in Japan, hopefully we'll have more opportunity to do things like this soon. I think we have a lot more remote infrastructure set up to do things like this.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be really cool to have things like this not only in Japan but with other communities as well.
Absolutely.
For sure. I mean, yeah, I haven't got much more to add. Regulation D's only really just begun, and then who knows what the format's going to be in a couple of months. So, yeah, it's going to be a good year. I can feel it.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Cool. Well, thank you all so much for watching. We really appreciate it, and I think that's it. Who knows what the next project will be, but I'm sure it'll be good.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.